My name is Sam Johnson. This is my father, Bob Johnson. I work for safety engineer and construction foreman. We started our display about 7-8 years ago with 5 strands of lights. And apparently that's a bad idea because if you have 5 strands, you have 5 more and you have 10 more and it just holds up. Last year was my 4th year of animated lights. We started that in 2011. We have 17,000 lights and running close to 20,000 channels right now. So it's quite massive. That's about it.
I'm Tom, and this is my wife, Linda. This is our first time at the meeting. And we started lighting last year with 2 bar controllers from Denny. And I got hooked on it, so this year we have 4. We use 4 controllers and about pretty close to 10,000 lights. And we have a little Christmas gathering on our farm. We have a little small farm in a little town called Turtle Hills, North Carolina, which is north of here, closer to the Virginia border. But anyway, the lights just made, we have like we call it Country Christmas with Santa, where we have vendors come out and sell their homemade items and things. And with that, we will have a light show now. And the light show is a little smaller show, but it's really been received very well. So we're happy to be here.
I was there. Beautiful.
Say it again.
I was there. I recommended you go there.
Oh, this was the first year we used wireless too, because I have a pond, so we had to project across the pond, and it worked flawlessly. I love it.
It was like giving hair, it was like creating my own heroin addict. I could have been a drug dealer.
Absolutely.
Only I didn't have controllers. Here, Tom, just try these 2.
My name is Peter. I live in Portsmouth. I do just art pixels. I started 2 years ago. I started like 10,500 pixels. I am doing this year till to 11,000. So I use HLS for sequencing, and most of my controllers are Joshua system control. That's about it.
My name is Rob Noble. I live in Sanford. I work in the fire department. I got started doing this about 3 years ago. LOR and all LEDs and also the paper twice. And I'm not a computer guy, so I'm stood up all the time. Don't do that.
My name's Paul Lowe. I live in Cary, in the shadow of the other Cary displays. We just started last year. Last year was our first year, and my intent was just to do Halloween. That's all I wanted to decorate for. And every one of my neighbors said, I can't wait to see what you're going to do for. We did singing faces and lots of cool stuff. But we're like, we cannot wait to see what we do for Christmas. So I November 1st. So you know how long it takes. Yeah, no pressure. November 1st, I started planning our first Christmas display, which was last year. So it's like 96 channels, all LOR. So obviously we got bit by the bug too. This year we were up to about 196 channels. But to give you some perspective, I think it's 50,000 lights. Every single one of them is incandescent. So the power company loves me.
Oh yeah.
It's all old school incandescent lights. I got a neighbor hook. So across the street neighbor, we're synchronized and built a 20-foot mega between his yard and put some circuits in his board because they're all incandescent too. So I'm excited. This coming year, I'm going to skip over LEDs and go to pixels. So I'm committed to putting pixels on the house and putting up a tree. So I'm here to learn a lot. So skipping from incandescent LOR to I've got Renard stuff in my garage that the UPS box has been coming like crazy for the last 2 weeks. So looking forward to it. I'm also leapfrogging. I've got 2 other neighbors that want to join in too, which is great. But of course, none of them are next door to me. So we're 4 corners of an intersection. So it'll be exciting, some exciting wireless. And I've been probably to almost every one of your front yards. So thank you for getting me inspired. That's it.
I'm looking forward to this, Scott has been doing all like Rumble wireless, and he's talked to Tim. I wanted to just add on that with him starting to do a lot of DMX type of stuff, there could be a lot of interest in the neighbors wanting to do that. Pretty soon you're gonna be doing DMX wireless. And right now, I think, Tom, you're the only one doing some wireless on DMX? Are you using wireless at all now, or are you only just for your controller to send files?
Me?
Yeah.
Joe?
Joe.
That's I'm just using wireless to talk to the Raspberry.
Okay, so yeah,
that's
they're not setting the controller yet. That's something none of us have done yet, so. It is my.
But I'm very interested in the ones that you posted, that were, and then also the ones that, Sam is using, what are they called?
Go Tommy.
The company notes, yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, that'll be kind of an interesting thing, as you look around and see if we still want the technology. So anyway, wanted to inject that. Go ahead, Scott.
I'm Scott McClellan from Carpenter Lights. We have a lot of lights. I don't know. I'm out on the west side of Cary, the other side of 55 from here. I've been, I've been putting up lights all on my house since I had a house, apartment, whatever. And in the early 2000s, I saw the internet videos that had the stuff on it, and I was like, wow, that's really awesome. And I found one site that said, here's how to do it. And it was writing their own code and soldering their own stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I don't have time for that. I have 2 kids. And it's not going to happen. So I ended up, then Benny was in the newspaper. He was at IBM. I was at IBM. I could easily get in touch with him that way. So we found him, and then he got me booked. So I've been doing it now for 6 years. The year before that, the 7th year that I was doing it, I had a Mr. Christmas thing. If anybody's ever seen those, I had that plugged in and had it kind of figured out. And actually, Benny's pretty good. I'll look around whatever. And it worked out pretty good, but it was just broadcasting from the little box and stuff. But I'm going to be doing back here a little display for LOR, just basic. So if anybody has just lights and they want to get started, come back here and see how to get started. Cool.
Hey, y'all, Manny Goldman. My husband Neil is not here. He's my technical guy. So what y'all just been talking about, I'm going to try to videotape some of this so that he can see it later. I do more of the design, setting up. I've been decorating forever. Small apartments who grew up to about 12,000 lights. We started this year with our biggest display because of funding hours last year that moved to Nebraska and gave us a very nicely working controller that we didn't use yet. My husband wasn't quite on board with the technical stuff, but after the response we got this year and how much fun we had with it, he's all ready to go and learn more about the stuff. I think our one box might grow very quickly, but we'll do this one first next year, and we'll see where we can go. I have a lot of room to do a lot of neat stuff, and we're able to make it up. So look like it's all fun, and I hope to do a lot to be on today. So I brought my video camera.
It's only money.
I like to smile, so and I love coming home to it. So.
Is that supposedly free controller later on?
You know what? I've seen it. I've carried it home. And it's been in the garage since, so I don't.
A little gray box, or is it?
It's on the stand, gray box on the stand, yeah.
With little short
Yeah.
black wire on the
Yeah.
bottom? Okay,
Yeah.
that's probably like. Free is kind of an interesting term.
Yeah.
You've seen what happens.
Well,
They're like owning rabbits.
we had an electrician come out this year to run the lights out, the electric out to the front yard, and my husband already says, well, that's not going to be enough. I was the one who's got more electric out front, so he's kind of already jumping over, and I'm hoping he can swing by today. He's got to work, but so Yeah, we're about 95% LED, so our electric bill went up about $60. So, I don't ride around the corner down on Penny College, but it's a little bit
I'm Chris Gephardt, I'm in Erie. I have a display of around 12,000 lights. This year, I've purchased enough to do 20,000, so just haven't had the time to get it all together and put it all up. I was borrowing computers from one of my colleagues here that wasn't able to do it this year. So they were Lightorama. I'm now going to go into Renard and try to build my own, just for the affordability. And so that's about it. Trying to get off the investment. It's very costly to run money. Thank you.
That sounds like an addict too.
Yeah. Trying to get off.
I'm from Kerry, I'm from Dennis Barkowitz. I live less than twice with any. I saw these lights 5 years ago, signal lights on the book. I've been doing LOR controllers, I have 7 of them. And I was trying to switch to RGB lights last year. Didn't work out because the project took me about 20 times more, 3 more than I come up planning for. So hopefully I can complete my project this year or this Christmas coming up. So that'll be it.
Hi, I'm Mark Shell. I used to live near Greensboro. I now live in Lexington, barbecue capital of North Carolina. No, I'm sorry. I didn't stop at one of the 39 barbecue places. They weren't quite open yet. You know, they were cooking, but they weren't. There you go. I have been doing it not quite as long as Don, but I did actually start out with Dasher, just the same thing as my first controller. And moved to, actually the guy that designed Dasher hired on to a company called Animated Lighting, which came out about the same time or a little bit before LOR did, and I actually did that for a while. My display this year was 2 Christmas trees, and I'm talking about 4-foot Christmas trees with incandescent lights on it on either side, and a little nativity scene sitting out front. That was the extent of my display this year. I have had up to roughly 4,000 or 5,000 channels, pixels, LED, incandescents at one point in time all over my house near Greensboro. But like I said, last year it was 2 little Christmas trees and a small little nativity scene, because most of my stuff was in storage, we just moved. That kind of stuff. But I have done and built pixel controllers, built Renard controllers, built Lynx controllers, and had all those in my display at one point in time in the last 10 years or so. So I kind of played around with just about anything that's come out and try and help folks figure out how to make a lot of that stuff work together. Glad to be part of this group. This is, I think, one of the biggest meetings I think I've seen.
Yeah, biggest February by about 7, 8 people.
Yeah.
We've been in the 20s pretty regularly, but not 30.
But certainly enjoy, being willing to. A great group, and if this is your first time, you've done a fantastic group.
Yeah. Mark has actually been the lead dog for this group. He's done a lot of engineering work. He's done it for Do-It-Yourself Christmas, where they get on and help spread ideas. So I don't know if he brought any of his demo stuff like he used to. But when he's here, a lot of times we have little demo boards that he's built to display and show you the exact differences in wiring and stuff for fixes. That's he's done a lot to drive this group from 2 hours away, which has been really awesome. We're a little bit early, which is always good because we usually fall behind.
I just wanted to point out that around the room, when you have time, there's just a lot of examples of different things, all kinds of different kinds of controllers. Over here, I've put out an example of all kinds of different kinds of lights and just it for those of you who may not have seen all the different types available out there. I'm not sure I have all of them. I don't have, I thought I brought some dumb RGBs, but this next group is going to be, Scott's going to be talking about best practices, light-a-rama, lots of tips, very good for people in their first 2 or 3 years. Over here, we're going to talk about networking pixels, and Scott's Sam is going to. I'm going to mess up names all day. At least I can hear you, by the way. I've been having people repeat themselves for 5 years. I finally invested in hearing aids. I can hear you now. So anyway, we'll take a couple minutes if anybody wants to break bathrooms. It's kind of blocked in right now, but there's coffee up here. There's donuts up on the bar. Does anybody have any other breakfast or snack type things?
I brought some. It's probably still in the bag back there because they're trying to get everything in there.
We knew which bag.
Blueberry muffins, miniature cinnamon rolls, and strawberry pastry.
So I'm going to go back and pull that stuff out if anybody would like it. 3 or 4 minutes, we'll get back started again. If I can get Sam. Sam, you going to use your laptop?
Yes. Okay, I got to do it online.
Okay. Well, you're on for the talk. Do just leave your people are yeah, they are. They're Bible. Yeah, there's an example where one more. Or I could have even done power. Yeah, that's what it runs, exactly, that car.
Yeah.
I built something like this one.
All the sizes.
Help if I got it aimed correctly.
And I just throw them around. I use them, but I didn't. This was the early version of this board. Now you got now they make this board. You got to carry these on. So they didn't have that.
See you doing all right?
Yeah, how you
Haven't seen you in a long time.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I don't have to play around with it. My coffee thing. No, the fans are you got to stand if you want to do that. I still want that because you have a problem.
Well, this actually goes.
Yeah.
It melts to a.
Did you end up getting in? It's like, whenever you do all those things, you know, you keep getting it. You need to do, and then you see whether that's.
How are you, Jack?
How you doing, Mark? You got something to talk about on the Tuesday.
We are officially on the air. On the north side of Carolina. So how long were you saying that it takes you to build a Renard controller?
Oh, I have no idea.
You build a bunch? They give you step-by-step instructions, and yeah, it probably takes about 8 hours.
8 hours? And
12 if you're not experienced in doing it, but
sure. Okay.
I think you can get down to 3 or 4 if you
really,
after a 4 or 5 one.
Okay.
If you do consecutively.
Yeah.
I've built 5 over a period of 3 years.
And how, so, you know, my next question is, how do you, what happens if you have a bad solder joint? How do you troubleshoot that? How do you,
But assuming it's not so bad, it smokes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's obvious.
Yeah. You get complete schematics. I like LR or your DIY light animation. That's stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm just finally getting. I mean, if you don't have the oscilloscopes and all this other, and actually know what. I don't know what they all.
There's an actual troubleshooting
Okay.
step. Here's what you do,
Oh, so you're right now.
and at least localize it for you. You need to know a little bit about electronics. If you're gonna solder, you already know a little bit about electronics. And with schematics and step by step, you can probably figure out.
Okay, cool. As long as there's good enough help out there to say, if this, then this,
Exactly.
Good.
There was some talk about having a big.
Oh, absolutely. I ended up ordering a lot of beans. Joe Plus was on sale right before they introduced the tube, and so I ordered at least one of them, and then all of a sudden the tube was out.
Joe was got it all running for this show, and the wireless I was talking about is he's got it linking back to his home network.
Oh, absolutely.
Which is the coolest thing. Yeah. I'd love to hear this out. Way out of switch files and like around it. Screwed as hell. I have the TV all ready, and then funny, everybody says he stopped the show for about 30 seconds while I stayed.
Reloaded, yeah.
It's like 16 controllers.
Perfect.
So, and some dumb pixels too. So I've got, I can get some packages out here.
Put it over here. This is. Okay, if everybody wants to come down on this end, it's going to talk about pixel networking.
I use a few. There's Renard, there's controllers.
PowerPoint for this.
Yeah, he's going to use the screen. You can stay in your seats if you can hear okay, but you could also come down more forward if you want. We can use this table for this session, and then we'll go back to your other chairs for the next.
Old roads, you're easy to use it. All the problems with these- And there's a lot of-
That's good. So you guys are good. So have a seat. Now I'm up again.
A while back.
Wow.
What we're talking about today is
Sure. That kind of generator Sit down.
Well, those are all those little. That's the LED. That's the LED string shorter.
Just start saying.
Danny, I've got a question. Do you know if this is on its own circuit yet? Or is that part of one of the designs?
I think we can put it here somewhere.
I bought a roadway, but never something like that. So it's good for me.
There we go.
No?
The other way. That's better.
That's better. But honestly, what's in here, it's just input and output.
Oh, shoot.
And then you're done.
Hey, can you, the paper is under there's paper. Can you pass them out? No. Oh, no, they're gonna be passed out.
Oh.
Like, distributed.
This year I'm gonna afford it.
Everybody gets one.
Whether you want it or not.
Thank you.
Take one and pass it around.
Yeah. So you with me this year.
They're comfortable.
What I do, I on that horses. We never have any trouble.
It's plugged in before I lose.
So can everybody see the screen okay clearly? Read it? Any vision issues going on? No. All right, so I'm here today to talk about complex networking. As you may know, we've on display, there's
What I do,
close to 28,000 channels. In order to run that much, I created a dedicated Ethernet network for display. So this is in addition to any LoRa networks, any Bernard networks that you might have. Hopefully this will be a quick crash course on networking. If you're not familiar with this, if you're familiar with networking, probably follow along. If you have any questions, we'll have some queries at the end. And Jack,
Can everybody hear you?
you notice anything wrong?
I am having a hard time hearing these, it is, but, I'm also trying to make sure that we're on air.
Remote.
And up and beyond.
The other one goes to next one of these.
Under technology, components, data speeds, half versus full duplex, and U-test and multi-test, these are all terminology over here. And I'm talk about network. And I'm sorry, I did this like a month ago, I don't remember. Okay, so at store, you'll find Most things you'll find at the store, if you go to Best Buy, Target, Dress, you'll find any number of these items. You have your home routers, which this is very familiar with most everybody, correct? Probably one of these at home. This is actually 3 different networking items in one. It provides a gateway, an access point for wireless capabilities, and a built-in switch. So they might call it just a router, but it's in effect all 3 of these things. Very important. It's like a multi-tool, it's like a little Swiss Army knife for networking. Switches is what we'll use most for our networks. They'll come in different varieties. You can pick up these small desktop-based fiber 8-port switches. They also make very large, very expensive industrial switches. Nor do I need those for other purposes, but I will cover them slightly. Okay, we've got cables and connectors. I'm guilty of this just like everybody else, and I'm sure Jack knows this quite a bit. I call it Ethernet, I call it Cat5. It's there's so many different things you can work in. There's only one right answer. You've got your RJ45 connector on a Cat5 cable. Oh, Cat5 or Cat6. In the stores, you'll find Cat5e, Cat6 cable. Cat6 is more expensive. It's rated for higher speeds. You'll find this in corporate environments. For our purposes, we can use Cat5e. In fact, if you find a box of old Cat5 without the E, probably work. Just get a good deal on it. Don't pay more than $20. Cat5e is capable of 1 gigabit speeds. This is important because most networks these days will be running at higher speeds. Cat6, as I said, corporate environments, they're capable of running at 10 gigs, although most switches, most hardware is limited to 1 gig at the moment. Corporations are installing it for future compatibility.
You'll find, I had one comment about the Cat5. A lot of the old Cat5s that were sent out inexpensively, if you bought a really good deal, you don't actually have solid copper inside. You have what they call CCA or copper clad aluminum. It actually has aluminum core, it just has a copper plating on it because copper is getting so expensive. When you buy 1,000 feet of cheap copper wire, it couldn't possibly be solid copper because you would probably get that much money for the scrap if it was. Copper is gotten so expensive. So it is worth buying when you get a Cat5e and a Cat6. I don't think they can make those out of CCA. I think they have to, it has to be better materials inside, but you will find a lot of the cheaper cables, especially if you want to try and do a long run, or if you want to actually run power down, which a lot of guys do for DMX stuff. That can be a problem. I can't tell you how to know how to test it. I think maybe if you just put them in and broke it open and look carefully at the core, whether you can see it or not, I don't know.
They're supposed to label.
They're like,
You buy it, it's supposed to say CCA.
oh, it'll say CCA maybe on the jacket then.
Yeah.
But if you buy it online,
Post
eBay,
it. Post it.
Yeah.
If it's cheap, it's probably CCA.
Right.
I picked up a box of 1,000 feet for $40 this year, and it was CCA.
Yeah.
I used it mostly on my canopy because I was using 500 feet of cable just for that. And I didn't have a problem with it.
It worked okay for you?
Okay, but most of my, like the main cable, back up to my network, I make sure it's solid copper.
Where you're gonna have problems, most of your problem with CCA, if you start doing long runs. I mean, even that, you have a maximum distance, I'm trying to have this thing.
Right.
You're just gonna start losing a lot more.
It just falls off more.
Everything is just simply plug your lights in.
And then we've got 2 options. You have stranded and solid cables. This is very important. Solid cables are mostly used for permanent installations on the walls.
Each of the houses, so I know what.
I would recommend stranded simply because at the end of each year, we roll all our cables up. Well, hopefully, this year, roll all your cables up, pack them away. That stress over time could actually break
the individual.
Wire.
Yes, thank you. There's the wires in it and a stranded cable, and then you would have a bad cable. Stranded, obviously, it's just like our SPT2 wire we use on smaller scale. Just to defend and twist it and the common connector here is your RJ45. It's 8 conductors, and you know I do IT support for a living. I always tell my clients it's the one that looks like a big telephone cable. It's an easy way to recognize it. All right, so quick cover some data speeds. You'll find 2 speeds. You'll find fast Ethernet, which runs at 100 megabits per second, and then you'll find gigabit Ethernet, which runs 10 times faster. You can easily remember these just by looking at these pictures. Going to swing cars down this country road, you know, even in those. And highway in LA is 1 gigabit Ethernet. Put a lot more traffic through a single connection.
Your analogy falls down to one thing, is that in LA, cars never go that fast, even on the big expressways.
But they're parked like that.
They're parked like that, exactly.
Those cars are still there.
Exactly. They haven't moved in 5 years.
And most of our controllers, most everything we use in our displays, the same devices I know are fast Ethernet. The WizNet controllers, WizNet modules don't go any higher than this right at the moment. Mark, do you know if they make a gigabit WizNet controller, WizNet module?
I think they do.
It just hasn't been incorporated.
It hasn't been incorporated. Okay. You don't need that speed.
Not yet.
Are there any devices out there that are zoned down to 10 megabits?
I don't think so. I have a few legacy components at home, a few hubs. I just don't use them.
Ethernet will negotiate down. Some will. Some.
Gigabit, yes, not all gigabit switches dumb down.
Yeah. It's.
You guys gigabit, you're not gonna go down 10.
I would recommend buying new components. You can buy switches for $15, even at the lower store. There's no reason to worry about them. Good. Half versus full duplex. Half duplex, it's basically asynchronous communication. When you have 2 networking modules, they're talking to each other. Module A will send some information to module B, and then once the transmission line is opened up, module B can send information back to module A. A full duplex is like a telephone conversation where 2 parties can talk to each other at the same time. Now this allows for traffic to flow in both directions, which can be important for you. For example, my display, I ran security cameras on my network in addition to the E1.31 data. So I have the video from the cameras coming back into my command center and I'm playing data traveling in that direction. With a half duplex network, I would run into basically a traffic jam with severely impacted performance of the display. Most items you buy today are full duplex, but just keep this in mind when moving around. Some items may say half duplex. That's what that's not. Okay, unicast and multicast. Unicast is when 2 network devices want to talk to each other directly. Multicast is when you have 1 network node broadcasting to everybody on the network. Our E1.31 data is multicast. You transmit it once, each node takes that data and redistributes it to available devices. Unicast could be your web browser. When you reach out to a website, you're trying to communicate with 1 device on the network. Multiple devices, switches, routers, gateways, access points, controllers, cameras you might find on a dedicated show network. I just want to talk to you about different sizes. For example, I've got one of these in my control center. It's a rack mount switch, very big. Probably don't need anything like this. They allow for more management of the network. You can I'll say that for later, it's an desktop. And your desktop switches, which you commonly find in the store, 5 and 8 quarters, sometimes we're just see a 16 port switch, so I think we're going away from that now. Complexity, you'll find these in rack switches mostly. You've got unmanaged, that just means plug the device together, it works, you don't have to worry about it. Managed device may need some integration. It actually, you can talk to it. It would allow you to set up more advanced protocols like IGMP, multitask filtering, and things like that. And they will route on the 2 levels of what's called the basic software. Remember OSI? OSI, thank you. OSI model, I believe there's 7 levels, and switches is why they're routed level 2 or level 2 and level 3. The level 3 is the managed switch. Level 2 is the dumb down.
Please do not throw sausage pizza away. 7 levels.
What?
Please do not throw sausage pizza away. 7 levels.
It's an acronym.
Yeah, it's an acronym.
The 7 levels of OSI stack.
You guys want to do this? Because I forgot all about that. I sat there and was like, I know there's this important model and it does something, but.
Basically, everything we do, I mean,
The only
physical, that's the cabling. Data, that's the Ethernet standards and all that. We do not, network, that's TCP/IP. We do not throw TCP sausage
Session.
Yeah, it keeps on going from there.
Okay, so maybe I'll just breeze through this because everybody seems to know more than me.
No, there are still a lot of people who don't.
Okay, so.
Well, I think he does it for a living, and I think Wayne, you do also, he's been talking about it, so he's.
Okay, so yeah, just let me know if I'm wrong, and then just, as I said, I kind of just.
Keep going, you're doing great.
Yeah, you're doing good.
Okay, gateway, so, going back to that Swiss Army knife, the traditional router you've seen, it's a gateway slash router slash access point slash switch. Gateway is essentially a device that separates 2 different networks. And what I did was I actually reconfigured one of those devices to be a gateway. No, I'm sorry, it's a router. A gateway is what you would have coming into your home, desktop for the internet. A router handles different network segments, and that's what I did. Reconfigured a home router specifically for my light network, and actually connected it to my home network. And what that allowed me to do was keep data separate entirely, unless I wanted to get it to another network.
I haven't used it in 3 years. I want to.
All right, those access points, there are 4 different commonly accepted speeds. There's a few more that are obscure you don't need to worry about. And you'll find wireless speed networks. This is traditionally on really old legacy devices. That from 2000, 2001. Runs at 11 megabits per second on a good connection. Wireless G, a little bit faster with a lot of home routers in less than 10 years. Wireless N is the newer standard. It's probably about 5 years old. So if you have any new devices, probably everybody's cell phone. If you have a smartphone, wireless N capability. The AC is the new standard. It's top of the line, high end, not found in a whole lot of devices, but it's everything's super simple. There are 12 channels on wireless networks, at least here in the US. They're all roughly on the 2.5 gigahertz band. If you have multiple access points set up, you need to keep this in mind. And if you have 2 access points that are both on channel 6, you're going to have some interference there. Has anyone ever been at home and maybe your wireless router near a microwave or something, your refrigerator, you turn it on, you lose connectivity?
All the same frequency.
Exactly. You can get around this a little bit, won't solve your problem entirely just by playing the broadcast channel. And they recommend that you separate them by at least 4 for any nearby access points. Works similar to a cellular network where every access point shouldn't be close to the ones right around. Oh yes, and doing it that way allows for overlapping coverage. Yes, and finally something Christmas related. We talked about UMax and Renard bridges. So on my network, I've got 2 of these, which you see here. This is a DMX bridge. What it allows me to do is take my DMX controllers, my Renard controllers, and run them off of this board. This board is attached to my internet network, which supersedes the DMX network in terms of speed. So I'm able to broadcast 4 different universes. This board is essentially comparable to 4 USB dongles on your computer. So if anyone's got a COM port errors with their show, you know how frustrating those can be? Easily take care of that. We've got to pick some controllers. I'm sure everyone's familiar with them.
When do you start to need to go from USB just based on how many channels you have? You know, if you exceed 512, then you must start going into that.
You can stay with USB for as long as you want. You can have.
Don Williams back there has 60 controllers, all on one USB connect.
Really? Wow.
It all depends what you want to do and how fast you want your ice set playing.
Okay.
I mean, and it's all about connections too. I mean, the beauty of a bridge out in the yard at the end of an Ethernet network means you run one wire essentially out of your house up to that. Now Don's still running one wire out of his controller, same idea. But again, you got one Ethernet wire, you have multiple controllers, multiple pixel controllers, multiple other things that you wanted to have out there, but run one wire out of your house. You can do it with that, and then have the bridges be out in the yard so that you can get to the multiple other controllers that you have sitting there. So it's all about connectivity, it's all about how many cables. You know, it's like the same way, a lot of people put all their controllers in their garage and run an individual wire out to each controller. You know, that's a lot of extension cords. Or you can run a big power cord out to the yard and have multiple outlets. It's the same kind of idea.
So the answer is, it depends. It's all site dependent.
This is just different. And if you're running the DMX standard, you can only have 512 channels. So if you have a DMX USB dongle, as soon as you reach 512, you need 700. And that's just the limit. Laura has pointed out that Don running 900 channels on one output. In Renard, you can do something similar. Renard is not based on a specific hard number. If you lower the data rate, you can have more channels. It's just,
No, I don't like that. You need to go fast.
okay, Pixel controllers. I'm sure everyone's familiar with SAN devices. J1 sys, maybe some of us are. I know Peter's got J1 sys. And the new Pixelite, which I don't believe anyone has, but there's discussions on it.
Actually, Paul, I think, first got one.
I've got a 16 back here.
Oh, excellent. Okay. So I'm sure we'll see that later. And ILDA standards, apparently, the International Laser Display Association has standards for transmitting over Ethernet now. So if you want to have lasers in your display.
Who doesn't?
Although there's lots
They're
of.
all in our neighborhood.
No, just in your.
Oh, that's my house.
Yes. Keep in mind, if you're doing the lasers, research it in depth. Lot of problems.
Stay away from the airport.
You can add cameras to your network as well. You can have network cameras that are powered over Ethernet. I had 3 cameras in my display this year. 2 were powered over Ethernet cameras, which means you get to run one cable, that network cable, transmits both data necessary for the cameras as well as power. So less cables, always better.
Just for security.
Yes.
use that sort of thing.
It's-
You know.
I tried webcams for security, it doesn't work. Zero camera. Our internet setup, you can see here, you've got one cable. You need a special switch, power internet. There's an actual standard.
You can actually inject power to it, so you don't necessarily switch it.
You gotta be careful though. The power injection, it could be passive. A passive power injection would, if it's a 10-100 network connection, you use 4 out of 8 pairs. Passive would inject power on the remaining 4. So if you were not terminated properly, plug it into a device, you could cause some problems with that. Active power would negotiate the power lines, and you could connect a device into a active PoE switch without plugging. So, yeah, I would.
So basically, so you're saying that when doing a switch is active, injection is passive, and you could have problems.
Exactly. And a lot of the cheaper power over Ethernet you'll find is passive, or come with a dongle. If you do go that route, just make sure to use a dongle. But I'm one part issue.
Now, did you use any CCA cable on your PoE cable?
Yes.
Okay, and were they relatively short?
No, they were. The longest cable I had was to a camera. It was CCA.
Okay.
It was.
So that's the same.
I want to say about 250 feet.
HD.
Yes, cameras have an extra 3 megapixel, so they're higher than 1080p. Or
The first time that I heard about the CCA was from guys who were following Holiday Coro, who has a little scheme telling you to put your power and your, put all the power out to your dumb RGB stuff on the Cat5 cable. And they were wiring up lots of dumb LEDs on the other end of CCA cable, and it melted the cable. Yeah, because they thought they had copper, and then they didn't. And they were given specs on Christmas, and it was based on that being a real copper wire. And they were telling people don't use CCA, but anyway, that's where it first came up. People had CCA instead of copper.
And I think that's technically more along the lines of passive injection.
Yeah,
Yeah, the active injection it actually uses 48 volts, and then the device drops it down to whatever it needs based on whatever's left. Calculate voltage drop. If you inject 48, you're going to have what, 25 to 30 at the end.
yeah. Yeah, if you can do.
Plus PoE it typically is regulated to only a certain amperage. It's not going to stress the cable.
Correct.
Whereas power injection, people don't know.
Yeah.
You don't always follow the rules.
So I didn't have any problems with my CCA cable. I took 1,000 feet for $40. It came with a punch tool.
There's a lot of guys eliminating power injection on lots of pixels by running 24 or 48 volts out on smaller wire, and then putting regulators right on the end of every connection. Basically, every string has they're buying 5 volts, because that's cheapest, and putting their little 5-volt regulator right on the front and bringing the voltage in, bringing much higher voltage down the line, and they get picking a lot more power into one place without having to run a bunch of injection wires.
That's the power company design.
Exactly.
Yeah, same
Well, I
thing.
mean, they run
Bigger transformers.
They don't run 240 volts out on those transformers. They run thousands of volts out there. Just to compensate for voltage loss.
Right. All right, sorry, I interjected that.
The benefits of having cameras on your network instead of, I know security systems have been a big topic lately. If you get a separate DVR, you run a separate cable back separate camera, and then you have a DVR somewhere that you have to go look up. Use an Ethernet-based camera. It's going to be a network-based DVR, so you can view the video footage on any network device. It's a little perk of.
So I got a question. Do people really have security issues? Maybe it's just because I live out in the country.
Yeah, I've had things stolen from my yard.
When we lived in Charlotte, it was decorating my sister's house. They used to like to come by, back then we used C7, C9s. We'd come by and go screw C7s and break them with the leather. So I rigged up one of the C7s to where you take, when you take it out, set an alarm on the house. But I got a better idea. You can just use the wireless fence and a little dog. There you go.
So we don't do that. So and if I'm not there, the wireless fence will let you do so much.
I've had in my neighborhood, two of my neighbors, and two of my neighbors have their wires cut out from in the yard. And I think it's like rabbits or some sort of animal. They think
It's actually awesome.
Is it?
Because we used to double layer our paths with chasing lights.
Yeah.
And the possum did not like that lower lights. He'd come through every night, and just a clean bite, right in the food, and he keeps on through. He did not like to go over it, so I said, the heck with it, because I packed it up, next night. So they're nearly the same place, so it's a possum.
Exactly, because I did this, I went and fixed their lights. I came back, they're like, they did it again. I'm like, they think it's a
Because
kid or
possums
something.
follow the same trail at night, and it actually, I mean, you can look at it, possums have razor sharp teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was like cut in two places, so it's like, they get, and it was.
So, yeah, anything low, if you have a possum problem, forget it. You better raise it up, because they just, it's in the way.
They got a squirrel.
Yeah, squirrels will shoot your lights off.
I don't like squirrels at all. So now you have all these devices. How do they talk to each other? The thing is, they're all addressed in one way or another. We got Class A, B, and C addresses. You're going to be mostly familiar with Class C addresses. They're going to start with 192, and I actually think it's 192.168. Sorry about that. Within the system networks, you can have 256 addresses per network. Class B networks, a little bit more advanced, and Class A networks, lots and lots of devices. What's important about this is every time you want more devices, you need another subnet, and devices don't talk outside of their subnet without a router. So I use Class A. It's
What class A networks do you use?
10.0.0. Well,
RFC 1980.
Okay, so bottom line is, in each one of these, there is a given network. In A, it starts with 10, in B, it starts with something else.
172.16.
And C, it starts with 192.168. Okay, those are considered free reign for anybody can use them. Okay, the other addresses that are in there, i.e., it started with 5 as opposed to 10, you're going to be stomping on something that's on the internet. That's why you use 10 for Class A.
Yeah.
Or you use 192.168 while your home routers use it. So understand, there's lots of other addresses out there. If you use the wrong one, you're going to be bumping into the internet, and your stuff's not going to work the way you think it's going to work.
Or you just won't be able to get to where if you go to Google and you're using 8.8.8.8 or that,
Right.
that network, you're never gonna be able to get to Google. But your stuff might work, but you won't be able to get to where you want to go.
all right, so apparently this slide needs more information on it.
The other thing about that, you use 10 network or what,
These
to
10.
keep people from attacking you. Use a public IP address, you're out there where other people can get to you.
Yeah, but if your router has one address and your internal has something else, there's really no.
That's the firewall to keep the outside from coming in.
Protection. But it's more about the calls.
Yes, because you want your device to be properly.
Right.
Because if you use Class C and you use multicast, you're only talking to 256 devices, and then
So you can't have a 192 network.
Isn't that right? Multicast is only on that subnet, right?
No,
No, it's not.
no.
I thought it was.
Multicast actually broadcasts on its own network. It really isn't related at all to what number you stick on a controller.
That's a Class D network,
Oh my gosh. Okay.
which most people don't know about.
All right, let's just skip this slide.
One thing I will say though, Sam, is that you could have a 192 with a /8 subnet mask and actually have 16,000 or 16 million jails, right?
You can't do that. It's all how your router is set up and what subnet.
Okay, it's been about 10 years since I did this, so I'm gonna skip this one. All right. More importantly, though, for us, static versus dynamic addresses. Static addresses will need to be set by you in each device specifically. It never changes. There's no prevention against duplication. So if you assign the same address to two different devices, that's on you. That's your fault. At home, when you connect any device to your network or wirelessly, you actually pull an address from what's called the DHCP server. This is for dynamic host control protocol. What it does is it has a list of available addresses. Your device says, I need an address, and the DHCP server says, oh, here's one. Once it gives you one, once it gives a device on the network one, it will mark it on the list. So it keeps track of who has what.
And that DHCP server usually lives on
Your Swiss Army knife of networking for
your home router.
your home router. Although it can be anything.
Right.
So just keep that in mind. It's also renewed at set intervals. So once it leases an address, it's leased for, I believe, the standard week on home routers. Can be modified. So if you connect 60 devices, do you know if it will, if it's leased out, it's used, it's not going to be associated with more devices?
Usually not, but if you happen to pick a static IP address, the same thing that the DHCP server gave out, it doesn't know.
True. So, okay. Static can be troublesome. I use static on my network, and the sheets I passed down, if you look on the one side, I actually made a list of every address on my network, where it is, and tried to number them in a interesting way. I'm sure Mark picked up on that already.
All personal question.
Yep.
Then there's topology of your network. I know with DMX networks are bus-based networks. That means as long as you can connect your device, your DMX controller to that network, it will find its appropriate address, its channels it needs. And that way, that means you can split it up. You can literally branch it off in two different directions. And as long as your controllers are numbered appropriately, it'll work.
Is that the same way around?
Mark,
I think it is because you did for a while.
Mark, is LoRa a bus-based network or a daisy chain network? You know?
It's typically, our RS-45 is really a bus, so typically, it's all on the same wire.
Okay. Although Renard controllers make it a little bit different.
Renard Renard sometimes stays in chain.
Okay.
The way the controller is designed.
Yeah.
So just keep that in mind. Some of our controllers, I know Renard, because it strips out the data and then rebroadcasts it.
It's as much as you can tell networks.
Yes. Sequential busing.
Yes. If any one of them breaks, everything after that breaks.
In Ethernet networks, you can get more complex. They always talk about star, tree, hybrid networks, just any combination of the above. That's essentially, since the nodes are smart, you can connect them in almost any possible way, and it will work. If you want to incorporate your network incorporate an E1.31 network into your display, you'll need to decide how you want to transmit this data. You know, Mark was talking about earlier about you have one cable coming out of your room, where your computer is, and going out to the display, or do you want to have multiple computers going out to the display? You need to keep in mind topology when you're designing it. How much cable you need versus how much hardware you need, and it tends to be true with everything. You also need to decide on the bandwidth requirements. If you're using just lighting data, fast Ethernet, 100 megabits per second will work fine for you. You won't reach any limit anytime soon. I personally use the gigabit network as a backbone because I had video data from the security cameras. I have a projection system which the HD video for the projection system is actually delivered over Ethernet in addition to lighting data. So needed the extra bandwidth online. You combine network speeds, everything does negotiate to each other, supposedly. And you can, your E682 is only 10 megabits per second, sorry, 100 megabits per second. Your computer's most likely built in the last decade, going to have a gigabit network controller on it. You put those two together, it works. And most importantly, map out your main cable runs, what is most important. I'll get to that. Good thing about Ethernet networks, if you plan properly, you can have a great redundancy. You can connect them in a circle, and if you lose power on one node, the data will just run itself around. That's the way the internet works. That's the way, if something were to happen, the blackout in the Northeast back in 2003, it shut down quite a bit of the internet, but it didn't fail thanks to redundancy. It took some time to recover, but we actually saw that firsthand. There are trade-offs. You gotta be careful of multicast data, since every switch, every node on the network wants to multicast data until it reaches the end. You could theoretically have this data traveling around the circle. You can actually adjust the time to live on on the network packets. Does anyone use Vixen at all?
I have on occasion.
Okay, have you seen the TTL commands on the end of, it says TTL at the very right hand side? Okay, you can actually adjust the amount of hops a multicast packet will take by adjusting that TTL. Okay, here, how to run that.
Good.
All right, so why you should run an Ethernet network? We've got off-the-shelf components here. If something broke, you can go to the store and replace it. It's standard, it's everywhere. My favorite store is Tiger Direct. If you've been there, you know how amazing it is. You can also go to Best Buy, even Walmart has these items. There we go. You can add to your network as you go along. You can have security cameras, access points. Easy troubleshooting is one of my favorite parts about running a network. You can use your tablet or smartphone, and you can say, I want to broadcast on this universe. I want to broadcast this channel. I walk over to the display prop. It works. Perfect. And if you connect to the laptop, you can have a switch outside. We'll bring your laptop out. Just plug right in. You have a connection right to your lighting network. Great. Buy switches for about $20 to $40. Routers $50 to $60 for a low-end model. I recommend not spending more than $100 for a spool of cable. If you're paying more than $100, you're probably overpaying. I would say quality copper core Cat5e cable about $100. Would you agree? Okay. You'll need new hardware, such as cable net. You'll need more cable because this is in addition to your DMX network. And more cables in the yard obviously means more money, more time when something goes wrong. You have a possum coming through, and you have your network cable next to your Ethernet cable. I mean, your DMX cable, both of them. Probably a good target for a little while.
Make sure you have spares.
Yes.
Already made up, ready to go.
Here's a quick pro chart I came up with. I couldn't think of that many cons because I am an advocate for this. Pros, I only need one cable from my command center to the display. Got rid of comfort issues entirely. Easy expansion, addition, put more cameras on, put more controllers on, and it's a universal standard. Adding complexity, obviously, if you're not familiar with networking, it can be quite challenging. You need more equipment, and you can expose your show network to potential threats. If you have wireless access point, someone will try to connect to it. If you don't secure it appropriately, somebody will get in.
I can get in if you secure it.
That too. And
Yeah,
above and
be in
beyond,
that category
you
too.
can do multiple things. I know Denny talked about wireless. I know there are individuals searching for a wireless DMX solution. The E1.3 network will do the same distance, if not more. Actually, there's actually some solutions online, about $200, and they say it can go 9 miles with a clear line of sight. Keep in mind, all this can also transmit from multiple universes on the same connection. So it's, wireless routers can be up to $50. They can be easily reconfigured for point-to-point wireless, and they can process much more data than any LO. And $250 components are cheaper than any LO.
And easier to repair and replace by running down to Walmart rather than ordering more.
Exactly. Skip this. Skip. Okay, if you combine multiple networks, shouldn't split your show network on your home network. Don't just run a cable out from your home routers and start running your controllers on it. What will happen is multicast will kill your wireless connection. If your home router is not set up for blocking multicast on wireless, you will kill your wireless connection. And then it depends on some of them are, they don't care because they don't assume a computer will be usable. Yep, bandwidth bottlenecks. If you don't use wireless, the home router is not powerful enough to process all the data that it would throw at it, and you can actually generate. It can overwhelm your network, and then you'll get I have definitely got it.
Back there shaking his head.
Yes. Security concerns. Obviously, if you have a network cable running into your yard, somebody can plug right into it, and all of a sudden you've exposed every device inside of your house. So regardless of that super password you have in your Wi-Fi, you just rendered it useless. Don't worry about the subnet thing. I got all that wrong apparently. Any questions?
If you wanna patch that up or do any changes to it, do that, and then we'd like to be able to post the file so we can share that file around.
Okay. Yes, and any questions?
Yes, I do. When I first set up my stuff last year, I was reading about unicast and multicast.
Yes.
And that I could set up unicast in equal universes for less traffic, so I said it would multicast. But I hear everybody talking about multicast. Is there a reason and benefit to go multicast over unicast?
Well, from my understanding, I could be wrong. The E1.31 network standard is multicast. Unicast is not. I thought E1.31.
Depends for probably how many controllers.
I know that the SAN devices, controllers, and maybe J1 sys, they have twice as much capacity if you use unicast.
Right, that's why I said.
And I don't know why that is. It may be an issue of the clock on the chip versus how much addressability we have. I don't know.
It's a limitation in the Ethernet model itself.
It takes you from 6 gig to six.
See, actually, the issue has to do with that Ethernet module. Is it only has so many connections that can be made to it. And in multicast, you were limited originally to 4. So you could only run how many universes you could put over 4. With unicast, it doesn't have that limitation. And it's how many things can you listen to all at the same time. And with multicast, you can only listen to 4.
Well,
or 6.
6, and now he says 12 if you go unicast.
And exactly, it's because unicast is a one-to-one conversation. It's only sending to that particular socket on that particular board. It's one-to-one conversation, where multicast is broadcasting it to the world, and the guy has to listen to it to pick it up. It takes more horsepower.
So he's assuming that with the maximum bandwidth on that Ethernet module, divide it down to every channel, taking the maximum number of commands within a second. That's, it's divided into a time slice, and say that's why you can only do 12.
It really comes down to is if Sam started talking, you started talking, I started talking all at the same time. Joe's got to figure out and got to process all the signals and figure out which one he wants to listen to. Okay, that's multicast. Unicast is nobody else talking, and and there's a tunnel between me and Joe. And whatever I say, he can hear right away, and he doesn't have to do a lot of work to figure out what the message is.
So again, back to my question, is there, because everybody seems to be running multicast, is there a reason you guys are running multicast?
It was the first, I couldn't get Unicast to work, and multicast, I just turned it on, and it worked. Just sending that everywhere.
Right, multicast, yeah, there's less setup. Less capabilities, but less setup.
Yeah, but with the Unicast and stuff, you gotta assign IP addresses for
Right.
everything, and you really gotta manage your network and stuff.
Well, I did that, but apparently I'm not using it. Only for maintenance.
To get the whole Unicast working, so there's nothing with multicast, you're plugging in and out because you're relying on the device to listen to everything.
So there's nothing wrong with multicast, there's nothing wrong with Unicast, it depends on how much work you do and how much prep you do ahead of time.
And I actually found multicast to be easier, at least in my situation. My candidate, the way you address the boxes, it was each box took up, let's say, 5.5 universes. So the first box, 1 through 5. Universe 5, let's say channel 200. Well, box number 2, I needed to start at universe 5, channel 251. With Unicast, I would have to set up another line inside of inside the configuration to send to that with that universe. When I set up my program, I just said, I selected 20,000 channels, and I just said, then it filled it all automatically. So 2 boxes were actually pulling off the same universe being broadcast. And with Unicast, you couldn't do that.
Almost perfectly match what I have on my house.
So on my network, I had 25 network devices, I had 4 computers, 15 network-based controllers, 3 security cameras, I had 5 network switches. I had a 24 gigabit network rack-mount switch, 2 desktop gigabit switches similar to the Netgear in here, 1 power over Ethernet switch for my security camera, and I was running a total of 28,000 channels over 57 universes. And on the back of the sheet I passed out, you will see a copy of this. This is my network topology. This was made in a wonderful program called Paint.
Paint?
Yes. You tried to use Visio, but it was not.
That's right, PowerPoint.
Google Sketch is free.
So this line here, this yellow line, this is essentially the division between the inside of my house and the outside. Here are my 4 computers. I've labeled them, so I have my master show computer, my sequencer playback, my projection video playback machine, and my network DVR. Everything was brought into a large switch. Came in from my home network, and I set up a router to separate the network. This allowed me to have a dedicated access point for my light network, which I call like that. This one cable came out from the house to switch to the bottom of my mega strip. From there, keep in mind all this is gigabit network speeds. Took another gigabit cable to my birdhouse. And here's a little one to a USB device inside of that birdhouse. What that allows me to do is transmit HD video for my projection, all the way from this computer to here. That's tied into the projectors itself. And that's something I'll show later. throughout the day. I've got work on my trunk right now. Everything else is just branched off of it. Down here at the bottom, this, did anyone come see my display or see videos of my display? That really big canopy. Required 8 controllers. And they actually would cut off 2 switches on top on the canopy itself. And then of course I had a little eyeball there and I just didn't know who else to connect it to. This is very important because I was able to keep track of how everything's connected. As you can see, there's mostly take a cable, put a switch, attach some stuff to it, take another cable, put another switch, attach my stuff. And keep in mind network speeds. Like the blue shows faster network. The orange is going to be your regular fast internet network. Anyone have any questions about the layout? Why I did something the way I did? How?
I was happy to find out, because I didn't even know this until last year, was that, there's no configuration for the switches. It just deals with whatever you have connected to it. So you can plug in one switch and fan out to more switches out here.
If it's a level 2 switch.
Huh?
If it's a level 2 switch.
So maybe I got lucky and just happened to buy a level.
All your cheap ones are going to be like that. As I talked about earlier, there was managed switches, the recommend switches.
Yeah.
There's a display in Massachusetts that ran into this issue. It's a really advanced issue. They transmit so much multicast data, it overwhelmed the controllers entirely. Nothing would function. What they had to do was set up a special switch with IGMP. What it does is these controllers basically tell the IGMP controllers that I want to listen to this type of data. It would translate out the multicast and turn it in. It's like a mix between unicast and multicast. Essentially, it's only going to rebroadcast to where it needs to be. And it'll cut down on your network.
So you start getting to use sparse networks and dense networks and things like that, and easier to run unicast at that point.
What is it?
It's a matter of personal preference. How much your particular network want.
Because as I said, the canopy itself, 6,800 pixels on the canopy. 18,000 channels.
Yeah.
20,000 channels.
Yeah.
To do unicast on that would require a lot more configuration than to the multicast.
Yes, no. I mean, I'm saying that from a point of ignorance because I don't do pixels yet. But.
Okay. It's inside the software. It would have been. Do you want to set it up in the software, or do you want to spend more time setting up on the network? That's essentially what it came down to. And I said, the software was not cooperating with me, and I didn't want to chance it. I actually had.
See, that'll be the next thing, is that there'll be some kind of central management piece of software that can tell all the controllers how to automatically get them set up. So that'll probably be the next thing that'll start happening. Is make the controllers more intelligent, that they can be remotely configured, that you don't have to worry about it.
You can probably configure spacewalk to do that.
Yeah. You think they're going to do that?
I think that's the next logical step.
Yeah. Because as you can see, this is fairly complex. And keep in mind, this is in addition to my DMX networks, my Renard networks. They're actually branched off of Data One. Essentially, this is NPR, and all of my 600 regular AC channels are branched off of one board, which is this. So there's a whole level of complexity in addition to what you see on the screen. But that's more, what we're familiar with. Big change. I give everyone.
We have 4 computers, one main, one for projector, the other 2 are for spots.
One is my main. It keeps everything in track. It broadcasts to the radio station. It will. It basically keeps everything up. And then I have my sequencer playback. All it does is it waits for a specific time or waits for command from this machine. machine that says,
So they have to, I mean, they have to communicate with each other.
oh yeah, through,
That's my question.
Yeah.
So how do you have the communication between each other? Is it through some different software or the software support?
it's jerry-rigged. For example, the projection has there's a comm cable, and then a zero cable between this one and this one. So when the sequencer gets to a specific place, I can issue an 8-bit serial command over the COM port, and I can trigger a queue list on the projection to basically keep everything synchronized. Between this one, I use DTMF tones. The TASL RDU allows for the sending of DTMF tones on a separate audio device. So it's really jerry-rigged. It's a mess.
Well, it's working, so that's more. And let me ask you from there, is there any hardware issues with that button when it's running on that machine? You have a problem with that or?
Yes, my sequencer. I had 2 songs on my show. At 28,000 channels, I did not have a machine powerful enough to real-time render the output. On my most powerful machine, it's a current generation 4 F5, 16 gigs of RAM. It took 7 seconds to render 1 second of length. So I actually rendered it into a half gig file for each song and played it back using Vixen 2.0. So I did 28,000 channels in Vixen 2.0. Yeah, I was impressed by that. So the hardware, not necessarily a limitation, it's the software itself, because the Raspberry Pi can transmit an incredible amount of channel data on a little computer. It's just, they have to pre-render it, and then they have to allow it to play back.
For other things.
Yeah, that's where it starts coming into the queues for the other things.
That's right.
Yeah.
And that's why my projection didn't work this year, because I could only do the sending of a serial command through Vixen 3. Vixen 3 has a special item, it's like a custom output, and you can actually put in a string value. You can do lots of interesting things with it. Since I was only using Vixen 2.1 to play that, there goes all my keys.
So you're using different software packages on all?
I'm not aware as much as I should be.
Yes, this computer here only does lighting data. This one just keeps a schedule, does radio station. A projection stores the video for the house projection and outputs the projection.
So I'm still curious as to how you keep all 4 of those in sync to do what you needed to do, like if you're playing the sequence.
Duct tape and WD-40. It's, I'm using a lot of different, each program I use is free. So it only has support for 1 or 2 methods of communication. And it's just a matter of mixing and matching them to get something to work. And the solution really only works for me.
Sure.
It's like the DTMF tones, when you dial an old school phone, you know, with the
An old school? An old school is the one that goes around like that.
Yeah, any phone uses that.
But only for legacy purposes. Most phone networks, you don't need.
Yes, but it's still between the phone and the central office.
And
It's still DTMF.
And they're basically keeping track of it. When the show's over, it will send a DTMF tone to this or using radio.
Okay, rock and roll time.
And then, of course, there's an audio mixer in here somewhere.
Thank you. I really want a copy of this because there's, I'll read through that stuff as I attempt to do more with mine.
I'll have to send it to Mark.
Yeah, that would be good.
I'm not the only guy.
Mark,
But I'll be happy to.
So Sam, I'm thinking of giving you.
Jack and Blaine both do security kind of stuff, so that's what it
Yes, I'm trying to do that with this year with you.
If you figure it out, let me know.
So I mean, I want to talk to you more about it.
Yeah, I can share with you how I've progressed so far. I've been working on it for 2 years, and I have not been able to get to work yet.
I mean, in theory, it works. All the individual components work. It's just a matter of
Getting it all to work together.
All right, well, I still like to connect you.
Okay, everybody will get ready for the next session. Go back to your table. Help yourself for food, coffee. There's still lots of coffee out here. Anybody want to? We may not even need to share
I should have tried loading you this and see how long it would take to render it. Like 32-day rate. We were using the server now, both shows.
crazy, but.
What?
Never tried?
Yeah. For those who just came in, we'll and we may have to.
Do need to sound, I've got a couple of videos that we're
I want him to start here so that he gets further. I know you. Yeah, that's fun.
Oh, awesome.
It'd bore you to death for the next.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we hate Christmas lights so much.
Man, by the way, we just watched episode 5 of the Great Light Fight.
Oh, yeah, just critique them all. There've been,
Well, I said episode 5 because that's, well, actually, we were supposed to be episode 6, but at the last minute, they decided to switch to 2, so we're looking for it. We're calling episode 6.
The guys who are watching Pixel.
the guys that win are either have a really great static display, and they have so much activity going on inside of the controllers. I think it's really smart, just the way that.
We'll talk, I'm gonna talk a little bit about that, because I'm going to
Probably realize that they've been told about it.
everybody questions about the Great Light Fight. We're gonna talk about that, about clear some misnomers.
I think he also loved the way he hit the button.
Oh, that's another misnomer.
And then the nativity came on, he went, whoa. You know,
The editors went that long now.
did they really? Because that looks like that was. That's funny. Wow.
North Carolina.
No doubt about it.
My new favorite display item.
The one that he really cares about.
It gives more protection to the family. First off, I'm gonna challenge somebody in this room to bring home the next one.
Right here.
All right, there's one. But you have to apply to be on the show.
Apply.
I'll have to do it again.
I almost did last year. I almost did apply last year.
We should all stand together and make it just
How cute. Photo.
All right, so first, I guess I'll wait for her. My wife, she's out there smoking a cigarette. Just leave her out there. She knows all this stuff. In fact, I'm bored of that. My handy dandy stargazing laser.
Oh, wow.
Is what I use when I'm pointing out stars. Bring my daughters out playing. Hi, everybody. Hi. Want to first thank you for inviting us to your meeting today. That was kind of an unexpected surprise, so I appreciate that. And as I said earlier, we live in Clayton. We call ourselves Valley Creek Lights. I like to also call it the Fuller Family Christmas. And one thing about pictures of our house, since we're spread out over such a large area, you can't get a picture of the whole thing at the same time. The best shot I got was when they came out and used the jib crane. Since everybody's going with the little drones now, so that probably do a pretty good shot of it too. But, that's kind of a picture from the road, but it's only got half the stuff in it. So what am I going to talk about today? I'm going to say we're going to beat the family. I'm going to tell you some display facts and fiction. I say that because a lot of people use fictitious numbers in their counts. Then I'll call you out on it. A little bit about the display area. We're going to do a closer look at the features. And then we're going to get down to a little bit of the Great Christmas Light Fight. Of course, that's how a lot of you heard about it. How many people heard about me before the Great Christmas Light Fight? Look at there. That is the sole reason that we got in the contest. When we moved out to Clayton, we didn't have the traffic to warrant us to get out there for 2.5, 3 weeks putting the stuff up. I mean, the closer we got to Christmas, the busier it got, but it was nothing like when we lived in Charlotte, where people were waiting until the sun went down for us to turn the lights on, and then we didn't get another chance to turn them off until 2 in the morning, and then somebody would come back at 4 in the morning and ask us, "Can you turn your lights on? Well, my grandmother's down from Kalamazoo." Like, no. Anyway. We're going to look at some of the new projects that I'm working on. I'm kind of unique in what I do. And if I say something that steps on your toes, I apologize ahead of time because I don't mean to do that. I'm a little different in that I like to look at some of the technologies like you guys are working with the RGBs and things like that nowadays. And see what I can make different than everybody else. And a lot of you guys are doing that too. But there's a lot of say, oh, how do you do that? How do you do that? And they want to do the same thing. And I challenge everybody to be very unique here. Brought some shooting stars because there's been a lot of questions on how I'm going to build those. It is one of the good features of the yard. And then we'll talk about the Queen's domain, the mini trees, and some new ways that I've come up to do that. My goal in life is going to be, and again, I don't mean step on toes, is everybody use their tomato cages to plant tomato plants, and we're going to come up with new ways to create trees.
Don't make me have to come and take them out of your yard, please.
It's just the shit, okay. But anyway, meet the crew. Of course, you've met me, my son Chris, his wife Caitlin, my daughter Valerie, her husband Scott, and of course Kim's on the end down there. And this was taking Christmas Day, I think. We finally everybody got together. We had one of the night that the show was on that we were all out in the driveway, but we had a photo bomber, Santa. Unexpectedly dropped in. Oh, geez, I told the dancing girls they couldn't come to this meeting, sorry. All right, so a few facts about display. 108,000 incandescent lights. I mean, I'm not going to count every one of them. It's somewhere in that area. We did retrofit all of our C9s that I used to trim our house with. So, we're up to 900 C9 LEDs. I only did it because they were close enough match. I do not like to mix LEDs and incandescents together. It's like a night and day. So I bought a sample of 25 of red and white, because that's what we trim our house with, and tried those out. And put alongside the incandescents, of course, they were dimmer, but I was looking more for that color. And I knew the cool white wasn't going to work with a clear incandescent. One's blue and one's still nice and incandescent white, clear. But the warm white is a good matchup. And that's what we changed. And I needed the extra power because, as we all know, well, maybe not all of us, C9s are really suck down the power. We got 10 LED floods to light some of the scenes around the yard, 304 LOR channels. That actually nearly doubled this year. That was the only change I made to our display this year, was I knew to win the contest I was going to have to give them something. And with only 50% of my lights on LOR, didn't feel like we were winning. Family wanted to go just with traditional, give them a static shut. I was like, we're not going to win. And so finally talked them in. That was the only expense of double my controllers. Have 4 sub panels from 200 amp service. 28 wood cutouts. I've been doing wood cutouts since you watched the show since I was 10 years old. 46 blow molds, 10 inflatables, 20 wire frames, 300 candy canes. I actually have about 600 candy canes still in the box waiting for new homes in the yard. My daughter picked up a car load of them up in Boone a couple of years ago, so they're still hanging out. I got a couple of light stackers. We got 25 Christmas trees, 90 light trees. People call them mega trees and whatever. I call anything that you make a tree out of a light tree. So it could be a mega tree, it could be a medium tree, or it could be a small trees. We have a real bridge. I say real bridge because a lot of people come out during the year and they say, "Is that a real bridge?" Like, it's a real bridge. So it's a real bridge. We have an animated creek that goes under it. It has two sections of the creek that come together. And in real life, it actually gathers several hundred acres of water that comes to my yard when it rains. So we have 20 lighted archways. Most of them goes down the driveway. We have the nativity scene. I have 40 bushes, including small Christmas trees. When we bought the house, we planted a bunch of bushes with the intentions of decorating. So that's where the Christmas trees come in. 6,000 feet. I based that on 8 rolls of SPT wire I bought. Here's the big numbers that are probably a little fictitious, but probably pretty close. 300 light duty extension cords, 100 heavy duty, and 40 medium heavy duty extension cords. Now, The infrastructure wiring is the tough stuff, because, you know, if you have a small front yard the size of this room, you don't have to worry a whole lot about electricity, but if you're trying to get electricity 200 feet from your panel, you're gonna have to use some pretty big stuff, cable, because the longer you run that electricity, it loses some amperage. So I use 10-3, 12-3 from my sub panels. Now I have 4 sub panels. I got 2 on the side of the house and 2 out in the middle of the yard. And from there, I use what I call the infrastructure wiring to get the power on out to the controllers. I see a lot of people that like to put their controllers all in their garage and things like that. And I'm like, it would never work with me because I can't get the 20 amps out to 200 feet.
He did that. He won't do that again.
So, I mean, that's a lot of extension cord, a lot of heavy duty extension cords. So I actually get the power to the area that I need first.
Yeah. I learned back in my first year.
How we started. This was back in Charlotte, and I would say, when did we get married? Ooh. Hey, my mom died from Alzheimer's. I haven't.
We were married in 81. This
81.
Mid-80s house.
This was the mid-80s. It was our first house this was a rental house actually. And before that, actually, we went over to my sister's house, and we would decorate her house. She had a big outdoor thing going on, and indoors. We actually let people tour inside our house. So before that, the little mini trees here I invented, actually before this house, because I did them at my sister's house. It's kind of a quick way to fill up a lot of area. They've been coming along with us. You'll see these guys are still around. So that's when these have never been repainted. You'll see that again later. And I'm not going to bore you to death with a lot of the video clip, but just so you can.
You know, you can kind of see the underpinnings of your style, though. It's just the kind of
you'll see a lot of style that follows me. The red and whites always do in the house. We have these chase lights that always do our pathways. In fact, believe it or not, that's how good they used to make lights back in the 80s. Those chase lights are still the same ones I use to this day. Now, you have to protect the little controllers that come with them. If you don't, they're going to last you past the first rain. But anyway, the style has really never changed through the years. And just a little, you guys,
Here, put this underneath your mouse.
I don't have any sound here.
Oh, yeah, I got it sound for you.
Seriously, put your mouse on top of that and it'll work a lot better. Those white tables tops don't work well with mics.
Anyway, if y'all ever went to my website or to my Vimeo site, you've probably seen the videos.
Oh, it's because you're on the HDMI cable. It's setting to the projector. It's setting the sound to the projector.
Look at this one.
You got a different cable?
Plug the output into the projector.
I don't know if the projector has an output.
Oh, he might be sending.
I think it's not.
Give me that one. Maybe just try to speak it first. It's gonna be loud.
On the independence, if you live in Charlotte at all, you know how to get on the common.
Yeah,
but of course, 1 block back on.
all right, well, let's start this all over again. I don't know that, yeah, this was the first time. Actually, this is probably about the 3rd or 4th year. As with everybody, we started out kind of small. I'd say that's somewhere around 10 to 12,000 lights. But anyway, let's, one of our things that we like is coming out doing the weather in front of our house back in the 80s.
Commonwealth Avenue in East Charlotte.
Eric, are you enjoying this house and letting it out?
Of course, how can I not? This is absolutely beautiful, Sarah and Bob, and take a look behind you.
You can go out and see it.
Kim and Blaine.
Clark Griswold looked back there. When the Hoover house.
15,000 likes, what Kim estimates that they have here, and it's a beautiful
Okay.
site. I don't know if
And that's for you,
there's
Eric.
a big star on the top of their house too. It's one of the most magnificent stars I've ever seen.
Star, we'll see. The star followed me along all these years too. Believe it or not, the radiating star is one of the people's favorites. Don't know why, but you ask the crowd or ask somebody, what's your favorite piece? It's that radiating star. You do figure that one out yet. So this is our second house in Charlotte. Same thing, red, white, followed it all along. And there again, the Clark Griswold trying to cover the house with lights. And all the little trees, the queen of trees. I don't think he built them back then, did he? I know I built a few of them. But the nativity scene, you'll see those guys, they're still hanging out with me. And there's the little Dickens family still there. And just a little snippet of the live videos. See what it looks like. And this is back in the VHS days.
That's a lot of movement for the 80s, I mean, really.
Yeah.
On that a little bit, I actually used to try to get movement out of vacuum switches and little cams that do a vacuum switch back and forth. So I used to tinker with animation back then, even back then. So.
Motorized animation. Yeah.
I think that was my brother-in-law out there.
All those old record players did become valuable.
There's a star. Following it along all these years. Still the same. No, I don't think it's not the same. Yeah, the major thing. Yeah. Just trying to give you a little history. And this is our house in Cary, and I forgot to change that photo out to a better lesson. I was working on this at work and didn't have any other pictures with me. I meant to change this one out.
Where were you in Cary? Where?
We were off the Maynard and Chatham area.
Yeah.
But
Probably been here.
we've gotten up to around 50,000 lights at this time. Again, the entire house, that's just one side of the house. The front, back, and the side was all decorated. There's my Dickens family. And by then, the family made a little train back over here. And there's the trees. Now, you may have to move me or you want me. Because I can't see that I get back over there. And okay, then we decided the kids moved out. Nobody's going to the Cary High School no more, and me and the wife says, let's be Beverly Hills and get out of here. I'm showing you this because, people go out, they look for their house and say, I want granite countertops and 5 bedrooms and 2 stories. We look for the property. And while we only decorate this portion here, the entire lot's 1.5 acres. I do plan on moving, if I do this much longer. I plan on stretching out to the backyard first, which will give me another portion. I'm thinking about going all LEDs in the back just to keep them separate. And then maybe even go into the woods some. But anyway, we drove our real estate people crazy looking for this lot. And James, how many people have actually come out and seen the display? You have, yeah. The land is kind of laid out perfectly for a Christmas display because of the valleys and the hills. Because if I have 100,000 lights right in front of me, all to the house, we'll see just a big blur of lights. This gives you, with it being sloped and all, it kind of gives you you get to see each individual. Even Michael mentioned it in the show. You get to see each individual element. Whereas if you're looking straight onto it, you got to be real careful because things start running together.
You got to move your house back to that red side.
That's what I thought you were going to say. Well, underneath the house.
What I'd like to do is turn the property the other way because I think it's like 496 feet, and then I have a street 496 feet long that I got to
You do that by getting your neighbors to participate.
Well, actually, this one right here, she lets us use her yard as much as we want. They do. We didn't use hers much this year because the Great Lakes Fight was really particular about if it's not your property, you gotta go through another ton of documentation. So we stayed out of her yard this year, but I talked to her the other night at the grocery store and said, I'm going all LEDs on hers since I got about 70,000 LEDs now, just to see if I like it or not. So I'm gonna make hers LEDs. I'm like, there you go.
Could you put a pathway along the left side or something that people could walk back to see?
Actually, this driveway is open for the public. After the show, wasn't a whole lot of people getting out of their cars because we wouldn't let them, because we had traffic backed up from over a mile and blocking several neighborhoods. So at that point, no shows, and we were out there.
Yeah.
There were still people parking in other neighborhoods and walking down, but we allowed them to come all the way up the driveway, almost to the house, because there are certain things in the yard down here in this creek area that you can't see unless you do them. So the beginnings of our new house, 2007, this was, as you can see, there's not that much there. I think we had bumped it up to about 50,000. And when you start out with a new house, it's always fun. First off, how am I going to power, get power all the way out here? So you got a lot of new things to overcome. So that was our first year, 2007. Also I got this for Christmas, 2007. And before the Christmas decorations were down, we had that guy in Houston, the mega tree. That was my first one.
There's your heroin.
And this was this year's shot. So you can see, filled in the lights a little bit. And this, of course, you can't see the picture all of them at one time. And I'm going to just touch on some of the elements people like, wood cutouts. I showed you these back in the 80s. So these actually got a new paint job this year. They were getting a little rough, and being in the contest, wanted to make it the best I could. So actually my sister repainted these for me. I didn't have the time to do it. Got such short notice. I originally painted them. I carried them down to Charlotte and had my sister repaint them for me this year. The manger itself is made out of old wood crates that I broke apart years ago. It all flattens out. The slats on top of it, I use a little small air hammer with tiny nails. Each year I take all the roof off, put it into actually they're stored in a garbage can, and the rest of it's all screwed together. Takes about an hour to put it together. But it breaks down relatively small. We call this our Santa train. You can't see it in the picture, but it has all of our names on it. A couple other features. We have a few inflatables. We call this our snow hill back here. And we have a dolphin in the creek here, sailboat. And of course, the queen of trees. Front porch. The spiral tree was slated to be on the show. Didn't make it. It's actually a hybrid tree. It's got straight lines, it's got spirals, and it's got a light stacker. So it took 3 controllers to run this tree. And it took me quite a while to put it up since it's the first time I put it up.
What do you mean by a light stacker?
Light stacker. Happen to have one with me.
Oh, okay, we call those, well, we call them view meters, we call them fire sticks.
Yeah, light stacker sounds good too.
Light stacker, another good name for them,
Well,
yeah.
that's what I've always expected to do that here.
Right.
Just wrap the.
This one actually I used for my daughter's wedding, so some of the tubes that I got my steel in that I make my wireframes out of, I cut it up because they were going to be, this doesn't get used outside, I just grabbed it up yesterday. But you stack it, 8 of these together, and you make a light stacker. They store easy this way.
Yeah. I understand about the storage.
That's how I
They store real easy.
Star, there's 7 of those under the star.
That's how I do my leading arches.
Okay.
So,
That's right, your arches pieced together.
The framework for my leading arches is a 1/2 inch.
really cool
PVC.
effect. I'm actually working on half of these. I don't have my tree built. And I'm gonna put 8 peaky sets together and put them in little mini trees.
Also, the bases can look a little downhill.
Okay.
If I could do it on all of them, you better get started.
Yeah.
That ain't happening.
Just say
I
90.
probably have the LEDs to do because I've got a truckload of LEDs from Lowe's at a really good price because they overordered. Got a lot of little things. Our front porch. We love our rocking chair front porch. It looks really cool when you walk up on it. We got 5 Christmas trees up there. One of the things here, the shutters are made out of PVC. That's how I keep a lot of the lines straight. A lot of you guys do now with the RGBs and stuff. But I was making these PVC frames back early 90s or even before that, where I just make the frame, drill holes to it, stick the light through, keeps the lines nice and straight. I can decorate that whole front porch in like 30 minutes. The frame comes out, put it up.
What about doing holes with lights through it?
So that's one of the key things when you start getting expanding. You look at the fastest way you can build things, and sometimes there's just no way to make it faster. This is a view of the yard from the front porch. Of course, you see the bridge, you can see the creek. Still picture, you can't actually see the water flowing. We'll see that in a minute. Spiral tree back over here. And if we took away all my wife's hard work, there would be nothing out there. We wrap all the trees. That was something that if you've seen her, I don't know if it's showed in the early picture, but anytime I have a tree in my way, it gets wrapped.
What happens when you do get rain in that creek?
Actually, the lights do not sit in the creek. We actually build a foundation that raises it up off the top of it, and all the water goes underneath. Yeah, it takes that creek alone is a 2-man, 8-hour job between building the foundation and putting all the lights down. I actually covered that. It's actually, my neighbor has a big bamboo patch in his yard, and I'm welcome to all the bamboo I want. So basically, it's like a railroad track. I take bamboo, go across the creek part, and then on that I use a black irrigation pipe that uses the rails, and I staple the wires back and forth on the rails. So that gives, and then it's actually only 4 channels. I end up using 8 just to separate the power, but these are actually those energy saving incandescents, so they don't use a lot of power. But it's only 4 channels that I've got sequenced to make it look like the water is actually flowing. Because each 100 set of lights ends up filling up about this much space on the creek when you zigzag it back and forth. So you just make that little water look like it's flowing just using chase sequence, but you never turn the lights off. It's just a matter of
blue lights, or is it painted blue under the lights?
They're blue lights. In fact, that was something I don't like to think about. I had my son usually does the creek, and they came down the mountains, did the creek, him and his wife, took them all day. I plugged them in a couple of days later, and we're like, oh no. Typical blue light washout. They're all clear.
Faded, chipped, yeah.
I could have left it that way, but it just wasn't looking real good. So me and my daughter tore them all up and put them back down another 8 hours, 2 days.
Yeah, that happened to me this year. Now I'm worried about, because I have so many blue icicles all mounted to PVC pipe.
Have you ever painted lights?
The blue is just shot.
I tried, that was one of my things I tried before we gave them all up. I went and bought several different cans of spray, blue colored spray paint. Wasn't working. You can actually get stained glass paint if you got time to sit there and paint each. There's 5,000 lights there. I said, forget it. Ripped them up, went to Walmart, bought brand new ones, put them down. Looked really good for like while they were there, but by Christmas time, believe it or not, the Walmart lights started fading.
That's one of the reasons I switched to blue LEDs.
Yeah.
They don't fade.
Well, here's the first thing that people, because people do it. I do not mix LEDs and incandescents together. With the exception of those outline lights, they don't work.
LEDs seem to be so much more intense.
And to switch over this many lights to LEDs, I could, unless I just had tons of money laying around.
I understand that too. That's why I'm.
I could never save enough money in my electric bill. You know, people say, oh, your electric bill must be high. Our electric bill was our last, for December, $420, and $200 of that was normal.
Yeah, but they're not counting the $25,000-$30,000 you have in the show or more.
So there's no way I can replace it.
But that uses a lot of power.
I'll tell you, I may change over one day because after Christmas, I have been starting to buy LED lights.
We're gonna talk about rectification this afternoon, and I found that rectified blue LEDs, if you buy them commercially or make them yourself, they're pretty nice. Commercial advantage is they're sealed, and they'll last you for years and years.
I'm gonna flip through these pictures. Try to get out anyway. I like to. So we don't bore you to death. Just a different view, the creek going under the bridge, came there where. This is back out at the road, looking back towards the house. Down the side of the road, I got the line of, my wife calls them temperament trees. Those are actually, just meaning ones here, actually red and clear, and then I have a couple of 9-foot light trees under here. And some more wood cutouts in the back, Santa and sleigh. And we see them again. They've been, actually, these have never been repainted, and they're holding up really good. I don't know what I did to those. But this actually represents someone in everybody in the family. This was me, my wife. My son was born. My daughter was not born when I made these. I had to guess at her hair color and eye color. I got the hair color right. I did. And of course, the blood bolts. I got a ton of those all over the place. I like the nutcracker. Kmart actually sells blood bolts if anybody wants to look for some of these. That's where I bought these.
We've got a location where we get them wholesale.
Really?
Only certain times of the year though.
Just another view of the house, kind of walking around it. And, okay. Wait a minute. Okay. This is a real short video. I threw this together this week, and I didn't get the timing just right on putting the sound over. So bear with it. Just so you see what it looks like. This is one of the shows we did the contest with. Green Firefly. The lighted pathways, the lights are so low when you leave. I do have to replace bulbs every once in a while. Oh, it's also the possum traps.
I see the screen down there.
Now you gotta keep in mind that we got notified in July. I doubled my light controllers. So I had to do programming and put up the lights all at the same time. So it probably could have been done a lot better at given the time, but we picked a couple of pretty fast songs to be using. This makes life a little difficult.
When did they come? When was your show date for the display?
We'll go into that next. Try to get through it.
That is a massive amount of work for 6 people. Jeez.
Actually, 3 people. 3 of them only included because they were relatives and they didn't come out.
You gotta include it for family peace.
Me, my wife, and my daughter did the majority of this. like I said, the spiral tree did not make it into the show because I just flat ran out of time. I was pushing to the last minute on everything. Anyway. All right, the great Christmas light copy. Ask David. Misnomers. Anybody got something bad to say about the Christmas light fight?
Well, I brought one up and you hadn't given me the answer yet, but one of the things that was impressive watching on the show is he hits a button and the house came on, and I think the nativity was second.
No, actually I had four sections total.
Yeah, so whatever it was, I mean, the presentation on the show looked tremendous. I thought it really had impact.
In real life, it actually worked out that way. I mean, but I didn't what you're talking about is hiding over here. Everybody got to see Michael open his present. I've since torn down the podium because it just took up much space and it's really not decoration. But these were little buttons that he mashed to start the show. I planned on, I know I could have used Wide-O-Rama inputs and done it. And I'm working against time. So the other thing I was thinking about, and I even bought one and tested it, some 60 amp relays. I was going to press a button. That was going to require a lot of wiring and I didn't have time. So basically, when he pressed the button here, it sent a little, that data cable, ran all the way back to the side of the house, and everybody can tell on me now because people thought there was some magic going on. And it was like, I had another little panel similar to this, had LEDs on it. And when you pressed one, the little LED came on at the other end, and my son-in-law's father was back there and flipped the brakes on it.
Life-size animatronic.
It worked real good. My son-in-law, now believe it or not, I went through two people to do this. I mean, it was, you know, it's not a rocket science. You see the light come on, you flip these breakers on. Because most of them are mains, because they feed so fast. And so I went through, one guy bailed out on me. He's a little kid that used to help us decorate, but now he's a grown man and he don't help us no more. He lets somebody look at it. He said he would do it. He looked, and at the last moment he bailed on me. So I'm like, I call a friend of mine. He comes over one night to train him, and then we're talking like 2 nights before the reveal. And I don't know what's wrong with him, but he's not suitable, even though he's an IT guy, greatest guy in the world. I don't know what was going on, but somebody pressed the button. He could not figure out which. You're out.
Color
So I'm running out of people at this point. So son-in-law had never done it. He'd seen, you know, he'd kind of been around while we were doing the practices. And he said, and I had my daughter out at the road, and I said, you know, I had my own phone. Press 1. No, actually, I was out at the side of the road. Press 1. Press 2. Bam. You're hired. You know, it was perfect. But then the the producer wouldn't let me use him because he needed to be out on the side of the road. I'm like, okay, I think it might have been Scott that suggested his father. So his father came out. We crash trained him. He did real good. 1, 2, 3, 4, play show. Me and Michael stood there waiting for the lights to play. You know, all it was just a matter of hitting the play button on the sequencer. Yeah. I know at least, probably it felt like a minute, but maybe it was only like 10, 15 seconds. But finally, Michael likes, is there something wrong? And I'm like, no, it's queuing up.
Your secret is safe.
No, that was broadcast.
I have a little magnetic switch. There was actually 6 things that went on all together. This little magnetic switch, when he opened the present, that sent an LED signal to him. He was turned on all the strobes because we want, and when you look at our house with all the lights out, it's nothing but pitch dark. I mean, you don't even see the house. Okay, so we had LEDs all throughout the trees, and And, you know, when you opened it, they didn't show this on the show. You released a little Christmas magic. Christmas, and yeah, we had the strobes as soon as you opened the present. So you had nothing but strobes off in the distance flashing there. So that was the other little switch. Anyway. The secret, the cat is out of the bag.
We thought you wired those switches out because you know you have the contacts on right around to do that. And I thought, wow, what a lot of wiring.
Well, I could have done that. The easier route probably would, like I said, I bought some relays that all I had to do was send, I think it was 12 volts to it or something, and then we flipped on a whole 60 amps. So, I mean, but I would have had to do that like 6 different places.
$5 on a 6-pack, you could hire the guy every night.
Cup of coffee and an umbrella was all it required.
I want to just clear up a few things. First off, being on the show was the greatest experience of our life. This is the production crew that came out. Actually, this was not the first crew that came out. The majority of them are the same, but a couple of them got reassigned. Camera guy, assistant to the camera. He was the coordinator. He's the one you want to get real good with at the end of the show. If this is the crew you get. He was the sound guy and the best girl in the world. She's the one that won the money for us. She was the local producer. Marcy Walton is her name. And they were the ones that came out the first day. We wrote down, trying to get to this pretty quick. First day was September 29th, right? They had told us we could go ahead and start putting. They were a whole lot more lenient with the amount of time you had this year. Last year was strictly 21 days, all you had. I think they had to bend that some because some of the people said they just can't do it that amount of time. So they said a minimum of 25 days, which means that you could have started on it from the time they called you and told you. And on the show, they just didn't want you to have complete when they came out for the first day. We were too busy getting things prepped, the yard, cleaning, repainting the bridge, to even start about worry about Christmas. So when the first day they came out, it was raining all day long. So they had me out kind of walking around saying where things were going to go and what we were going to do here and there. And then we spent hours sitting in our living room doing interviews. So one of the misnomers I want to address is a lot of people on the Facebook pages groups that I read, they complain about, well, why don't they show all the behind the scenes stuff that y'all are doing here today? Well, when they come out and do the filming, they do that. But it doesn't, the editors, I mean, you got to remember, it's a reality show. You got to keep the action going, no one home for you. So they do that. It just doesn't always hit the show. They've only got, I looked it back over our episode. They gave us, each of us, about 10 minutes. I think I got the longest slot, probably for a reason. But so you can't do but just so much in 10 minutes. 5 minutes of that is the judge coming out and doing a review. So you can either make this into like some kind of long series and we could go over, hey, how we make the pinwheel, how do we,
Do they have it available?
You're not going to get a lot of viewers. You've got to keep that action going.
Yeah. Maybe broadcast television is one thing, how-to documentaries are another. Do they have the how-tos someplace?
They did a lot of the how-tos, but they never hit. Some of the how-tos would hit. I mean, if you watch it, occasionally you'll watch them do certain things, but it's usually all staged.
Yeah,
I mean, like
you're looking for audience share, and the how-tos don't get.
They want to know. I mean, they want to know this stuff. When you apply, they want to know this stuff. If you submit them a video, they want to see this stuff. That's how you can get on the show. You might not get to show that to the world, but that's one of the ways you can get on there, because they want to see the work that goes behind it. Greatest crew in the world. If you get on the show, that's the crew you want.
You also want to make sure you didn't hire somebody to do it for you.
There were time-lapse cameras set up in 2 locations to verify whether we did it or someone else participated. And if they did participate, everyone had to go through background checks, and there's severe background checks, criminal, civil, residency from the time you were 18.
Lot of paperwork,
You don't just walk on and start decorating without going through stacks and stacks of contracts.
Once you're done, they even say, oh, the lawyer writes you, oh, last name before you get to turn loose to do what you're here to do. It was a lot of work to get there. I think I'll go over that. You posted this on the site. I'm gonna just play it though because I like it. I didn't realize until last night that you had posted it on Carolina Christmas site. But anyway, nope, that was not the one I wanted to do. Sorry.
You can do that one, dude.
Just some indoor shots. They'll come invade your house, rearrange your furniture for you. Camera guy, you were sitting there staging up there.
Now, mind you, on the day of the filming, our neighbors were unbeknownst what the heck was going on. They saw 3 black vans pull up.
Wait,
They
you have to
pulled
keep
out
all this
windows
secret.
and doors.
You
We
can't.
never said anything to our neighbors about what was going on because we couldn't contractually.
No,
Our
it's-
neighbors thought that either there had been a funeral, someone had died, or they would come in to tell us someone had gone off to war. So that if you get into this situation, rumors will go round, and you will get so much entertainment about what people think's going on, and you can't say a thing.
Here you can see it was raining their first day out. We didn't have any decorations out. They're out staging some shots, and I was actually the sound guy at the time. This guy actually is local. What was his name, Alan? Maybe they hired him locally. He's a freelancer. He was just there going to get us some food. That was the only bad thing I disliked about these folks from California. Every one of them, union. Clock struck lunchtime. They were out of there, buddy. They said they were going to be there at 11 o'clock. They were there at 11 o'clock. But when lunchtime come around, oh, we're union. Really? Come on, it's going to rain in an hour. If you do it now. Whatever. Union. That was the only great crew. This was actually the night of the reveal. The crew doubled in size the night of the reveal. This guy here is actually local. I wish I'd got a picture of his face. I probably do, but not this one. He's actually a jib operator. He's from Cary. Anybody know a jib operator? Looks like the back of this guy. He actually lives in Cary. I was amazed at all the equipment he fit in one little truck. Now, again, the cameraman, his assistant. This was a new cameraman that came out the second on the night of the reveal. If you want to do this, you're going to make sure that you have a place for them to unpack because they bring carloads full of the equipment. We don't have a 2-car garage, but most people will let them use their garage to set up. We did have a nice little screen in back porch, and that's kind of where they unpack all their stuff. And here's the producer. Again, this is the guy you want to know well. I'm not going to explain why, because that would be bad. Kim liked him, though. Let's figure that out. Here's the jib thing. Now, it's sort of a drone. You can get your hands on one of these things. I actually watched them use this thing when they were just out doing just taping without, just taping the lights. And they had this up in my driveway, and he'd take it across the front yard and up over top. And gorgeous shots, just like you probably see on a drone. But I actually looked into it. You can actually make something similar to this. It just gives a whole new dimension to doing your filming. If you're doing your own taping, you can actually make one of these. Probably not this big, but you can make some shorter ones that add a little motion to your taping. And Michael's a pretty good guy. Once he warms up to you, knows what you're about. How many people have Michael Maloney in their house? Maybe you don't care to, but he's a pretty famous guy. So he was a great guy. He wasn't snobbish or anything. We how the union breaks are, or between shots or whatever. You come in the house and give him something to drink, in the bathroom, whatever. But we had a great time. He posed for pictures with all of us. And, oh yeah, we have a neighbor that's just goo-goo eyes over Michael for some reason.
The wife or the husband?
Okay, I wasn't going there. I'll ask you that for some reason.
And definitely the wife is allowed to keep the picture of her and him on her phone only because of his gender specific leading nature.
Yeah.
But we surprised her. We were asked,
you know, the night of the reveal, you know, getting things set up, Michael was gonna drive in, and they needed a place to keep him, until it was time for him to come down the road. So, we called her our, PR person, because we needed to get a crowd together. We didn't have time to walk the neighborhood and get the crowd, because we couldn't post anything on Facebook, so we had to actually go to, you know, speak to people directly, couldn't post anything. So we got her to get our crowd together.
Now, mind you, at this point, she did not know what show we were appearing on. Therefore, she could not tell anyone what show we were appearing on. No one knew what show they were actually appearing on as the crowd scene until they signed the release to say that they would be on the Great Christmas Light Fight, because it was on that release. We were still bound after the filming of the reveal. We were not allowed to tell anyone what show.
Anybody that came.
So even the neighbors that stood outside for the reveal were signed?
They had to be signed to appear on the TV show.
Anybody that's can possibly be on the screen has to have signed.
Yes, yes, and children had to have
Yeah.
releases from their parents. We couldn't have a neighborhood kid wander into the shot without their parents' permission.
Oh my goodness, even though we said no logos on your shirts, anything like that, I had people coming down with logos. Even my boss came down, I'm like, dude, I told you. Turn it on side out, because you know, ABC's a big company, everybody wants to sue them. So, you know, we can't have this on your shirt, because somebody goes, hey, you can't do that.
Yeah.
That's why they don't tell you up front either.
And, you know, all of a sudden, the ABC has to pay them $1 million to shut up.
Yeah,
So,
even when I returned to work after the reveal, I was still bound contractually. There's still some things that we're bound to for one calendar year after our show aired that we're not allowed to talk about, we're not allowed to discuss, which is fine. We knew that going in. But I couldn't tell my coworkers what the name of the show was. So fortunately, one of my coworkers and her family came out for the reveal. And they're like, well, what's the name of the show? What's the name of the show? I had to direct everyone to that coworker. We were not allowed to tell the public what the name of the show was till Thanksgiving.
how much time can I go over? So,
Did you guys know, when he came to give you the trophy, did you actually know what was going on?
No, we did
No.
not.
It was.
we think this is a minute.
What can you say?
We're gonna find out a lot more next year.
We were told to be at home that night.
Okay. So you knew something was up, but
Or maybe everybody was that was in that.
I'm leaving it at it.
And because it had rained the night of the reveal twice, we were under the guise that maybe there were things that they had not photographed. And that maybe they were coming out to get shots that were crucial for the layout of the show. And they don't just come up on your property, everyone has to be there if you've been part of the show. So it seemed a little odd that we had a call back, but then, you know, upon reflection, we knew that it had rained a lot, so we figured that's probably what they were coming to do.
Yeah,
But
we really can't say what they told us, because.
Yeah.
Just can't.
Well, it's probably the rules for how to run their.
I will
club.
tell you this,
That
we
private.
were not told that they were coming back to tell us who won.
Correct. So the reaction that you saw about us winning, that was 100% genuine. We did not know until the moment that those words came out of his mouth. So what you saw was actual. That was not staged, that was not, okay.
Yeah, they had to use the first one, because by the third one, they was kind of, you know, it's really hard to get excited a third time.
Now, they did do multiple takes of us winning because they wanted it from over his shoulder, over our shoulder, but the first reaction, which is the one that made the show, is 100% genuine.
So don't worry about running over, because the afternoon stuff is not individuals, so they're all short little things, so we'll make it up after lunch.
You actually played it, had this posted, I didn't realize it, but.
Yeah, but I like this, I think that.
I don't know why this sound is
This
disappeared.
It's muted on the player itself.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
just on the video player. On your.
Yeah, but it wasn't very loud.
They generated this in
Oh,
our
sorry.
lifetime.
I'm gonna restart this.
Yeah. I think that this thing showed how meticulous you have to be to have a really beautiful, perfect display.
I like them all, I like them, but it takes a lot of
Just
experience.
remember, yeah, I sounded like I had a big ego, If you're in this to win it, you better have a big AR.
Absolutely. It consists of 15 wireframes that we made in one of our best features of the yard.
We want to knock their stockings off. We want them to see things they've never seen before. We want them to walk away with a memory that is going to last a lifetime. It's got to be fixed. Everything's got to be.
This was all
All I
staged.
can say is, if you're trying to beat us out,
It's perfect.
you better know how to put it on.
That's where the energy came in real good. There was about a 10-second delay between there.
Wow, this is fantastic. So there's the program, there's the music playing. It seems like this party needs a conductor. This is a huge piece of property. I don't know what.
Well, none of that was staged. This was all, I mean, we had to do repeats of some of the
Really
stuff.
well executed.
Sorry, I know by this time next year I'll be forgotten about, so I have to relive it every once in a while. Oh, so we're getting to the short roads now. Oh, Etch a Sketch. Remember I saying you guys are doing some great things with RGBs. I want to be different. So my thing that I'm working on now, we really haven't spent a lot of time on it because I've been busy at work and everything else. I got thinking, I don't really like the matrices where they don't do good enough resolution, and where you just have kind of the Pong effect. Anybody remember the Pong game where you get these square figures? So anyway, I want to do something a little different with RGB. So I'm going to make me a grid, hopefully, when I win a lottery or borrow some money from my kids. It's going to take me about 6,000 RGBs to get halfway decent resolution on my roof. And I'm going to make it interactive. I'm going to actually try to get one of these and tear it apart. I'm going to put some analog controllers down here. And they're going to do Etch a Sketch on my roof. Well, that'd be pretty cool, because we have a lot of people get out of the cars and they like the internet, and people like the interactive stuff. So when they turn these little dials, it's actually going to draw what they're drawing on the roof, like a big Etch a Sketch. And how am I going to do that? People say, oh, you can't do much with them, but I got news for you. A lot of you might not be. If you like to tinker, and you have some knowledge of C programming, I can control 5,000 pixels off this one little thing. No DMX universes, no anything. And I can do that with this little guy right there. Arduino Uno. Now, seeing the teensy that people might have even more RGBs than that. So I haven't really decided which way I'm going. This is actually, I got a shield on top of it, so the Arduino is actually this little guy right here. Now, if you want to get into playing with these guys, you kind of have to, like I said, they have a lot of built-in libraries, a lot of demo stuff. If you have any knowledge of C programming, then you can probably get into it. Because you do actually, it's kind of what you're doing with Vixen or something else, but you're in a lower level. You're using their software to manipulate what this ends up doing, or what your controllers end up doing. So you're working. You're not constrained to what that software program. Somebody posted a comment. Oh, well, that's just the one. Scan the one. No, it isn't. This thing has inputs. You can send data to it, tell it what to do.
And the networking is not much load at all. I think your bigger challenge is going to be getting power distribution throughout that whole matrix. And
Data signal will be, it's all in the works.
Yeah.
It may not work at all. The data signal is, I'm not worried about the power. The power, you're going to have to inject power into it anyway. So,
yeah.
as long as I get that data signal carried all up through one, each one, I'll be okay.
And a relay system or some type, I don't know which type, but might let you take traditional controllers so that you can run your Etch-a-Sketch, but at the same time, you can cut it over to a network, and now it's on Light-A-Rama, and you can do
Right.
effects across.
That's what I want to do, is some type of interrupt, you know, when they're not, when nobody's using it, then it will be doing something else for me, and then have an interrupt. It says, okay, this guy wants to take control of me, and
You only have data in ground to worry about if you've got it.
it's still all up here, sort of. I do have my background, I didn't mention, I'm an IT manager for a small company. I've been doing, I actually started writing programs back in Commodore 64 days. So programming, I went towards programming, went into hardware, and got a degree in hardware or networking technologies, and then finished my degree in software. So I got a little bit of software programming background. So it's really not, unless you just like to tinker and learn something new, probably not the route you want to go. But these little guys are powerful. If you just look up, use Google search using our Arduino to control RGBs, you'll find some amazing things. Seen something yesterday that I really like. They have a grid of RGBs, and they put sensors along the side of each one of them. As you move your hand over it, that infrared sensor picks it up, and the light's underneath it. And this one guy has like an 8-foot longboard. You can walk in front of it. The lights would come on right beside you as you walk by, or you put your hands up. That was pretty cool. All done with one of these little guys.
6,000 6,000 pixels, right?
Yeah, I posted that on.
But what's the dimensions? 6,000 over what?
Oh,
Where's your shot?
It's from height, the up and down, vertical would be 22 feet, 45 feet wide.
6-inch spacing or
About
4-inch?
6-inch spacing. But you gotta remember, it's almost 200 feet off the road, so you're gonna get pretty good resolution.
Well, the only problem I see is when you have to take it and shake it like this.
No, because that's what I want to do. You gotta remember, when you're programming this yourself, you're not constrained to what the software tells you can do. You're writing the software for it. So I can put another little sensor in there. It's and it goes, and it just clears it all off for me. And I want this mode buttons like, preset Santa, preset, where they push some button on Santa's face. Now, when I get real fancy, what I want to do is put a video camera out there, and when they take a picture of it, the picture gets on my roof. So that's my plan for RGB. Shooting stars. A lot of questions about my shooting stars. We can look at these a little later too. Some people say, why reinvent the wheel when Daryl Brown has his own. Daryl Brown has his own that don't look nothing like that. His are a little bit larger, has a lot shorter tails, and it only flies one direction. The way I weld mine together, if one year I wanted the lights to be on facing this way, it means that star should fly that way because obviously the trail needs to be behind it. But next year I'm like, I moved somewhere else, it's not going to work that way. It works both ways, so you're not having to restrain. Daryl Brown's does not do that.
It's like also if you put 2 channels per star and wired the tails separately, or 3 per star, you wire the tail on both sides, but you can have it fly one way with the tail and then turn the tails off to fly the other way.
That's not it. So when you posted that, I was like, how are you going to do that? But, the key thing about, I see a lot of people buy his little, I think they come 8 to the kit, and they'll space them 10 feet apart or something. And then all you have is a star that just
whips across, yeah.
These guys need to be really close together to give you that illusion of flying. Even his needs to be really close together. Because the eye, you can trick the eye only up to a certain point. And when I chase these, when they're like this, and these are, James, he's got 10 nice shining new ones. He came over one weekend and he wanted to learn a little bit about it.
And what Dennis just said, though, you make your tails separate from your stars, and you have it fly both ways. back and forth, bouncing back and forth.
You have to put a star on the other side.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you have to put your little explosion area on both sides. You know, you double your channel.
You do that.
And you could build it on both sides, and then you have to wire 3 channels to start to have the tails as separate channels.
I think the Renard drove by is still going on, Do It Yourself Christmas. It's about $100 for 24 channels.
That's these in the box down here.
Okay.
There's 75 for the kits on the boards. And
Yeah,
but you end
I'm
up
also
spending
throwing
about
in
100.
the plugs, the
Yeah.
case, and things like that.
What is the wire gauge?
You want these as light as can be, I mean, because you're gonna hang these from a cable.
Right.
And even though they're, if you use 4-inch steel, it's just gonna have weight to it.
Right.
These things don't need, these are only 3/16.
Okay.
So
Because they don't need, to- I mean, they're not doing anything. You're hanging them, so they never hold anything except for, so why not keep them light as possible? They do sell the 3/16 clips to go on.
Yes, what is it, 3/16 a quarter or the 2/4 clip?
Yeah, and they make 8-inch ones. I've also made this one for some of my old wire frame stuff. These are 3/16 splits. At the time, I didn't know they had black. Or they didn't have black when I bought these. Yes.
Yeah, yes.
And 3/16
3/16 or quarter-inch clips.
Maybe a little later on, I'm going to demonstrate a couple of things. We'll touch on this and then everybody can eat their lunch. This is my jig that I use to, handmade jig that I use to bend the stars. James watched me do it. Since I was describing to him how it's done, it took me a little longer, but I can bend the star in a matter of 4 minutes. I brought my little table, bought some steel. Anybody interested in watching how a jig works?
yes,
We'll get together. I guess we're gonna have time for people to get together a little later. We'll show them how to do the star. The rest of the pieces are all straight pieces.
You bend the eyes on the hanger?
The eyes, you can do that a couple of ways. If you have a torch, you can actually keep the steel up, flatten it down, and drill a hole through it. That's the easiest way. These are just washers welded on the ends.
Okay.
I've actually heated it up red hot before, beat the steel down, gives it a little flat area, you can drill a hole right through it. I didn't try it that way.
Makes it thin though.
Yeah, I think you'd be all right, Dave. Like I said, it's not that much weight.
wash it dry faster.
Real quick, lively. That's a couple of things. My goal in life is to get everybody off of the tomato cage trees and give them back to tomatoes. So
That's what I was trying to do with that little
Sorry.
PVC green one over there is get to the standard, but I love your.
this guy you can make, what I've done here is it's a piece of 1/4-inch steel. Got 8-inch, 2-inch long, 8-inch pieces of rod that I've welded onto the edge and so you can bend them over. And if you don't have a welder, don't have the tools to do it, I also made a nice little guy here. These are just the bases for the trees. She used to build them the old-fashioned way. But you don't have the bases, which actually, oh yeah, I wanted me to mention the sticks. Everybody wants to know about the sticks.
And
She
all the
used to
trees
do it
we
the
showed,
old-fashioned way,
yeah, were built the old-fashioned way.
where she actually takes the stick, measures out from the center pole, and uses a spike to push into the ground to hold the wire in place. Then she'll use the other stick to give her her distance that she needs to go over. So it's kind of like that's the distance. It's not the right stick for this tree, but that gives you the spacing between the lines. So she hand built, used the length of the stick out from the center of the pole, come down, but I'm gonna make her life a little easier. I think I'm gonna make her a bunch of the plastic ones since they're so easy to make. The big thing about this is everybody's problem has storage issues, right?
Yeah.
Well, if I can take those 2 tomato cage trees there, I would say about that same amount of space I store 100. Seriously. I haven't made 100 of these. It's going to take a little bit of space, but they flatten down. All you have afterwards is a set of lights, a pole. This will be a center pole, And we'll build one of these later on, see? Everybody see how it's done. That's the center pole, then the lights just go up and down across it. Put as many lights as you want to on.
Yeah. But that doesn't necessarily work so well with pixels.
Right. You're old fashioned like some of us.
Yes, I understand.
Decent.
Then you use some of the straps or something to make the lines with pixels in. James, Paul got some from one of the guys at the RYC, now I'm thinking is PVC strips that you can literally attach to the top of the pole, attach to the bottom of the pole. Paul holes up in the back. You can cut them whatever. Each one of those 8 strips is about $1.50, I think.
This is a little jig I showed you for bending the star. And questions? Hey, let me take up too much extra time. Any questions? Anything?
I had one that I think I still don't know what date did they tell you to start and what date was your actual reveal?
Well, I'll go over that real quick. We first got notified late July that we were in contest. It was not before her wedding.
Although we actually gone through, we jumped through all the hoops and filled out.
Yeah, I didn't cover all that.
Yeah.
Let me just cover that real quick, like from the beginning. Of course, you have to apply. You watch the show, it says, hey, go to ABC and apply. We did. We got called back. Hey, can you put a video together? We got sick for a week. And then it was the first year in a long time we never even touched our Christmas lights until middle of January, but we got really sick. We didn't feel like doing the video. And I wrote her back a week or so later, said, hey, we've been sick, didn't get a chance to get the video. Are you still wanting us to send you one? Oh, no, we got all the contestants we want. Okay, no big deal. No big deal. But a month later, 2 months later, got another call. Do y'all want to be in the Christmas light night? I'm like, well, we tried, but y'all said y'all were all finished. So we went. This little woman was nice enough. She actually did a Skype, and she did an interview with us. And I sent them some of the other videos I had. And I think they used different casting companies or something, but this woman walked us through it. We did videos. I did even though we were doing Skype, I actually did a high definition video at the same time and sent it to her. So she sent it to some editors, which put together the video for us and submitted it to them. And then it was a wait and see game. And I had another person from casting. And every time it was the same area code and all, but it was never the same company. It didn't seem like. She says, are y'all interested in being in the Great Light Fighter? I'm like, yeah, well, we've done this like 3 times. And she said, well, I don't know if they were just filling you out to see if you really wanted to be in it or what. She said, can you send me this? Can you send me this? So we sent that and didn't hear a thing back. July calls up, I get home from work and I'm like, hey, this is so-and-so from the Great Christmas Light Fight. I got some news for you. And I'm like, by this time, I'm like, yeah, all right. She says, you're going to be in the show. And I'm pretty sure it was late July, because it didn't give us any time. We're going to send you, and I'm like, I didn't even scream or anything. I was just like, aren't you excited? I'm like, well, it's like the boy who cried wolf. I've heard it from you guys so many times now, I don't know whether to believe it or not. So anyway, getting to when they first came out, we got in the show. That's when they start the application process. Starts you out with a ton of paperwork. Then they send you a whole new 1,000 pages of documents.
Non-disclosure agreements, etc. Yeah.
So that was great. We went through all that, doing the background checks and doing this and doing that. And so they told us, it's kind of some dates. I think they said we're going to start filming August 11th. It was in July or something. Fortunately, we were one of the last episodes, so they didn't actually get to. The first day of shooting was August 27th or 29th, and that was with nothing up. They just came out and did interviews. They spent one day. Then they said, okay, get your lights up. So the clock was ticking. We had from then till our reveal night was October 29th. They were going to be back on the 28th.
Screwed up your holiday. About 8 weeks then, right?
September, October, it was just barely 4 weeks.
Screwed up your Halloween, okay.
No, we had fun on Halloween.
Yeah, we had the Christmas lights on. for
Yeah.
Halloween. Kids loved it, best kids we've ever had, and we've been there.
So did your show have to go dark after the reveal?
That was
We
our
did.
decision.
Until when?
That was our decision.
Oh,
I mean,
And we normally don't illuminate till Thanksgiving night.
okay.
So
during
we
those
would-
3 days of filming, I probably had them lights on longer than I had them on the entire Christmas season, because we were shooting till 3 and 4 in the morning.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
We did illuminate them on Halloween. I thought it was a trick, everybody thought it was a treat. But we did inform everybody we were going dark until our normal illumination night of Thanksgiving. We did a couple of just burns here and there to make sure the squirrels hadn't chewed up stuff and things hadn't, being out in the weather and having to be out in the weather at higher temperatures than they were used to. We did all testing from now, but it was nothing more than cutting them off for a few minutes to make sure everything was still functional.
No wonder your screen faded.
Actually, I really hate it, because it's in reality, some of my wood fit outs spent 3 seasons this year, and I can tell it on some of them.
Now, you were saying that it was wet, right? Portions of this, it was raining.
It was raining on the first day that they came out and filmed. It was raining on reveal night.
Now, do you use DFI?
I'm not saying that on the ground, being intimidating.
So if you didn't use them, you didn't have any trouble.
Exactly, we did not use DFIs, you are right.
If you don't use.
If you want to run your lights during a reveal, you do not use DFIs. We don't run our lights when it's raining at all. People who ride by at night, pissed off. Not everybody looks at Facebook or our website. So people drive all the way out there, their lights are off if it's raining. If it starts raining, I'll cut them off when I'm in the middle of people being. I'm not going to electrocute them.
We also don't allow the general public to gain access to our yard itself. We restrict everyone to the front of the house or up the driveway to the end of the archways. With safety reasons, the pathways are nice and inviting. Unless you're a VIP, you're not allowed in our yard for our safety and for yours.
Yeah.
Because
I'm the
those
same
hills
way.
are steep, and if it has been raining or anything, there is a chance that someone can slip and fall.
We spend most of our time outside when there's people there, so
Because our kids actually are the benefactors of the prize money after our wonderful uncle
Beware.
gets his part.
Beware the, I wanted more traffic.
You will.
Fortunately, we were on the 22nd, so it wasn't until it rained, no?
Yeah,
It didn't rain that night.
It rained the next.
It rained the next night. So fortunately, we had a little break, but that night, after that, I mean, we literally had cars lined up for miles.
Yeah.
How's your neighbor?
We had one neighbor that, she wasn't happy. She doesn't even own the house.
Yeah, her mother supports it, but she was an emotional teenager.
Our neighbors have been fine with us. Had they had to deal with that traffic for a month, if we'd been on the December 9th show or whatever, they would not be happy with us, because they were actually blocking access to several neighborhoods because we're all two-lane roads.
I have two real quick questions. How many years had you been doing that in that house?
7.
7 years in that house?
Yeah.
And the second question is, how many amp service do you have?
200.
You're running all that on 200 amp service. And how many distribution, you're not running everything from the main board?
No, I got 4 sub.
And what people don't realize is even with the display this size, we don't run the 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
We must also add that no cooking, the heat pump is turned off, the neighbor's lights flash.
Yeah, so I mean, we can move the microwave and coffee makers.
My power meter hums to the music. But if you're just getting into this and you started out with LEDs, just think how big you can grow it and never even touch a 200 amp service.
We started with this amount of power. Okay, yes.
So
Whatever they have.
we should try to get started on lunch. Hopefully we can do lunch in about a half hour. We're gonna do a drone group picture at the tail end of lunch. And so, well, hopefully everybody can be in on that. The drone will be up, it'll be a full shot. You can kind of look up there and you'll be in it.
Thank you.
So, thanks. Let's go ahead and get whatever food you have. If you have hot food, just set out. Start again onto that area here. Do the best we can to keep it to a half hour or 40 minutes or something to take pictures. Awesome detail, Wayne. Thank you. That's good stuff to have too.
I didn't know what the bill of an hour. I figured if nobody really knew me, it was time to get to know.
Oh, yeah.
Like 3 people raised their hand even.
You're right, you see different things between the show and the personalities, and this was a fight, they wanted that. They wanted you to watch out. To get you guys, I like that.
I don't know if you remember the details of it, but right when in the show, when they went across the map and showed the map of Clayton, North Carolina, the first thing they showed was me. I'm Blake Fuller from Clayton, North Carolina, and then they zoomed out and said, "We're here, you're looking for a light fight, I'll let you hold my candy canes, staples." That was my idea, my setup for you. The producer was like, "You didn't really make me time to go along this." Yes, I think you most certainly can. Okay, photo ops.
It's just like blood now.
Sir?
I want to see his,
Movie star. They kick all the time. I don't do GFI.
Let me ask you, the river,
Yeah.
that's nothing but blue rice, right? So what, are you just
Stays on all the ways at 50%, then I ramp it up to 100%, I think. Always on at 50, but I do a chase with ramping up to 100. So it gives you the effect of
yeah, that's what I thought.
Nice and proud.
Oh, really?
Not helping.
Hey, Kim, go pull your fruits out of that so people know that. Sure. Yeah, that's great, but I want you to do it. You can hold it too.
That's so my kids and I, go to your house. Yeah, you would want it.
Oh, no!
Oh, tell me, it's good.
That was not the trophy.
That's what I thought it was.
You would have heard me crying. Sure, you got a piece on the inside of it that helps.
Yep. Should ask you. Thank you.
It was a fun time. We won't ever be able to top it, I'll put it that way.
What is it, Denny's box of Menards?
I don't think he's mentioned the passport. Is that the
Yeah, I do holes first.
Yeah, because I was wondering why you guys didn't get like light cut over and back and everything.
If you just over, you could actually solve notches all the way up on both sides. I got things all.
I don't know, I think there's a steel bar right now.
In reality, I mean, the wood is just a teeny ground. And I would make some type of stake in this small hole.
Now, you know, I still get to wear my crown. I'm still the queen. I don't care if you try to retire. You're not happy about
You
it.
need some type of stake.
Don't wait on the couch.
Fit into there.
That might not be a bad thing.
Probably if you should be far from this than a pipe. Normally my pipes are thin wall, this was. Yeah. I use a little bit hard for thin wall. You can get the surveyor stakes that are about that wide. You drive it into the ground, you right over the stove, then you take this guy and use 10 stakes or something and hold it to the ground. And then you just your wires up over and directly over, come over one, come back up. And 10 minutes later, you have a complete tree that does not look like it's made of glass.
And it has to
Over,
be a
and
level
then
ground.
you're going the other way.
Come back over, go over one, take a loop, come back up.
What are the clips that are on the, is that just like an escaping tool?
No, it's 14 gauge galvanized wire. There's this one. When you do, you put it on the ground. And I came up with this idea. You really don't want to drill a straight hole through this pipe, since it is a thin as this. We're about 3/4 make it. That's what I plan on doing. Instead of making 100 of these, I can make 100 of those a lot easier.
How many times was it on the couch ramp?
You're basically going to put this on the ground.
Put that, put it over top.
Use about 6 of these around it. Drive this on the ground, that holds it down.
Just like you're ready here, and then you do the same thing here. You just put the wires around and then put your cross. You have to figure out your center on this one. But I've been some kind of that shit inside. That shows you where your mark needs to be. Put your mark, put the hole in. So yeah, I was looking at easy then with this regular. Like I said, it comes in a roll of 100 feet, 14 gauge. Okay. Yeah, I just cut 4 inches off of it. This one here. Yeah. First you like to do is put it right here, stick it through, and then I just take my hand against small finger and take it right around. And keep it falling out.
The one thing though, if you use this method, you're gonna have to be very careful with the tension of the lines. Because if you start, and the old fashioned trees, I always take a level and make sure that my pole stays level.
Well, you
every
still would
line
have,
by
you
line.
still would have to level this pole.
Right.
In the center, because if not, if you don't level this, she uses the actual level only for the first couple of rounds, because once you got. Right. It's hard to. Honestly, if I come by and see trees that have a whole wind like this, don't be angry, because we call that leaves out of the trees.
And so when you're pulling the lines here, you're just gonna have to keep your hold on to where you want
This is just a little half-inch fitting. Actually, if it was this long, I cut it in half, so I can make 2 out of this, just run it straight. Just break this is actually irrigation pipe.
Because building the old.
I looked at the price yesterday, 100 feet for $15. Maybe how many feet is that around? On this particular one, I've essentially made a 90-inch radius or a 90-inch circumference, so I can go 5.
Just want to know how you have.
It's just got a small, they got a little, the fitting that, yeah, but I cut it, because the one like this long, I didn't want to straighten it, so I cut it half. I put screws in. Now, I haven't actually tried these in reality. They're good, yeah, if you pull up on the wire, that's why I said you probably have to attach it about 6 places to the ground. Because if you pull up on the wire too much, it's no flex, it's not gonna show. If you pull it enough, I'm sure it'll work. The only key thing is, this is steel, it's not gonna bend. These are fantastic. Well,
Now, the old fashioned trees are in the show.
I had a gift off of them.
These have never been put into display, so we don't know how they're gonna look.
You don't even need to use these. My wife is saying, yeah, it's gotta be.
Perfect.
Yeah. When she starts building her trees, this is what she sees. Hold it up. When she comes out, that's what she sees.
There's a stake in the ground and then.
But no base.
Nothing.
What she does is she takes a string of lights, and we have these little spikes about this long that has a hook on it, just like that right there. And she pushes it into the ground to hold the wire. She comes up over it, she uses these little sticks to measure it out.
And it depends on the spacing of the light bulbs, because not every manufacturer spaces their light bulbs.
She'll use the spike to hold them in the ground
So it
here.
depends on how tall the tree is, and the spacing of the light itself is, as to what set of sticks they use.
And then, once she's got it in the ground over here, she'll put a spike in the ground, hold the wire here. She'll measure it across to that point, put a spike in the ground, hold the wire there, come back across, so it's
And then
doing it all the way
make
around.
sure that I'm
You don't even need this. I'm only doing it because we have nothing but rocks in our yard. She spends all day long, thinking about 15 minutes of trees in an old fashioned way.
I gotta do that because my yard originally has a quarter, about a half inch of it, it'd be a whole bunch of water on it. Very soggy.
Wow.
So that's why I do the phase three, just so I go down to about 2 inches above the ground.
Well, if you get your spokes long enough, and you can't.
So I'm really thinking about doing the circle like that. Actually, raise it up high.
These have not been, they're private sites that have not been into this. So once he gets them perfected, I'm not gonna have them.
Maybe we have some money.
Me too.
My problem is, so my problem is that my two poles that go together already have a threading for, thread already. So I'm not sure how this thing works. So basically, the way I do mine is that I have, so my top part already has the threads. So basically, I just have a star that goes right on top. So that's where the star goes. So, but now what I want to do is that, what I learned this year again is that I can't do a 20-foot. I need to pull the lights here and pull them up. Is what I do. And I'm yeah, my dog wires are low. Well, I was shocked that I'm taking mine down in January, and what we had those wicked storms that came through like 60 miles an hour. I saw my news, I literally saw my tree, just a little bit,
with the guy wire, but never did anything with it.
Oh, well, mine, what I have is I have my friend in Florida, he does construction type stakes with the hooks. And those are what I have on the ground. And those things did not move. Oh, one of them did move. One of them, when he started going, started to move.
You know you got all the when that happens.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah, all the elements.
Sir, Bill came by your house that time.
Yeah,
Yeah, you got a lot of big Yes.
This is what you see. We're self-made, it's not.
Find different angles, but.
So I have.
But it's all off. He doesn't have to come off into the place.
The thing that works really neat in elevation here.
People with mirrors, they don't move. People with lights, they don't move.
You can hit the ground and create a line that ends the kind of tuning. Lines, like when you crush line basically, if we were looking at so instead of taking the spot and going up every tree, you get more bang for your buck on elevation. But yeah, You get the 6 colors. They are going to start. Folks, he's got the drone outside, and so if we can get about ready to go outside in the next few minutes. Some of you are ready. He's actually got it up about 80 or 100 feet out there hovering right now. This might be a better area. If he hovers and quickly gets 7 or 8 seconds, then he can take off right away. In my house, most of the time down low, he only has 6, but apparently it's not good. So he'll kind of be real careful until he practices more. They have very precise control once you get beyond 7 or 8 satellites. I remember that. Thanks for putting that on the Google thing.
It's still going right now, but apparently it's recording it as one big long session.
Oh, so I can get in front of the camera and do it. Oh, there it is. Where am I looking? Oh, there it is.
People are watching us.
Yeah. My lords and my ladies, a hypsomatic version of the life of one of the greatest cats. And they called this cat the mighty Hippinder. Speargasm. This is the cat that carried so much wiggish, he was ridiculous and could not find a wheel to turn. He summoned all the hubcaps within reach, but nothing should could not connect. Vine after vine, he saved the bees, swung the swift pat, passport, and swooped on the scene, lit in the land of cool, true from the groove of the Alpine. How are you doing?
Yeah. Looking forward to doing something other than the negative papers.
Wow.
What's up, sir? You're not supposed to break your leg.
Now you come back to work bad. Is that a work injury? Yeah. Oh, buddy. He's a firefighter. Oh, boy. He's a
the disabled side.
You live back in the.
You were?
How do you have it with your baby?
Huh? Not really.
You going out the weekend, did you want to rent the house with me?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
It's so much fun to watch that little thing. Yeah, actually, this next one is, what? Then Yeah, you might be able to do that.
I'll put in $5 to do whatever.
This is.
Actually, what's supposed to be till 3? Well, first, you won't put all the LEDs on all the dials. Does this video? I took the first one apart, and said, oh my God, it's and then somebody said, it's like anything else, you kind of know the method to the madness of the method. So, yeah, you don't want to do that. They snap, you just got a needle. Start to bring one side, go to the other side of the road. Grab it carefully and then they'll pop. Yeah, they're got V cuts. Same way they do for any. If you're really steady handed, you can. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, we'll work that in. Yeah, I put the silicone down in there. Got the silicone down about here. Both sides of the wire. And then you start heating it down. First. Yeah, straight down so it forces some of that crap in here. And then when you do the rest, you see how it's kind of sticking all that. That's probably not the best right there. I've had any trouble with that. Things about polarity and stuff. And once you know more, the lights are right under DC. Well, we're gonna kind of mix it up. We're gonna do what works, what didn't, and talk about keeping it in short things. They have to lead that too, and he wants to do the rectifier discussion, so I'll probably start that on about 4 and just run it, on the back or whatever. Yeah. We've got. I'll have to go look at this again and make sure. That's been about it, and then we're gonna have a share economy, share of the effects.
Yeah, I'm gonna come here to the pool table in the back and talk about it.
Come and do the pool. The little table. Oh, the little table. Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, to set up a demo thing. However you want to do it, but yeah. Yeah. Whatever you want to do. Cool deal. Yeah, there's plenty of time for that. Yeah, go ahead, bring it in. You get warming up. You got a while yet. Be 2:30 to 3 o'clock kind of a time frame for that.
So basically, from the other place.
Let's see, I need to look at this one more time to get the afternoon in my head.
And basically, twice, so I think
the converting, we're going to do
25 or 50 foot.
We're going to have a and then tap it.
Right here, and it's a regular.
Yeah. They're going to be fat.
Okay. So a 5-minute warning, if everybody can kind of get back, we'll go to a group thing here in a minute. Oh, some more coffee.
One thing, to make sure that half of the meetings is about creating new text.
Never, I got a sharp. So I can shoot a video.
Yeah, so that's 60. So I did it. They were all nice to see. So they're excited too. This year. People are in on it. Wow, the trees are down here. Now it seems like there already are two. Oh my God, how that started off. I couldn't get it right. That was because she gets big readers for us right there. I checked it down. Oh, I was. Really good.
You know, that's right out everything tested. Six man. The engineers are back in the week. I had a section go out. But I'm gonna turn the card, you know, like I'm gonna be rectified LEDs.
Yeah.
We're not.
Well, that's going right there, maybe you're like a minute or two late.
If you have an all-white logo, these are and I learned that 40 of them works perfect. 40 of them in color. I had strips one of them that was white, so this year I put them out and 4 of them were dead. They were dead. There was hardly any color power. It was white down. The bulbs seemed to last long. So I also tried doing the spraying inside like red sand, especially when you turn on like try to get blue or green, it makes the red turn black on the wall. So really a lot of white in the clothing, RGB, but it's nice to have a change of colors. And I line up 8 of these, and they're also up in the air. They're on this high. There's the back row, and then all the tier goes. So anyway, this is how the frame will fit. You can do regular light. My first year, that's it. Yeah, it is. All you do is grab the rebar and drop them over it. So most of the rebar is about this high. Just drop them over and it's heavier. It stays there. I have them fixed. I got flying bears bottom here. Big rebar and then a ladder to drive it down so that it's off the rebar when it's in the ground about here. Then we drop the frame. It's got red tape on the legs here, and then drop the bear on it. Tie around and hold the base up together. And then put the line around it, just rebar. And they do move around a little bit. It adds to the animation. That's why they've been for 50 mile an hour winds. All right, so does everybody want to come into one meeting and we'll get going? Let me see. I guess it won't matter. This is right here. That's all right. I thought I would. I'm going to juggle the schedule a little bit. Don and Michael need to leave at around 2, and I'm going to break this down to a really short discussion. I know we've had longer discussions on it, but I'm just going to run through talking about full wave rectified LEDs versus the and those are the same. They're almost always rectified commercial versus buying them at Walmart. And I'm going to keep it to just maybe 10 minutes for the whole session. And Jack has done this a bunch of times with us, so he's in on it here too. So to give you a snapshot, when a LED string is rectified, when you rectify it yourself, you're converting the string from running 110 volts AC to 110 volts DC, just like a battery. And as we know, batteries have polarity, and especially when you match a battery up to a diode, the polarity has to match, otherwise the diode going the other way, by its very nature, blocks the voltage from passing. So, but the thing about having a non-rectified light strings, and for most of you, can you everybody kind of see these ugly things flickering? And Jack, you probably got a better,
No, I don't.
you didn't bring your really ugly, Jack found some that are great, but they're so ugly.
Moving around in the fluorescent light.
These are doing a really good job on me. I don't know about you guys, but you can see them kind of flickering. When you drive past, blue seems to be the worst. You drive by somebody's house with commercial blue, and it just, oh, I can't even look at them. The other thing is on dimming, you put them on an AC controller. Say what? Yeah, pretty ugly, huh? You put these on a dimmer on your controller and you get down to about 35% or so, and they just fall off. And as you dim them, you kind of see them jumping sometimes, and different brands do it different ways. So when you build a rectifier for it, and we used to, here I've got some cheap bulbs, look, there's a little section on them out with just me doing that, but oh well. These have been outside for 4 years, so I guess they're still hanging in okay. A rectifier, been building these mostly into the strings, but for demonstration purposes, Jack has made them this way. Jack first taught us how to twist the diodes up ourselves and put heat shrink over them and fold them. That's a heat shrink folded one. And then since then, the guy on Do It Yourself Christmas came up with a little circuit board. He came up with little rectifier boards.
Yeah.
This is 54 of the boards. You can pass these around and pass this around with it. When you done, make sure you put all the, if you can even do this, make sure you put all the diodes on these boards before you snap them apart. It's very easy to sit there and work and put your diodes in. If you look close, you'll see a picture. The diode looks like a little arrow with a line beside it. And the line on that arrow matches up to the line, a little stripe on the diode. So you don't have to be very sophisticated at all. It's very, if you look at it and match it up, you go, oh, I guess it makes sense that the line on this diode matches the line in the drawing. The other thing is when you throw your light strings away, cut both ends off, then you can make an adapter cable. You can just put this, the little heat shrink, the little board on there and a piece of heat shrink and make yourself rectifier cables. The last good practice that I try to show people is, now where did I just drop that darn thing?
You're fine.
No, but I have writing on it. Oh, it followed me. Thank you, sir. I put a label on all my stuff once I make one of these, because you're making a decent, making a very 110 volt battery here to be safe, right, rectified on it. So when you have this around your yard, you know not to plug light strings into it, not to plug incandescent light strings into it. So I use my labeler and make sure that, that I stick that on there.
I usually just make mine so short and use it specifically spots.
Yeah, so it kind of stands out too. But whatever you need to do to be safe, you can't use too much effort being safe when you're doing this kind of stuff. Also, plugging light strings together. Once you create one of these adapters, whether you put it on the front of the string or like this, now you've converted it to DC. The little outlet on the end of that light string is also now DC. So don't plug an incandescent light on the back of that thing. You just have to remember that one unless you want to put rectified on the other end. Well, let's go ahead and plug this thing in, and you should perceive a difference here. Let's see it.
What would happen if you plugged a regular light string into one of those short little rectifiers?
No problem. It just,
Wouldn't light up.
oh, no, I don't.
No, and you got the same amount of voltage.
It just, regular incandescent light bulbs draw a lot more current than LEDs.
You
So
know,
you might overload the diodes.
you're probably going to put too much current through the diode, and you're going to generate heat here, probably burn. If it doesn't burn out the diode, it will certainly burn up your little rectifier.
Yeah, the one that diodes. You put like 3 strings of incandescents on.
Oh, it may
no problem,
take
but
several
beyond that-
strands, huh? They're 33 watts each. It's a third of an amp. So, yeah.
Let's see.
So you'd last a while. So rectified, by the way, plug it in the wrong way,
it don't work.
Nothing works. Plug it in the correct way. And now they're smooth. It's kind of hard to tell because the flickering gives a false perception of brightness, but the color is actually about 10% brighter. And it's much better to look at.
You have 2 strands there, didn't you?
Yeah, I had 2 strands and
Rectified, one unrectified?
yeah, well,
Once you plug it in,
here's
oh,
another.
you mean just for comparison's sake.
Here's another thing, but if I noticed that I had to take these, you have to do it trial and error, but these happen to be wired so the plug goes this way for this set and it's going the other way for the other set. So they're not very consistent in Japan when they even wire up their little their diodes. And
Try to separate them or?
no, I think that would be too much work, more time. But if I go down to the other end of the string, you'll notice that I got the same thing there. If I plug it one way, I get nothing. I plug it the other way, and now they're all. There's a center section of these things that just died while I was talking, but yeah, no big deal there.
I wanted to see.
One thing Denny didn't tell you,
You want to see it
I
on
bought a bunch
control?
of LED icicle lights.
Strand.
One adapter will run about 15, 20 strings.
Yeah, if you want to, while I'm talking about
So
this,
you don't have to
part, we'll do that.
do the strings themselves.
I think it would be great.
Except in the middle, they switch polarity. So you gotta go in and cut them and resplice them after reversing them.
Long enough, you have to do that several times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, one of the things that I've been seeing. I'll need to get. I'll wait till everybody's done. Seems like there's a bunch of conversation. So the more recent LEDs seem to be back to being all on one phase. And I think that is because lots of people have complained about having to go to the middle of the string and find where it branches down to 2 wires. That's how you find it. You don't have to be real smart, because you'll notice there's 3 wires all over the place on LEDs, and then the ones that have, if the back side is out, then you find where there's only 2 wires between the bulbs, cut it right there, and you got to turn them over. I've made a mistake with that too. I've cut them, and I somehow got myself reversed to where I put them right back where they came from.
Yeah.
So I started putting a little mark on the wires of both sides of where I'm going to cut on the first one, so I know that those marks should not be lined up together when I flip them.
So you get that.
So what he's doing is separating these out so we could plug in a rectified and non-rectified. This is a rectified set. Now look at the brightness difference right off the bat.
It's because they're on twice as much.
You see the color ugly? Now look at the difference of the purity of that color. That's pretty much a big day and night kind of thing.
You won't get that in the camera. Camera won't pick up the flicker.
here's what I did. I did a video, and you can see that these lights are doing something different. When you look at these lights, the camera, the iPhone has slow-mo, and you can actually capture it at, it's normally 60 hertz, so it's operating at 60 cycles a second. And then the camera will
30 of
actually
them
make
are
it-
off,
Yeah.
and 30 of them are on when you have your 60 cycles.
So
And then the
I
sideways
actually
reverses,
have
and the other half comes on, the other half goes off, yeah.
Yeah, so if you look at the video, you can't see it, I thought you might be able to see it. But if you look at the actual end result, you'll see it flickering like that with slow-mo, right?
Well, it's not that, they were all
It's
on.
very
This is
pronounced,
a polarity
so you
that's
can
good
see it.
on
And then
this
when I
set.
looked over
I
at
didn't
his
have to
string,
switch them. So what
it's,
happens is it dies. There's a bad bulb in there.
it is it'll be much faster, but it's still flickering.
It's just, the flicker's so fast, your eye doesn't pick it up.
Yeah. Did you post that on Christmas Carolina, the video?
Which video?
You asked me to, and I didn't. The one that I made.
Oh, actually, no, we wanna do that, so you and I will coordinate on that, Chris, so we can get a section on it.
So his are making much faster.
So let's talk a little bit about to wrap this up. Some best practices on putting them together. Obviously, you need to have a solder iron and learn a little bit of soldering, and we've given solder workshops a few times. If you decide you want to do this and you want a solder workshop, just call me and if there's multiple people interested, a bunch of us will meet somewhere and we'll do it, or I'll just come see you. I put together kits for people that included, there's 54 on that little board and 220 diodes, so I put about 225. And the cost came up around $18, $19 for 54 of them. And I bought some extras. I still have a couple kits left. So I haven't counted the diode stuff. So you want a set?
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else want a set? So, well, unfortunately, he beat you, but you guys can fight over it. If I get to it, there might be a third, so I'll have you down. So, 54. And 162 inches of heat shrink, wherever that big roll went.
Hey, Denny, also to let them know, I don't know if anybody, you for Holiday Lights Express.
Yeah.
Their website even says that all of their LED lights are fully rectified.
Oh, that's why I said almost all the commercial ones are already, and they're sealed. You don't have to replace bulbs, so they never go bad. Well, they can go bad. They're gonna last a lot longer. Most places will warranty them at least a 1 year. I think they're saying 3.
Holiday Lights does 3 year, first year is 100%, second year is 50%, third year is, I think, 25.
That's against your whole order, so you're gonna be random bulbs, so it might as well be all of them.
Well, no,
I'll just tell them I got 12 bad strings, they'll send me the 6 that die. I mean, this is just a game.
Well, no,
I'm just kidding you.
Last year I had 2 strands that actually went out that I bought from them.
Yeah.
Last year.
Okay.
And I just called them right up and they were like,
sure.
Hey, I had this,
Oh,
and they sent me the replacements right away and stuff, so.
We're gonna try to work in a group buy discussion for that particular one, so if we get $1,000 worth, then we'll have free. Anyway, I bought this in a large roll, 162 inches is enough to do 3 inches of heat shrink. You don't have to use a heat gun, but if you have one, it's just a little safer. This is a Harbor Freight heat gun. It was about 11 bucks, I think, so. The last thing in best practices is when you're soldering these things on, there's polarity on them on the AC side and the DC side, so you have to pay attention. It'll say hot and neutral. There's a little H and a little N, and so you gotta get that part straight. And then it'll say plus and minus, and that side isn't so critical for an AC plug, because you're gonna have to figure out which way it plugs to get the DC to match anyway. It's not as critical because you gotta flip the.
No, I'm just trying to understand what you just said.
When you solder the string, it is critical,
Whatever
but
comes in the AC, plus and minus is always the same.
Plus and minus is the same, but and you will match it up to your diodes, but I just showed you where,
You have to match it up to the light.
yes, you do.
Yeah, the lighting thing there.
Reverse it, the first string
But
will be
if
out
you,
and the
but,
second one will be
but if
on.
you decide to make the neutral plus, instead of minus, on the DC side, somebody else could decide to flip it the other way, and at the end of that plug, it's gonna make no difference.
You don't have a key, it doesn't matter. If you're
It's not keyed.
then-
I've talked to guys that, well, we got into a big argument, is neutral minus or is neutral plus?
It's neither.
It's neither. That's correct. We've gotten into these big debates on whether you're on the AC side is neutral to plus or is it the
It
minus?
isn't.
That's right.
No, neutral is destroyed at the rectifier.
But this is my battery.
Yeah, I understand.
This is my DC
But the
side.
point is, there's no neutral there.
Yes,
Not one of them is neutral, not one of them is hot.
that's correct.
They're both hot.
Because half the time it's one and half the
Yeah.
time it's the other.
I chose for myself that all of my neutrals are negative. I just did,
Okay, so
my
the
own
white light is
convention.
negative for you.
and I used my hot to be plus. On the female side of this rectifier, you have DC. You have to decide.
No, I don't understand. I don't understand, you're saying something and I'm interpreting something else.
That's right.
Because.
All I'm saying is it doesn't matter.
AC coming in,
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
other than it has to match up with your lights.
But you do that by going like this. Oh, it didn't turn on. Turn it over.
Yeah.
Because all the.
That's it.
Because the plugs are not over.
Yeah.
Right, they're,
Now-
the blades are same size.
But on this side, I use a lot of GFIs. I run in heavy rainstorms with my lights underwater and under ice, and I don't blow. I've gone fanatically to closing up the other ends of my plugs, things sitting up in the air, so moisture's around them and through them, but everything is balanced. So you make sure that your AC side is truly set up for the hot and the neutral to match. And I'm not really even sure if you think too hard about that, that doesn't matter that much either, because
That
there's
application, it
nothing
doesn't.
on the light string that's changing which side of the polarity is driving the DC on this, which side of the diodes.
For that application, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter again, but I like to be very consistent, so every wire in my show has the stripe as the neutrals, which is your larger load area. It's the fatter,
Larger blade.
in the blade, fatter blade.
That's what she's.
So pay attention to the hot and neutral, match them up correctly on the AC side. That's my convention. And on this side, it doesn't matter, but I decided neutral was negative.
What would have been, yeah, the white blade.
But then it doesn't matter if you use, if your wire, you're plugging in has the line blade on it.
Yeah, I'm not
Plug in
sure.
one direction.
Correct. If you run into that situation, I don't think I've seen lights that have that, but
Seems like every time I turn around, it doesn't.
yeah, I know I've been running into it. I run into it on incandescent a lot. Your C7 and C9 strings have that. But
There's a reason for that. You want the socket itself to be neutral.
the neutral
Little
has
hot.
the heavy load needs to
There's a
be
little
on
set.
the wide blade.
It's the same load either way, but,
It's all about what's more susceptible to weather, or exposure, or whatever. That's typically why they would make it neutral.
That's where, yeah, because that's the
It's
socket
a
body
screw
and there's a lot
socket.
more moisture
It's
exposure,
safe,
yeah.
it's not-
So when I put the heat shrink on across the top, I use a silicone.
Correct. You run into that.
You push the silicone up on both sides of the wire like this. Then I start heating the tips of this, which tries to force some of the silicone into the center. And then heat the rest of the body, then just wipe it off a little bit and you're done. That just gives you a little bit more moisture proofing so you don't get moisture in there and
give it a big set.
and mess it up.
Never had
So-
trouble with the diodes, the tree,
I have not had that happen. I've had some I thought it was going to happen. It looked like they were really popping on the thing. Most often I've been getting the corners that seem to be close to it, but so far I've never had one actually break all the way
You're
through.
concerned about putting OTC shrink over it.
Hmm?
After you shrink it, put OTC shrink over it.
Yeah. Yeah, you could do a double heat shrink, although these fit pretty tight. You'd have to go, this was 3/8
Or some
inch.
electrical tape over the top of it.
Yeah.
Or you don't heat up the middle. You don't heat both ends, you see?
Yeah, even heat, capillary action, the heat is gonna be inside and it will tend to draw. I think we can go through it offline, but everybody knew about these spotlights, couple $1,000 spotlights that were drawing moisture all the way through the power cord till they started blowing out inside them because of the heat generated inside the light was sucking moisture up through the power cable. The company installed them in a building in Charlotte, should have put the plugs inside a sealed box, but instead they used an outdoor waterproof plug system, twist lock plug system. So sitting on the building with rain coming right down on that plug, it's just a simple box and put it all inside the box, but they had some requirement to make them easily serviced and removable, and so the engineer on site decided, oh, well, we can just use these waterproof outdoor boxes. You can go like this and then pull off the DMX wire and go. Because they had 400 of them on this building. 800,000 to buy the hardware and 200,000 to put it in. And then they blew up about 20% of them, and there was a big lawsuit. And a bunch of us through Ron Follett, and I helped, and Mark was in on, a lot of people were in on both either the acquisition and how to break in and program the DMX or both. But net was, we ended up with a fabulous spotlights for about $40 or $45 each. They were $25 each, dead or alive. So I bought 17 and I think 14 worked. So I was at that point, but then out of the last 3, I was able to make another good one by marrying power supplies. Mark's designed a board himself that separately powers the LED board on a connector in the front. You just splice into that. So he's got, I don't know what, 30, 40 of them out there running your board, maybe 50 or 60. So they took a lot of the dead ones. So when I had dead parts, I gave them to Mark because that's just turning them back out to pasture for another use.
And to be honest, the damage that occurred with the ones that didn't work or the ones that had some issues was all because water went down the cable, inside the cable.
Yeah, into the power supply.
Back into the board or into the power.
Yeah.
All water.
The power supplies that tended to survive, let it get into the body, but mostly it was always dead power supplies because that's where the moisture collected. So that was it. Any other questions at all about this? We passed around the board. There are going to be some other group buys, so get in touch with me if you want some, especially if you want more quantities than 54. There's one board, and we can always do a group buy with the guys on. One last thing, actually, I should have said, that there's another version of the board. It's more complex, and you have to run a new version Excel spreadsheet, XLSX. But it's a super string shortener. It lets you take LEDs and make them any string length you want, rather than having to be a fixed size. You can't just cut LEDs off because that's going to share the voltage among them and then just blow them out. Get too much voltage through across the LEDs.
Each blue LED drops 3.5 volts. You shorten it and try to you put more than 3.5 volts in it, blow them all out.
That's right, you just blow them all out. So this rectifies, and you calculate a couple heavier resistors on here to basically balance that load for you, and lets you, if you were building a special face and you needed to take a 50 bulb and you needed 37 here and you need 17 over here, you can calculate your resistors for that. You might be likely to do something like that if you build a gadget, and you could probably handle this kind of thing.
Singing faces with LEDs.
But I've got these.
Or you need like 5 LEDs for the eyes.
Just keep in mind if it ever comes up for any of you, really, if it just comes up, because one of these boards does an awful lot of string shortening. I can imagine that I've got 2 here, it'll last a long time. But just get a hold of me and we can wait for you to get a few. Real cheap.
Don't forget blackout caps.
Yeah, exactly. Blackout caps, that's old school. That's what we do, right? Just take the extra bolts, run them back with blackout caps and tape them to the.
There's nothing wrong with old school.
Yeah. So anyway, that's the whole thing. That went longer than I thought, but everything does around here. So Don is a good example of this was the
we're gonna be showing other people how to do this. And we got the board, and then, you guys can either get on do stuff yourself, or, he and I have done little gadgets back and forth, so, he might have a big stack of them,
This next section is where we like to talk about what worked and what didn't. And then after that, we were going to talk about some of the display gadgets that people have made. Just try to put 2, 3, 4 minutes on each gadget, kind of moving around the room. I like to just throw it up to the group, starting with things that you tried that didn't work. Because it's always easy to talk about the stuff that did. So if anybody has some things, go ahead. And I've got one, but I can throw it in or not. Go ahead.
So I made my own string. I tried to make my own string of LED strobes, and I did the trick of putting the bulb in line or added it to it, and I saw that up there. And I could not get it to work.
It was this.
Yep.
And what people have said to do, and I've been doing it, I don't notice the problem with the LED strobes is that they're very precise in their timing and their flashing. And so you turn them on and they all turn on at the same time, and so they all seem to be going at the same time when you do it. I don't know if this screen, oh yeah, you just plug it in right here. Yeah, oops, I had a rectifier on them. So what they tell you to do is to play around with your dimmers on your controller, specifically on the one you're using, and figure out how high you can bring up your dimmer before these will come on at all. And then use that percentage in your controller to pre-charge, say maybe a second before you're going to run your strobes. And then in theory, they're supposed to come on and be more random. You'll notice I don't have any of the long tube incandescent ones on here. I bought 28 of them in 2009 and they are all gone. I don't have one left that works, I don't think. I brought 2 or 3. I thought I tested them all and couldn't get them to work. One thing that I did, and this string doesn't show it very well, I got to find it because I don't have enough. There he is. See this guy down here? He's at the bottom now, right here. You can buy these in different speeds now. This is my little auxiliary string, but I had more of these, and what I did is I spaced them out so every other one is a slow one and a fast one. So buy a mix of speeds, and I don't know how many speeds they offer at the time I bought these, which was 2010, because I lost like half of my incandescent the very first year. I bought a bunch of these, and I really just realized this year that I had mixed up the speeds, and so you'll see there those two. They're not. They've been on for quite a while, so it's not fair to discussion. But now even the fast ones do seem to be somewhat different from one another.
Yeah, they're changing speed, so.
And I don't know if that's from the start of it or not. And these were not pre-charged, but they did have this on there. But supposedly the pre-charging kind of sets them all off to being, well, you can sure see them together as soon as you plug that in. So you get them close to one another. But now they're pretty random. See that? I mean, just a few seconds. And let's take this off and see if it actually has anything to do with it. This is real informative here now, but what the hell? I gotta say that they're kind of changing slowly here anyway. It may be that the right answer to the problem is buying mixed speeds and mixing them up in your show just so that they're not beside each other to start noticing it. The only place I use strobes is in the middle of my mega tree right now. Because I love the incandescent ones. They are just beautiful, and boy, are they bright, and they become quickly random. But man, they just go bad so quickly.
You just drill weed holes.
I tried the weep holes, we've tried them different weep holes, you know, the bottom edge, as they're drooping up, if they're in the air. So, depending on how the bulb kind of sat and what you're doing, when you lay it on the ground, it ended up, I think that you needed it closer to the body, and if you were hanging on a light string, you needed it at the low side. Tried that, and that may be why I had some that lasted. I was down to like 3 at the start of this year, and I think I lost all 3 this year.
When I got them there around, I did drill the weed holes in those, and I lost one completely because, but they were all turned down, so.
Yeah.
But the one that's bad got moisture inside of it.
But you have some that have been lasting for you. How many are you running of the incandescent? Are they all?
It's funny, the ones I got that I used for shooting stars, 10 down there, I haven't had none of those go bad. But the ones I got from him this year seem to be honoring. You kind of got to burn them in for a little bit, and then they work fine after.
Oh, good.
Sometimes
Okay.
they take a little while to heat up, and then they'll start working.
After buying so many in 2009, I haven't bought any since, and I got to believe that the complaints have been strong to the manufacturers, because I know I've seen it through the do-it-yourself Christmas and other. So I'm thinking it might be worth trying a new set now. Maybe they've perfected it to the point where it's not.
They're pretty done though. 650.
Yeah, they are, and these were $350, I want to say, for these LED ones on the early sales. Okay, anybody got another that didn't? I have one, and I guess I'm going to have to get to work and figure out what happened, because I still haven't fixed this box. I'll bring it up just because this is a wider group. Half of you have heard it. I was running my light show with all the DMX stuff on a DMX USB adapter and all the Lightorama stuff on a regular Lightorama USB. And very quickly, the Renard boards all stopped working for me. Now I'm running them DMX, not Renard mode. They all stopped working for me. But even while they were working and everything else, I was having a very hard time. All the dimming on the DMX looked real jerky. I do a lot of dimming of the candy canes across the yard. It's right by me, and so I'm watching them when I was having all this problem testing. And the dimming just looked bad. It looked jerky even on regular incandescent stuff. It was just really bad. And this year, I made one change that changed everything. All the dimming on my blow molds, everything looks really good to me now. But what I did was, I took some, and I've got the bits and pieces sitting right here. I made my own little DMX drivers. It's just, it's one chip and a little socket. There's the chip. I think there's sockets laying in here, the board. You heard us talk about proto boards before. Some of you may have heard the term. They're just little boards that have holes in them for solder. So you put your components on this side. You can stick a socket for a DMX driver chip. Stick it on there and just solder it. And then you can bridge components on there and just use little wires or just make a solder bridge between 2 points on the bottom to connect things exactly to a circuit. Because it's only one, I think it's one resistor, one cap, and the chip. That's it.
485, okay.
Because what happens on your E6, mine happened to be E681, where he hadn't put the driver chip on there yet to be able to drive. It's called raw DMX. It looks like this. When you run it through a chip, it's a regular driven DMX like you want to plug around your yard. So making up these little chips, I can take my DMX off of any output on one of those controller, on anybody's controller, to tell you the truth. It's raw DMX. You can take whatever channels you're sending to that controller are going to come out to this through this thing. So it basically meant I ran my DMX adapter off of the Ethernet, because now I got a little Ethernet network that he showed going out to my controllers and 3 or 4 controllers in the yard. And I pulled DMX out there. I didn't run it off the USB. And I found it to be really clean. I knew I wasn't taxing my computer, although I know we've debated that you can really run thousands of channels on USB. But I really call it a, what didn't work for me was combining LoRa and DMX adapters. So my DMX adapter is right here. It was, I might have got it from Holiday Coro, but it's called an Ultra DMX Micro. It's just, when it comes to you, it is this USB plug, and it's built into that. And you can buy these with the 3-wire XLR like this one, or you can buy them in a 5-wire XLR. When we got all these spotlights, they were wired for 5-wire. But it works. It's been okay for testing and stuff, but it just really, it was never clean. I don't know if it's just because the driver for the DMX conflicting with LoRa or what it was. And then at the same time, I had both of those controllers go out, and they were fully tested, and they worked really beautifully in terms of the initial appearance. They both ran for about 3 days, and then grew a problem, and then they both blew out. Still to this day, don't know why.
I just got a couple of Renard controllers for the first time. I guess I was wondering from the group, folks that are using Renard, are you running them in the Renard protocol, or have you switched them and flashed them in DMX? What are people, what's the consensus on Renard?
Yeah, I'm a DMX guy. Just
Again, it's personal preference. I use my DMX.
All the ones I've used with PC and And there's times I've done a talk, we talk about the protocols and language that's used. The thing with LOR, when LOR puts out stuff, it puts out a light change once. And if the controller happens to miss it for some reason, that change, it usually doesn't miss it, it usually all goes. But LOR sends out a light change once. DMX sends out the same signal 40 milliseconds apart, whatever the number is. Okay, it repeats it all the time. So bottom line is that if it happens to miss it once, and Renard works the same way as LOR, it sends out the light change once. So the beauty of putting your Renard controllers in DMX is that DMX signal is continually sent out, and therefore, if it happens to miss one light change, it'll catch it the next cycle 40 milliseconds later.
Yeah.
That's why I think some of us who are used to using DMX like that.
Yeah, and it is in that, I forget how many times a second. I think it's a lot less than 40.
Yeah, it's probably
200, it's 100 and something per second. There's a spec out there. Well, just for me, it seems a lot better running over the Ethernet. And
Actually, that explains a lot of it right there. That doesn't have much of a buffer.
There's not much buffer in this USB, and I'm running 20 LOR controllers, so it's a lot, or 19 LOR.
A lot of it's computer dependent, and computer
You and I are
will,
about exactly the same on controllers.
I mean, it's a universal serial bus USB.
Yeah.
Which is asynchronous. You try to run it synchronously. Yeah, you're gonna miss stuff.
Yeah. So to the extent that you were going to spend $50 or $75, $80 on a USB adapter for doing DMX, you might as well buy an E6804, which is this little guy right here. And this one actually comes with a chip on it, so the first output can be a DMX direct drive. He's got a driver chip on this thing, and that kit was about $70-something.
So basically, for the price of 2 USB adapters, you can buy a 4-channel or 4.
Yeah, and be ready to experiment with a few pixels if you want it.
You can buy a pixel controller, or you can buy, essentially, we're also talking about essentially a DMX. E1.31 DMX, like Sam was showing earlier. The same basic function.
And so in that case, you're going to use the Ethernet port on your computer. Lightorama still goes into USB. Yeah, Ethernet port. Any other didn't work? Okay, didn't work.
I have a real quick one. So since it was my first year,
I bought these, ribbon, sort of like the CCRs for LOR. Love them. The problem is they're super freaking bright, really bright. Which is great until you put all of these in a ribbon fashion under this that is diffused. And it was a little bit of a mismatch. And not to mention it was pointing right at the neighbor's house and I was blinding him every time the color was white. So I really had to dim all of the ribbons to like 30%. So that's something I missed, trying to mix things in the same element. You know, one diffused, one not diffused.
There's a lot of people that have been on the side of diffusing all of the pixels. And that way, when you diffuse them, you can run them, but you got to put them inside some kind of tubing. PEX tubing is kind of a milky white and a bunch of different kinds. Sam and I tried wire loom, and the ones who've seen my my pixel tree with the upside down ornaments across the bottom is that wire loom. Sam tried to make arches out of his. Both of us found that it was very hard to take wire loom and get it to make a nice, pretty curve. I ended up creating a way to get it to mount against PVC. I'd have to have a picture or something to explain it, but I did get them on there. But I do agree, I like diffused pixels because they're so bright. I have talking faces. It's the first time I've allowed an exposed LED that wasn't warm white in my show, and they're, you know, even at 70%, they look just, they're so bright that you can't, you lose the definition of the faces because they're just blurry.
I didn't see a good dimming until I got down to, I tried 70 and 50 and then 30, and I think I ended up settling on 25%.
Wow,
that's it really was like 70, 60, 50, 40, and then it started actually trailing off.
It drops down, huh?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that can be a problem.
And it's a dimming curve of LEDs.
I tend to really like the white Coro look. I've got holiday Coro stuff, and I like their products. They work, they're nicely designed. So that's so white Coro does it pretty well for me. I'm going to have my first half pixel tree this year, so it'll I'll have exposed ones there. But my idea is my house stays as much incandescent as I can and to look like it, and then use the effects. But I'm not going to run that pixel tree all the time. It's going to be an effect. There's going to be songs that don't even use it, and that way it'll be kind of its own thing. And I'm not going to be sitting there saying, wow, that thing just doesn't match the rest of the house, because I do love incandescent. It's the look that I think you either go all one way or you go all the other, or you try to hide and make it look.
At least you don't mix them. Don't mix them.
Not mixing them.
Not unless you really plan to mix them.
Yeah. And I do have a mix that I've had, this little snowflake things that are bright white, just because I can't find any others. How about things that you did good? Anybody, this is regarding anything you've built custom. Anything you guys have built in custom to talk about here?
One of the things we did, when I did the signs out for our stuff, I don't know if y'all can see it or not. Some of y'all have seen this before, but I don't know if you can tell or not, but the actual words that are on here are actually reflective tape. It's kind of vehicles and stuff sometimes. You'll see it at all. So we did that so that basically when people drive up, the light shine on it, it reflects back. I don't have to have lights on these or anything like that anymore. It's simply, it just simply reflects the lights. It reflects it and you can read it better. There's one at the end of my street that's two-sided that has an arrow pointing down the street. And then there's this one on the end that shows,
You can kind of tell from here. It looks like the carpenter lights is the reflective, and the 92.1 is the reflective.
No, just the words are reflected. That worked out really well when we made the signs. I think with the design and everything else that was on it, I got 2 of these signs. They were less than $100 or something. So that was helpful for people to find the show.
with what you got going lately, though, don't really need the signs too close, do you?
Sorry?
Since you have, what, 80 houses?
Yeah, it's huge funds. There's only 5, but yeah.
Okay.
It can even be seen from an airplane. Yeah, we were flying back from Orlando and I looked out and I saw this broad sweeping and I go, I've seen that. I'm like, oh, that's Scott's place. It's doing the Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Oh, planes, yeah.
Yeah, no,
I have another thought about work and not work. How many of you did your first display this year? I'm seeing 1, 2, 3 of you. So, and I guess we did hear from you. So what would be what worked and what didn't for your first year display?
Well, I have kind of groupings of many pages. And,
Relook at your soon, I haven't.
It's okay.
I'll tell you how good it is, but made plans this year.
And being that where my house sits and then where the display sits and then there's still quite a bit of yard, I try to like group things together to kind of make it sort of like a scene. And when it's too close together, it just looks like a wall of lights, you know. So being it was my first year, you know, just trying to see what would look good from there. But then I also have to take into consideration all the way down to the bottom and then look up and see what I see.
Yeah.
So it's right now it's still just the designing of it. And then
That's the planning you gotta do early.
yeah. Well, you don't realize it at first, so everybody, you know, I never get a bad review usually. But then we were driving home one day, we just stopped and looked, and my husband pointed it out. He's like, okay, I see what you're saying. It's, you know, reindeer really just need to be sideways to be seen, especially from that distance.
Yeah.
So it's more just a visual thing right now, and just really spacing it out more than I previously.
So my takeaway from that would be to do more, particularly in yours being so difficult with trees, do more viewing it from down below and start moving stuff around until it starts to come together the way you want it.
Yeah. I mean, it looks good right there, but yeah, totally.
Then it might look pretty weird from your house, but very few people are going to be, you know, there.
And blank spaces are okay, and as you collect, you'll find things, and that's what the trees that I make are all about, they're just fillers.
Oh, yeah. But not only that, I have so many trees also that when you're in one part of the yard, it blocks one thing, but then you can see something clearly, and then you move a little bit, and then that thing's blocked, and then something else you can see.
We're the same way, because we have the valleys and we have the depth of field. That's why you have to create little areas. We have the snow land, because you've been to our property, and you know, you've got this over here and that over there. You have to just draw the eye and keep it moving, because and you do get to different perspectives.
Yeah.
Because sitting on our porch, we're like, yeah, you go out in the driveway, and it's like, oh, you go out to the road, and it's something different. So if grouping it together is not the way to solve the problem. Spread it out, give yourself some room, because then people, they're out there.
And look at it from places other than your ideal location.
Right, and, you know, for the most part, our.
Not everybody's gonna sit there and watch it from where you think they should watch it from.
Right, but we do move things around, we would find things that we like, things break. So our yard, it's never the same every year, but there are some elements that always stay true. And you're gonna find the same thing. Here, one year, you're gonna find something that you fall in love with. Well, it doesn't look at where you think it's going to, and you wanna, okay, display X was over here. Well, I will this new thing here, and then you're gonna have to move that. So if you gotta play with it, you gotta have fun with it. Listen to what people who come out and see what your display looks like, and you'll get a lot of ideas and a lot of placement from that.
I need more informed opinions.
You need
No, I know. But you only came at 11 o'clock at night, I was informed.
Well, so here's my takeaway from your problem, is you got to be able to write words on the ground, and you're going to put a big X of reflective tape on the ground and say best when viewed here.
Yeah. I'll get some of his signs made out of reflective letters.
Oh, this is the house that we went by and looked at.
Then we came late, yeah.
Yeah, see,
She was already
off.
off.
You know, there's so much already, they have, yeah, like during the day, you can't see anything in the front yard but the trees, but then at night, it's like, oh, there's lights there, but you have to get from different perspectives.
So one second, Paul wanted a question too, but I wanted to hear from Bob because he was the first year too. So what do you see anything right? Things that worked for you, things that didn't work for you?
Our little house on the front porch, we've got half a dozen banisters. We lit those up in blue. But really everything stood out pretty well. The only problem we did have was with the rain and being on the ground fault circuit and the water.
Okay.
Really, that was the only issue we had.
So it might be an experiment for me to help you because I've been able to run my stuff all ground fault in massive amounts of water and I still didn't go down. It was raining so hard, day before Christmas? 2 days before.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a river coming off my roof. I don't have gutters. And I just turned them off because it just looked like too much water, but nothing went down. I was getting by, which is amazing. I'd love to come out and take a look and show you a few things that I did, like raising, don't let plugs and connections lay on the ground. You kind of turn them up, try to stick something over the top of it. Also, the end of plugs with outlets on them, I put a little piece of tape across every one, electrical tape.
Just really good electrical tape, the steps, cords would come together.
And things
Well, you're doing it.
Trying to get them all.
Things with little light controllers, like you can vary, brightness, put them in Ziploc bags and then zip tie it shut and make sure that the bottom of that bag is always towards the bottom.
There you go, that's
what
I'm gonna do that, Caitlin did that.
3 cents of my favorite lights.
And yeah.
We had the front of the house lit up, we've got trees in the center of the yard that were lit up. We put some arches out there.
So that works.
Bottom of that bag.
We need to come across a few artificial Christmas trees that are staggered. We've added more trees.
I think we got about 5 meetings going on here. He's still giving stuff up here by the.
We set out about 4 or 5 artificial Christmas trees that were scattered around in the yard. And we have added more trees this year. We've gathered more trees and about half a dozen 3-foot trees. We want to put some stuff just out in the yard and something else going around.
Yeah.
So we've got the front of the house, the center of the yard with 2 different trees and 7 arches.
So I think this kind of fits what, same problem with hers, and I've seen this on Do-It-Yourself Christmas, probably where I've seen the most amount of comments is decorators do always say, look at from where your people are gonna view it. And that way, if there's too many, you'll be able to get back and see, wow, I've got a lot of stuff here, but there's a hole right there. And then you're better off to kind of move things around and fit the hole. If I look at their display, that's the key to the whole thing. They're so well balanced, not allowing, a hole, a really obvious hole to show up that from a viewing spot was just extremely nicely balanced. And that's, all of that kind of plays to getting the most out of bulbs.
Yeah.
You put a whole bunch of stuff together, it looks like a bunch of stuff together, and you spread them all over the yard, and people will go by and say, wow, I didn't know you had so much.
Yeah,
and it's the exact same amount of stuff. You just distributed it so nicely that you're just covering there's no holes any bigger than any other hole. Keep that kind of looking at the holes.
We had the second controller this year. And
that's where it starts. That's the beginning. That's the second.
And it's okay to have space. You'd rather have some space than have it jumbled up. And like you said, you move things around in their desk a little bit here and a little bit there. You want to gaping holes, but you don't have to fill every void. You really don't.
You can have too much.
Yeah.
The guy in Florida lost because he had too much.
And it was all flat, so you really couldn't appreciate anything because everything was covering up everything else.
360. But you couldn't walk through the yard. Flat yard.
Okay, so any other to throw in on this? Paul had one.
Yeah, I was gonna say, now we were second year this season, and I think that was part of the issue. What didn't work for us was having 12 or 13 songs sequences in our show.
Good
It
point.
it didn't really matter the first year because no one stopped by except for the neighbors, but from the first year to the second year, like this past Halloween, local TV station picked up our Halloween show, and I think that it built in a crowd for Christmas, and we got slammed.
You were the first local drone video, man. You were the talk for 2 weeks.
So we got slammed for Christmas, wasn't prepared for it, and a 12-song sequence, and people stayed until they heard the song repeat. And I realized we needed to turn people over faster, and so for next year, or for this year, I'm gonna trim it, plus I'm gonna have to do some pixel programming, so shortening the program may be a necessity, but definitely a lesson learned from year 1 to year 2 with the traffic increase was a shorter show. Even if I change the show every other night, just to turn the traffic and have something where people noticeably, all the lights, we talked about this, like the lights come on, you're like, okay, it's over. I mean, let's drive to the next house and Gary.
And I've seen on almost every site I've been a member of, and in South, they define it 2 ways. But anyway, they always say, have one song that's a photo op, that you just turn stuff on and you have little to no sequencing. Also in the South, have at least one good religious song so that people can kind of see that you're on that, they kind of bond in multiple ways to you that way. So I combined that. Don Williams had been using this song called Let There Be Light. I love the song. It's really a religious song, but it's a nice song. And we get packed in with cars, particularly as it gets close to Christmas. So police got to come and get them moving. But that song gets them moving just because, all the lights are on. It's over. And even if you just got there, the cars behind you are going to be expecting you to move so they can get in. So it's just kind of got that all going. It helps get people moving because once you do draw attention, you may have more traffic than you can count on unless you have a perfect in and out.
So like 3 or 4 songs, pause. That would be 3 or 4 different songs, pause.
I'm at 7 songs, but but now I'm breaking it up with 3 different talking segments with my trees and that kind of thing. So but it's still, I've been keeping it to about 16, 17 minutes.
You don't want to turn all the lights on though if you've got 1,200 mini lights on 20 mini trees. You do the math too late that you have 60 amps worth of mini trees on. So
Yeah.
Turn them on, but not full brightness.
Yeah. I also had to learn some.
That's exactly it.
When it comes to electric, which is why I'm experimenting with new trees.
Yeah, he's 4 amps per mini tree if you turn them all on. And so he was given, these were free. Weren't you giving them or you were bought them in a deal?
People here might know the people. There was a family that did Christmas lights in West North Carolina near the racetrack. And they stopped doing their lights 2 years ago and liquidated everything they had. And so I took as much as I could fit in the truck. All old incandescent stuff, but I didn't realize until I plugged it in.
Yeah, that's
another. Those 3 colors times 400 lights. It was like sitting by a campfire.
Were those the guys that built the humongous snowflake that was at one of the conventions?
It was on a tower.
Yeah, on a tower.
Yeah.
Remember the?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The mega place.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which I think they had,
When they were trying to sell it off, I went to a yard sale and they were trying to sell a bunch of stuff off, and he wasn't selling that.
Well, stop, drop.
It was
the Kennedys.
The Kennedys, yeah, Kennedy. And they had, I think it was about 12 feet tall. I don't know what it
Oh,
had.
it was 25 feet tall. It was
12
feet per radial on the snowflake. And the first time they set it up, they didn't set it up quite properly. And she was so afraid of calling the insurance company and said that the house was destroyed by a single snowflake.
That's right. They brought it to the very first North Carolina convention in 2010. And they couldn't put it on its stand. They they were able to get it part way up by leaning it.
It's like
right?
12 feet tall and
It didn't
almost-
quite, the ceiling
it's
wasn't
straight
quite
up,
enough for just the flake part without its big old stand that
And that
held
one
this thing.
piece had like 2,500 lights on it.
It was 4-inch PVC,
Something like that.
something like it. It was just, it looked cool. They laid it out nicely and wrapped everything with lights, but it's pretty
I didn't
crazy.
buy the snowflake.
No, I don't.
You can overdo
Did he
it.
take it in the backyard, Joe?
No, I heard about it several times.
Good
So
stuff.
you can look for Kennedys on there, you'll find a snowflake.
Yeah.
So anyway, in that case, he could have gotten away with a mini tree with a lot less power. He started immediately wondering why he was blowing breakers every time he turned on his mini trees. Didn't know he was drawing about 25, 27 amps or something on a 20 amp circuit.
Yeah, I didn't know that. When he came, I took a picture of it and told me to turn all the lights on. And it came up for about 3 seconds and all shut down.
Darius is an electrician who wired, helped me wire all my sub panels, and he's always held me to 15 amps on my plan at a plan point on a 20 amp circuit. That's a max.
80%.
So that'd be 16, right? So I go 15, and like I said, I've been running all GFIs and in heavy water and no problems, and very well balanced on the phases too. So I got no current at all on my neutrals. When everything's on, there's about 2 or 3 amps on the whole house on the neutral. That's it. It's pretty perfectly balanced. So I think we.
So,
Yeah.
I think when you came by, you mentioned a couple of things in mind that you liked.
Yeah.
The one item that year one, for those of you who don't know, I have a lower ledge roof as my first level before we get to the second level roof. And basically, I put up 10 mini trees on that first ledge. And the way that I did it year one was I took PVC piping, drilled holes in it for the rods to go in, and of course PVC is round, so of course on a slanted roof line doesn't exactly work too well. So what we had to do year one was we basically ran stainless steel wire from one end of the roof to the other, and basically brought up every single piece and ran it through the wire and stuff, and we finally got it up. But then, of course, with all the winds that we didn't know we were going to expect year one, being up here, we learned very fast that even putting them in there, in the PVC piping, did not stop them from coming out and falling off the roof. So fast forward to year two, what we decided to do with the PVC piping was we actually put nails in the PVC piping so that the PVC piping, as it rolled, could only roll so far. And once we got the tree in, it wouldn't roll at all. And then what we also did is we also wrapped wire around each one of the legs on the tree to give us more protection from the winds. We didn't lose any trees falling out off the roof this year. And we had some pretty good winds there right after Christmas and stuff and so forth. So we were really happy about that. The other two things that I did get to accomplish, I did get my mega tree replaced with pixels. That better planning. I'll be using that banding next year, this coming year. We tried it with another set of banding and it just didn't work. It was taking way too much time. So we decided to stay with the natural look and just let it hang, which actually still worked well. Final thing is that we actually did get the grid done on the yard as well, which that turned out to be a pretty good talked about effect for people that came by to view the display. They really liked it right underneath the pixel tree and stuff. And gave it kind of offset everything and so forth. So That was really good as well. So, and the other thing I did was I opened a Facebook page and started telling the world about it. And wound up with 175 likes this year. We wound up every night, not as much traffic as everybody else, which I'm thankful for at the moment. But I mean, we would generally get about 3 or 4 cars a night that would stay and actually park out front and actually watch the whole show. And I definitely agree. Anything more than our show this year was 8 songs in about 28 minutes, and that was just about pushing it. So I think we're gonna look to cut our show down to maybe 2 different shows and stuff like that. So that's why
It's interesting you brought up the Facebook piece. I did that a couple of years ago after my website got hacked and ended up being all in Russian and stuff. So, I've since cleaned that up, but I haven't really repaired it. But it's funny because since Christmas this year, I've gotten about 40 likes, and I'm like, what happened? And so I posted a question on there asking, just out of curiosity, why is everybody from out of town liking our display? And they said it keeps coming up because of the
suggested things
you might like or something like that.
Yeah.
So you actually get more followers that way. So it's been interesting just seeing the interaction from people and stuff from all over the place.
Well, I know I've gotten about 10 of those pages, and I've liked them all. And I've actually started talking to about a half dozen of those people to see what they've done with their displays and stuff and so forth. So, good conversation pieces and stuff and so forth. So,
Yeah. Okay. I was really impressed with getting 10 mini trees, RGB, on his roof without putting holes in the roof. I mean, yeah, you go through some engineering challenges to do that, and he worked it out. So next year when we go out on the TASL tour, hopefully he'll be here this year. He was gone this year, so
we were in Florida on vacation.
it was pretty. The weather was forecasted to be crappy on that January, whatever night I said we were to go out. So I think I was the only one that did go out. It was forecasted to be lousy, but it was actually dry. So the next section, we want to get going on it. And that was to talk about some specific things that people designed that were more or less unique on their own, or brought them along. There have been a number of things around the room, and mine only takes a second because it's just been standing right there. All it is candy canes. The PVC, if you put it on a diamond, automatically lets you lay out the clock. It's all put together with tie wraps except for the glue on the PVC. It does burn 12 channels, but you can make it 10 or something. 12 was just easier. And the little pipe plate was a candy dish that I sprayed the green from the back. It was clear candy dish from 4th of July. So that's just an example of a very low-tech but a nice looking effect. You can see that I didn't even pull the darn labels off. I was hoping they would have worn off by now, but they didn't. So I'm going to probably have to work it, but when it's out there running, it doesn't bother me. So that's mine. The next one we're going to have, yeah.
Those stock candy canes, or did you put anything in them?
No, these are stock. I did play around. I've played around with sticking pixels RGBs into candy canes. And just like the blow molds, these are RGB here. The one looks good on white, but it looks terrible when you put RGBs inside colored blow molds. So I like cool white. The ugly LEDs are fantastic inside blow molds. If you build the PVC frames, then just drive a piece of rebar and drop it over. You can. Anybody wants to pick that up and look in the bottom of it, you can. But this one is RGB, so you'll see those bulbs wound in there. So anyway, they're just right out of the shell. And what I've found, if you wanted to go to RGBs, is you're going to have to try to find, they make clear candy canes that had red bulbs in them, and they have white stripes. It's just clear with a white stripe. And I have a few, but I've never found a whole bunch like at Walmart. If you can find those, then you can load RGBs in them and then at least change the color on the whole thing if you want to go dumb, or if you want to make it perfectly 16 pixels or something, like tie wrapping the bulbs nicely and shoving them in. But you need to find something that's not colored, because the red and the green and whatever colors, when you do the pixels behind that, it looks horrible. Green looks good against green, but as soon as you put red on it, the red turns black when you turn on a blue or green color in the LEDs. So it's very ugly.
Have you tried putting any of the LED strips in one of those?
That's what I mean. I use bulbs.
Yeah, but have you tried the strips? Like
Maybe the strips would be so bright, but it's creating the dark color against the pigmented color on
well,
the
I was thinking even just white ones, just you turn the bulb and
sure, white.
You know,
Absolutely.
Dumb.
You can buy white pixels, and that would look great in there. So, and then just move them inside. Fantastic project. I haven't seen anybody do it, but boy, you can buy all white pixel bulbs very cheap, for about half the cost of the RGB ones, around $10, $11 for 50. So yeah, so that's all on that one. Darius is. I've got Darius next. Sam's going to talk about one down there in the birdhouse after that, and then Joe signed up to talk about, and we can go, about 10 minutes each, if that, whatever it takes for people to go questions. So Darius, you want to give them the whole scope and how many of these things you had to make and what's it going to look like and all with. It turned into a lot of work for him.
I have four columns. They're about 16 feet tall. They are square, about 12 inch by 12 inch. So this is supposed to attach to my columns, like basically slide on. And then I will stack them up and I have those cables to connect it. So it's about 20 bulbs, 40 per section. This project took me like 20 times more. I mean, the time was just so much more. I had to cut the plywood, staple it, twice paint it, and outside and inside to make it waterproof. Spacing was important because I had to divide, I think it was 43 inches each section, so I kind of made a little division. It was like 2 3/8 between bulbs to make it all even. So once I made it like a little one, then I could just repeat all of them. So just to cut them took a while. Then attaching those bulbs was like 2-3 hour project for this section. Tiny little screws and splicing, then splicing cables. It was just so much time. But I never finished the project on time, because when I finished, the Christmas was here. And then I never did the programming. That's a new something new for me. I did the lower channels, so I was afraid to just take out the other lights, put this one up, and not finish. So I will do it for next Christmas. I plan to use them for other occasions, like maybe St. Patrick's Day or 4th of July, Halloween, because you can make any colors you want. And they are supposed to be very easy attachable to columns. Just slide them on. Those bolts are supposed to be like an attachment hook for my rubber band, to keep it from falling out. And all I have to do is glue the divider and then
The diffuser. Okay.
diffuser, yeah, which will be held by screws in the side. I mean, just 2 screws. So from the street in the daylight, they're supposed to look like columns, like nothing happened to them. At night, they will light up. So,
But not sharp pinpoint because you get the diffuser.
yeah, so I can make some effects of.
The fire sticks or the.
Yeah, I can go up and
light stackers,
down,
whatever you want
left
to
and right, because I will have basically 8 lines. So I can make a lot of effects with that.
And they're smarter, don't they?
Smart.
Even the screen.
Yeah. I mean, that was my plan, but like I said, the time ran out. So I was afraid to just change it and not make it. But and the way it's connected. The data and power supply will be coming in one end, and I will power inject it at the other end, and I'll have a T on top, so it'll be my total power injection. And these are 12 volt DC, so I should be fine with that.
So how many pixels in between power?
It's 160.
You got 4 of these sections?
Well, it's 160 three power injections.
Okay. So every 40 pixels you're injecting.
I have experience that when we inject like 50 pixels, 50, 60 pixels, if you light up on what. So there's no production. So after 60, it will go down.
Is that 5 volt, 12 volt?
These are 12, I was doing a 12 volt.
Good 12 volts?
Even the 5 volts is the same time.
Yeah, 5 volts you probably can do the same.
And also the distance when I power inject on top, I'll be like, the wire length will be probably 20 feet long, so there'll be voltage drop too. So I figure having power injected in 3 locations with that 12 gauge or 10 gauge cable. So yeah, that'll be about it.
10 gauge cable? Did you have? Or did you make?
Made 16 of them.
Made 16 of them?
Yeah, there's like I said, 4 per column, 1, 2, so they will stack up tightly. They are about 4 feet long, slightly under 4 feet.
Is that on your front porch?
Yeah.
Because you got a very tall front porch.
Yeah, so this will go all the way down. I tried them, they fit tight, and they will just blend in with the column. The columns are kind of off-white. They are spaced about 5 feet apart, so.
You know what, 4 columns?
Yeah, so from the streets, it was to be spectacular.
Wouldn't the power injection between the first and second, and then the third and fourth be sufficient?
First and second.
You said you're doing it at the beginning?
Well, I'm doing it at the beginning.
Of the first one?
The first
All the way
one,
to the top
and
of
then on top of the T,
And then at the bottom?
then the bottom one comes out.
Okay.
Because I'll have-
So you're going up 80 pixels before you hit the top?
Yes.
Okay.
Then the 80 pixel will feed either direction, the DC power. So I will have basically 4 cables coming out from the controllers for data. And actually, I'll show you my box. Yeah, this is complete. Yeah, this has the board, power supply, and I brought 12 volt DC for my injection. I use something like this. Minus is going to be common, and the positive will have a fuses, just in case something happens. So I'm using this for my power injections. So hopefully this will work.
So have you tried it?
It works. It works on the floor.
Just ask.
Works on the floor, but not, the whole setup.
Well, I mean, they can be protected, so you never said this, are you gonna leave them up? I mean, is this, I mean.
I try them, it takes me maybe an hour to attach all of them on the columns. So these are kind of like, I can throw them one evening for the next day display and then take it out quickly. They are very easy to install because all I have to do is just slide them up, connect it, and then the rubber goes behind it. Yeah, that's it. That was my project. I'm finished.
Okay, birdhouse is next. You can just see from there. Yeah. Everybody want to stretch and walk up and try around this thing. So show how Christmas lights will actually help you raise birds in your yard. New thing. Yeah.
So, in addition to lights, I decided to start breaking down into other things that generate muscle. And I said, why not projectors? Because, we were starting to get into the pixels, and I think Mark came in with a little cardboard pixel matrix. And power, there's one thing running quick. We have a power cable and Ethernet cable. On the underside here, you see a port switch. You run everything off that one cable. I've broken them up into three ends in here. Got my Uno, or the combi wireless. I've got two USB boxes, really simple, it's 4 USB ports, and it's just your network. So what I do is it tunnels USB ports over your network to the box. The video part is actually very, very small. You can see that. All that is. Essentially, it's just a decoder. And we suggested zero lighting video. Perfect. I also use the USB boxes to turn on off projectors. Projectors I have, especially the two we use for the meeting today. Ones that go in here. So it's serial port in the back, so I can turn them on at 5 o'clock. These are shut off when I turn them back on. So, power. The climate control system, we have a factor, terms of this is right heat. The projectors are off, box space, relatively. Ultimately, they also treat the air, so we can hold air. There's also there's also a top, which that's the air to people at night. That's what comes out. How many lumens is the projector? Each projector uses 3,200 lumens together they it's fairly bright. It kind of gets washed up a little bit with other lights, but your sequencing, take down the lights 5 times, and
In videos of people that I've seen do this, what you have to do to create this effect, I guess the two create somewhat of a 3D effect where you can change the facade and make it look like something different.
the 2 steps for redundancy.
It's just redundancy.
Right.
Yeah, I thought maybe it was good for how they turned Buckingham Palace looking like
Yeah.
it's burning and all
That's
that.
not And so how do you get to that? Well, you have to be in the right spot. And there goes, we're talking about earlier, with higher display levels, where you can stand. And that's what I want to talk about. But it's not. It really is.
So right now, just get something out there and see what you can do.
Like
old Tom and Jerry cartoons or something.
A company that has, I think it's one of these stand on drawings, we have, and one of these.
I haven't seen that. Create shapes on the house and before. So it has I demonstrated that. White box and injected all inside of the box. Look perfect. Oh, yes.
Top right, nice, very easy. Very easy, nice.
There's a seat frame because we're no longer talking about lights. It's really difficult. And that's why it takes me so long to get to this point. From my location on the street, I should be able to project on the front of the house. So it's 550 diagonal screen. As well as the entire. I would say 70. Oh, it is. And yeah.
It's not quite.
Overlaying is the hard part. We do this, the video feeds into this and then output directly into the second. So that takes about 30 minutes. Because as soon as you make an adjustment, you get it back. But the trays inside, they can, so, yes, they're locking right now. So once you have it placed, secure it. First I want to do was really quick video, but realize how complicated it is when you do just video. Maybe, I don't like the time of year for the house. And all. And I've been provided ladders over 10 feet. And this way I can stamp them, I bring them through, they can actually land on the roof and then, maybe I can have
I'm not putting screen on the
I was wondering, are you gonna put some coral plastic?
No.
Get all coral would look really nice.
Don't give me any ideas.
Oh,
Maybe I have some boxes.
Oh, the house, yeah, the house is, awfully, so it's mostly, take a summer picture of the house. And then you line the front of the house with white coral, come back and shoot a picture of the house back on it, so it looks the same. And then you can graphically have things like, Mel did this, by the way, on our roof. So it looked like things were crawling out of the siding, big amount. Animals would come out of the siding. Yeah, exactly, that's what he did it for, but he did put the picture of his house back on his house. It was actually covered during the day with a large coral flat. And it looked just like it's a little house. Turned on that projection, it's scared. And then these wicked things coming out the side, and going back. You can hope it snows. Snow's not gonna go away. I think that's a great excuse for a snow machine. Oh, yeah.
That's right under laser.
Wait, so there's more of a chance for that to happen.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Underneath here, there's a USB temperature and humidity sensor. But it pipes back to the computer.
Now we're going to be with fire.
So did we refer to
How do you monitor humidity?
It's a temperature. It's mostly the temperature. If it's out of balance, I can shut it off. I can say no projection. You know, in theory, of course. I have to actually get the projection.
TASL tours will be out to see it. We'll be watching it grow over the next 2 or 3 seasons. And each February, we'll talk about what worked and what didn't.
Pretty much. What gets me is the hardware is solid. It works. I can project it on the video on the page. And I mean, you know, video over and everyone else says, oh, you have to run it. Then you know. And I'm like, all right. Show us. We will, yeah.
Good challenge. It's one of those stand and deliver.
Show me the house.
Next one, right?
Awesome. Let's see, we got.
Oh, yeah, this is.
Yeah.
How are you going to use the computer?
You're an expert.
Good, I got to fix the wall again. Hey, Blaine. Go. You can talk about something.
I think people really want to hear about that tree there.
The what?
That tree.
Yeah.
And the, show how the business deal with the vendor.
What do you sound for?
We have time.
That would be good.
I'll make it quick.
Still building for next year?
Yeah, I'd like to see that myself.
And you can write simple labels. You can direct them.
Everybody can come up, we can get it started.
This is just a
Group 5, oh, you don't want to check out. Oh, most people have to more than 50 or 80 cents.
Yeah, probably too. And,
I'll say borrow. No, there's a in it all day.
anyway.
All right, you guys ready? Get started. All right, so we were talking about some of the things that worked and some of the things that didn't work. So I started, like I said, last year doing LOR for a few months. And I realized real quickly that I wanted to do pixels. And the Superstar, was it Superstar sequencer for LOR was going to cost me a fortune because I really wanted to do one of the 12 ribbon trees like they always show in their videos. So I started looking at alternate things and I came up with Vixen 3. So I started doing some sequencing in Vixen 3 and had a couple of sequences in LOR. And then I was trying to figure out how I was going to work on my work laptop, plus have the show running and some other stuff. And I had a Raspberry Pi. So the Raspberry Pi was running as a proxy server. So my teenage son and all of his devices ran through the proxy server so I could monitor everything he was doing and also blacklist and whitelist stuff. And I decided to rededicate it to a show computer. So is anybody running Raspberry Pi as their show computer? Nobody? Oh, okay.
There you are.
So for $35, you can get a Raspberry Pi. This happens to be a B+ model. I just found out that they came out with a Raspberry Pi 2 that is 6 times faster than this and has twice as much memory and is the exact same price. So the B+ model has 4 USB ports, HDMI out, video and audio out. There's a company, a group of guys that are making a player for this that will play sequences. So what you do is, if you're LOR, you use X-Lights to save into Raspberry Pi format, and then you save it on a flash drive. So this is your, all your sequences and songs going here. For Vixen, you can actually, from the file menu, save right to this format. But if you're LOR, X-Lights. This particular one I bought, they're about $35. I think this one was $55 on Amazon. Comes with a case, Comes with a wireless dongle here, and I bought this flash drive. And then the hard drive is actually a little mini, what do they call it? SD card in the back. So what this does is it runs a version of Linux that's really stripped down. For the Falcon player, which is what they use for the sequences for Christmas light shows, it's even more stripped down to basically just a shell, a web browser, and just the core stuff for the program. So there's no graphical interface, right? Yes?
Could you actually, instead of using USB, could you store the data on a share, on an NFS share, or something like that?
Maybe.
So that you can update it, kind of, that's the.
Well, I'll get to that. All right, so when you plug this in, I'm going to use this little speaker as what would be my FM transmitter. Okay. It's what they call headless, so you don't actually have a monitor. So how do you know what's going on? Here I have a SAN devices controller that was controlling my 12-strand ribbon tree and the star, and a little hub, and then there's 2 ribbons here out of the 12. So when it boots up, it's going to announce its IP address, and then because I have the sequence already set up, it's going to go right into the first song. And then I'll cover a little bit over this and answer any questions you have.
You can unplug the silly lights that's instant sequence. Maybe from the floor if you want.
Should time how long this is going to take. It's awkward silence.
Okay.
Here we go.
I have got the following IP addresses, 192.168.1.169.
Okay, so its IP address is 192.168.1.169. And then it's going to load the sequences. Oh, I forgot to power up the. We need controllers. And then if I really wanted to, and this is the answer to your concern, if I really wanted to, so all I need to do is connect to that wireless router, and they have a web, this is actually running as a web server too. So from here, I could say I wanted to start the show. So I can upload songs right from my web browser from my computer, and it'll actually write right to that flash drive. Or if I wanted to, if it was inside the house or outside, I could go pull the card out, update it, and then and the nice thing about this too is you can chain these for redundancy. And what I would do is I would have the FM transmitter on a timer because I don't want the FM transmitter running all the time. But I would just leave the pipe running all the time in my house and then run one cable out to this box, which is waterproof, that has the power supplies and the controller cards in it. And then it would drive everything, and I only had one cable coming out of the house, right? And then the Raspberry Pi, because it has, this is running 192, 168, but the wireless was running 10 10.0 and was connecting to my home network. So it also kept the two separate. But for my home computer, I could connect to the 10.0 side wirelessly and update the sequences and still have my laptop to work on the sequences whenever I wanted to.
That's very hard to do with light aroma.
So the star is all smart pixels, and they're like these, the modules with 3 LEDs in each one. There's a ring of 30, then 20, and then 10. This is holiday Coro. And what I did is I put it on cardboard, probably a plywood backboard, and it has a stand. And the reason why the stand's there is because, for those of you who on the tour, it's hanging off out of an oak tree. An oak tree like this up out of the trunk, and there's a limb like this. This strap has a cable hanging off the limb, and then the back braces go up against the tree, and there's a strap that goes around the tree. And then, if you look carefully, that's going to come up afterwards. It's kind of hard to pick up. All 12 ribbons go here. And then on the back, there's 12 loop hoops. And the hoops have rope that goes from a stake on the ground up through the hoop and back down. And then these ribbons are just zip tied up the rope. So everything is really lightweight and super easy to store.
Awesome. How much does that Raspberry Pi cost?
This?
So the Raspberry Pi,
$35.
$35. And that is running, that could run your entire show.
Oh yeah, so here's the other thing too. So this is running a little over 6,000 pixels, plus I think I have a couple of LOR channels set up in it, even though I didn't use them this year. If I go here and go to about, it'll tell me how much CPU usage it's actually using to run, I don't know how many universes, 3 or 4 universes. It's not much. And it's running about 1%. So, I mean, it's barely even moving along.
That isn't powerful enough, so you gotta go get the new one that's 4 times as powerful.
It's actually 6 times as powerful. It's a quad-core processor where this is a single-core thing.
I think I saw $55 includes the wireless,
Yeah, so this
a
one's
USB
55.
adapter and a wireless. And
That includes the wireless adapter, a case. Oh, it includes a power supply. And the power supply is, I think, a 2 ampere. So you can run multiple things off the USB port. If you don't have a big enough power supply, which is pretty much any mini phone charging. Everybody has a couple of extra phone chargers. If the amperage isn't high enough, you're running into problems if you run too many things off the USB port.
And Joe, did you tell me that last year, when you started out doing this, you had a couple LOR?
All right, great. So that's the thing. So I had this sequence, my wife wanted. I didn't have time to sequence this, so I bought it from Holiday Coro's webpage, where they sell LOR sequences for like $25 a piece. But it's LOR. But all my stuff was in Dixie, right? And then the girl across the street, this little cute girl, and she was like, I want Frozen. So I went on and got the Let It Go sequence from the same Holiday Coro website. So $50. First year I was running short. I know I should make all my stuff, but I bought 2 sequences. They're LOR, and I'm running Dixie, right? So what I did is I used X lights to convert the LOR sequences to Falcon Pi Player, and then Vixen saves to Falcon Pi Player. So I'm actually running a combination of both sequencers through the Falcon Pi Player.
And you said the one catch was on the purchase one, so you didn't have the ability to go in there and like change the intensity.
Right, so LOR has no way for me to say, so I don't know if you can tell how bright these are, but LOR doesn't have a way to say, I want all of my lights on this sequence to dim, and I only want to go from 0 to 50 instead of 0 to 100. They're individual when you save your individual parts, you define, your max and your minimum. And some may be at 100 and some may start at 60 and go to 30 or 0. So there's no way for me to dim this, unfortunately.
Superstar, or are you still have that same limitation?
You still have the same limitation. The thing about Vixen is you define all your elements in your lights, and then they go through a color filter and a dimming curve, and then to your device. So I could say I want to dim everything on just the strips but not the star in a matter of seconds, but LOR doesn't have that. Apparently, the guys at Falcon have listened to a lot of people, and they are possibly going to allow you to do it in the future. But at this point, they don't. And there are guys running video as well as audio over multiple 2, 3, 4, 5 high players scattered all over their yard. One may be up here running video, one's over here running this group, one's over here running this group. You find one master and the rest are slaves. You put all the sequences and songs on the master, and in just a song, I don't know if you put the sequence of songs on the slaves or not, but they will drive, the master drives all the slaves. So you can really have your stuff segmented and everything running in sync.
Yep. Going over.
This one was bought too. Any
Yeah,
questions?
you have to spend another whole $35.
35, yeah.
How much for a new show computer?
So, any questions?
Yeah, I know.
The cool thing is you can do stuff on your phone in the yard as long as you're connected to it. And you can stop and start, skip songs. Somebody wants a special song, you can just connect and do it.
Eventually.
0.84% is what it was running to drive the song.
Okay, let's see. I'm going to do a real quick one. I'm going to turn it over to Blaine to do some stuff. This was on an earlier agenda. We also have to make sure we talk about the group buy, so I'm watching for that. I told everybody that I went through lots of problems. I was using these little 3-channel RGB controllers to control my my snowman and the RGB ornaments and stuff. These, see the ones that are kind of upside down with the red numbers on them? These are little individual 3-channel. They've got DMX and power and RGB out. And they're about $8 a piece. And I just put them all in and was running this way for a couple of years. And started having problems where these things would reprogram themselves. And I don't know what caused it. I still don't, but it happened again this past Christmas. So I switched over about 4 of these. It's an RGB. This is for dumb RGBs. So you got 9 RGB outputs, or essentially 27 channels, and it was $49 at Holiday Coro. They're about $40 in China. If we are in on enough of a group buy where you get decent shipping, you can get them even cheaper, right? Just going that way. This particular one was an old one. They have XLR. They only had XLR DMX, the little round plugs like my DMX adapter. That's a stage lighting standard. But now they do have these. They're pointing sideways in a metal can. I put these little adapters on myself to have Cat5 in and out of it. But now they come with Cat5 on connectors on the end, same price. They just have fixed them up. The nice thing about these also is that there's a dip switch right here that just shows the DMX, sets the DMX starting address for where the first channel is, and then you just get 27 channels numerically from there, or 9 RGB channels. And so it's not gonna reprogram on you. I've been running these things it's been running real clean for my, all my stuff with no problems, my talking trees. They're real smooth, the dimming looks real good on them. I've really put these through the paces, so I've really decided that I like the darn things. They blend real well with your show. So if any of you are looking to do dumb DMX, this is the way to go. At some point, I'm going to plug in that snowman over here and just turn him on the test pattern, and you'll see some colors happening on him. I forgot to do that earlier. I probably should have. The only other thing I was showing by showing this having these boxes, I have an example of all the CG boxes, except I did forget my CG 500. So you can see the tall, narrow one that works good for single Renard boards. These CG 1500s. We talked a whole bunch of times, so come by and look at this. You can buy the Lightorama boards very inexpensively in their sales for less than $150 a piece, and then just put them in the CG box on your own. I happen to have some more wire sets because I had, under my mega tree, I had to put long SPT2 wires under there to get over to the plugs, but so I reused them. But I've also built several lower boards into this box and just used SPT wire. So even including SPTs, you're building a brand new lower box for 170 bucks. So that which is pretty good, since now they're really in more in the 220, 230 kind of range most of the time. So just if you want to come by and look at the different examples of boxes, that's the only reason I brought these over here. And I'm going to wire this one up. Oh, one other thing. You'll see on, I guess I'll pick on the Lightorama box. I have a few sets of these extra if somebody's building a box and you want to try them. This is a really neat way to do wires where you use one of your plugs to have an outlet on it. And I've got some of these available. You can get the mate really, you can just use any other regular extension cord. But that way you can take the two sides of the lower board, especially if you're running LEDs, and just join them together and run and only eat up one circuit for a Lightorama setup. And I think I have at least 4 or 5 of these, so if anybody wants to catch me, just give me your name, I'll write it down. Running around, I gathered up like about 15 of them, and I've used 5 or 6, but you know, I'll be glad to share some if you guys want to try. Also, in examples of power supplies, a 24 volt, a couple 12s, a 5, a little, you can get a little bitty 5 volt. The nice thing about these type here, they call them meanwhile, is they're tunable. The China ones are also tune adjustable to be able to get them tuned to voltages and stuff like that. So that's it. Just stuff to look at. Blaine, you want to talk about some stuff?
Yeah, if anybody's interested, I'll show you the tree and to demonstrate how to bend the stars.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wireframe bending has always been pretty much an inhibitor to people. I did go out for the group, and when we did the big stars thing, and I bought a bender, but even at Holiday or Harbor Freight, I think it still cost me $100. So he came up with some ways of making your own. It looked awesome for wireframe work. And then you just string them with your own lights. Those bags of clips were going around at somewhere. I hope they made it back. If not, whoever's got them, I hope you enjoy them. They're up there. Okay, there you go. So if you use 1/4 inch or 3/16 wire, you can get clips. Holiday Light Store downtown Raleigh sells them, and Lori's Delights in Florida is probably the cheapest that I've seen, where 1,000 is 25 bucks or something like that.
You know, like 40 bucks at the Holiday Light Store. Like 40 bucks at the Holiday Light Store.
40 at Holiday Light Store, but they're
We're back
really
in
cheap. You just walk down and grab what you want.
Exactly.
I should get James to come up and show you how to do that. You got a good lesson on that, though. Actually, this is where probably, well, if there's enough room, if you're interested in watching, like, on the gather.
Yeah. Hands-on, those who are really interested.
I'm
come
very
on, take a look. We're still open for workshops for this coming season, by the way, so if anybody has ideas and wants to help spearhead them, the only reason we haven't had workshops lately is because nobody's been helping do the organizing on them, and changing from IBM to Lenovo was pretty destructive on my.
Spare time? Yeah.
Well, spare time and it's just very stressful. For going 29 years with somebody and then all still leaving. So. X and Y. The beauty of this is you can, you can take drawings from all over the internet and modify them a little bit and make something nobody else has. You can make it yours.
I'm interested in the stars and stuff.
This was my first jig that I made. When you buy this off Amazon, you get the bar, you get this piece of aluminum, and you get 4 or 5 different radius ties to go on here to make different angles. Just because that was not appropriate, I actually made one out of a couple of pieces of MDF. So I already knew what my length of the star is going to be. This is for a it comes out 13-inch star, but so I need a 4-foot piece of rod, and what I do is it's essential. This will actually make different length stars. Just moving it out, so I can make 4 different size stars off here. If I want to make a huge one, I just make my board longer. It's essential to have a pin right here. The one thing that I would redo on this is this pin actually needs to be offset this way so that all these others will work. Right now, it's only set up to where this one was working with this little stop right here. This stop right here is to keep this metal from flexing when I go to bend it. If I don't have this little stop, the rod has a tendency to flex over here. So basically, I put it in there. I knew what my angles were, and so I traced them on the board here, so I know how far I have to bend the rod to. I may have to put some weight on this table for me, I don't know. But basically, first bend I want to do is the sharp bend. I want to do the sharp bend first. And I just pull it around, and I got it marked. I just want to bend it to where it lines up with that mark. And when you're looking at in my box over there, you hand me that pair of vice grips out of there. Looks like a pair of pliers, sort of. And I do this because when you go to bend it, it will have a tendency to go on split ways. When I'm doing this, I can do one in about 5 minutes. So take and hold down to that pin. This time I'm going to do the wider angle, which is going to bring it around to there. And already you can start seeing what the shape is. So you can see what I did. I lifted it straight off there. All I did was flip it over. I'm going to put the last angle I bent on that back pin. And go back around it all the way to the sharp angle this time. And trust me, you won't double check yourself on this, because if you've been a sharp angle, it's supposed to have been a wide angle. It's not real easy to straighten back out. Even though it is thin metal, it still comes out. So there again, I lifted it straight up. All I do is flip it over, put the last angle on bend back around there. And trust me, I made probably about 40 of these for my daughter's wedding. In fact, that's one of them. And so I had to have a fast way of making stars, because that's what her wedding reception was going to be, star themed. And she had just graduated with a master's degree in physics with a focus on astronomy. So that's what she wanted. That's what she got. She got it a lot cheaper than me paying somebody to do it. And you'll see it's not that difficult. That's just to make a star, but you can make any bend that you wanted. And when you're using the other one that I have with the larger radius, it'll make a nice smooth curved bend. If you didn't want you didn't want this, I think it's about 3/8 inch radius right here that I'm using. So I'm not gonna finish the whole thing just for minutes at the time, but you kind of get the idea. I'll get all the way back around. This 4-foot piece will come up a little bit long. I'll saw it off, weld the two ends together, and that's what you end up with.
Very cool.
You spray paint? Yeah, spray paint. When you get your steel, they always have a coat of graphite grease on them, so you gotta wipe that all off. In fact, I didn't get it all off. That keeps them from rusting. But once you take that graphite off of it, I don't know what they use. I know when I was working for a steel company, ours were covered with graphite, but so tight and keeps it from rusting. But once you take that off, you need to get it painted pretty shortly afterwards. So yeah, this is cold roll, 1018, I think. Something like that. That's that. But you can see it when you're using a jig like this, and like I said, it doesn't have to be a star. If you wanted to do some type of metal frame, say a soldier, you first get him printed out the size that you wanted, just the lines that you want to do. And you just take one of the lines and say, okay, I need a little bit of a bend. You stick it in there, bend it, put it over on there, and you work around each one of your little lines and you weld all the little pieces together. Any questions? It's simple enough, huh?
How much did the original Amazon jig cost you?
This, I think they're about $40. They actually have two versions, one without all the round pieces with big different radiuses, and then the one with the radiuses. Real simple, and you can make any jig you want to. Oh, I do want to do one other thing too. When I went to welding it together to make sure all of them are the same. This is, people say, oh, welding on wood, you're going to burn the place down. Well, yeah, it only catches fire for the first few times, and then it goes right out. So basically, let's say that star was complete. What I'll do, I have it up on this table. I take the clamps and I clamp it down in place. And the raise, my nice little handy dandy jig here makes every star that I make the same, because I take these pieces that I've already cut here, stick them down in there, and then I'll take this back piece here, and then I just go around with the welder, weld all these places, weld there, take it out, flip it over, it'll fit right back into it. And weld the back side of it, clean the welds up. Okay. And the final piece looks somewhat like yeah, I'll probably say it already, but the final piece, we'll pass it around, take a look at it. I'm not a welder, so don't complain about the weld.
What kind of welder are you using? An arc welder?
It's a wire welder.
It's a wire feed?
Wire feed welder.
Is it a particular amperage, like a pretty fancy higher amperage?
No, it's the cheaper 110 model you buy at Lowe's, the Lincoln 110. When I first started welding thin metals, like I don't know what temperature and what wire feed, so I did a little internet searching. From what I can understand, you want it hot and you want the wire to feed fast. And it works for me, and it makes sense, because he was watching me weld. If you hold it down there for very long, you're gonna burn right through it.
Yeah.
So you have to burn it hot, burn it fast. You hit it, tack weld it. I mean, you have that's basically, a second hit with the welding. So you have to be real careful about that part. But I love my wire welder. That was another Christmas present. Lovely wife. If I ever want anything, I just ask for Christmas. So.
And then tell her why you want it. Christmas decorations.
Nah, if I tell her that, she probably won't get it. No more. But yeah, just be creative. If you want to make a lot of the same things, you're just making a one-off. You don't really need a jig. But if you're making 15 shooting stars, and make jigs makes your life easier. So that's kind of how all that works. This guy's now been through about 30 of the shooting stars.
I was saying about your stars like that, but you know, speed, get children as possible. Rather than having to join them each one.
Right, yeah, just do it all on a bender. One shot of that, yeah.
And probably, with my welding skills,
This 1/4 inch is a lot harder to deal with, so I was using a 5-foot bar.
Yeah.
But if you go with 3/16, it's very doable even on big stars, so.
I made a lot of our stars.
I wouldn't.
I made some of the stars with 1/4 inch. It's harder to bend.
it's still possible.
Oh yeah, it's not
Yeah.
too bad.
Okay, let's see, we're in stock left.
So while y'all standing up here, I don't know if y'all are interested. A few of you already asked about the tree thing. I'm just gonna demonstrate real quick how it works. First off, we're gonna have to use our imagination. Seeing this is soft ground or dirt underneath it instead of the wood. The wood is not normally a part of it. So with this particular metal one that I made, this is made out of 1/4 inch. They sell a planetary ring roller at Harbor Freight.
Yeah,
You put your steel through there and it bends it for you. This was 90 inches long when I started bending it. I put it through the ring roller. I didn't know exactly what radius I'd need at the time. I just happened the first time through it came out right. But you want to start out not with a real sharp bend in it but if you come back, you can once you make the circle, you can always tighten it up and make the radius a little tighter to make the perfect ring. Then I just welded some 2-inch pieces of 1/8 inch on here and made these little hooks for it. So what you would do with the ring like this is you'd take a tin stake or something and you would hold it to the ground. Then you would take, we normally use, this is just something I had laying around in my building at the time, but normally I use the thin walled PVC that's 1.5 inches, I think, large, maybe larger. But it's big enough to take just your normal surveyor stakes that you can buy at Lowe's, 50 for a few bucks. And that's what I drive into the ground. And then we would take a PVC pipe that I've notched out at the top and ooh, LED lights. I can't believe I use LEDs. Don't tell nobody, okay?
This is not the way that the trees were made for the show.
Yeah.
This is just some way.
This is my
to
way.
people how you could do this without you coming to me for classes.
This is actually the way this is treated. I originally designed it back in the early 80s was to have a ring at the bottom. I never have the welder to do it. So she actually uses, I was trying to save myself some time. Retie it on there. Are they sitting back there without a computer, Tim? Your little spikes?
My spikes are not back there, but my sticks are. Oh, yes. These are what I use.
Well, let me grab this one.
These guys, and the level.
I made her do it the hard way for years and years.
A level. Because
Instead of having the base.
Has pitch, I want my trees level to the ground, not the trees level, because if you do that, then you have what we deem the leaning tower of trees.
So basically, when she would come out, I always had to drive the sticks in the ground and put the post on. So basically, she wouldn't have a ring or anything. So she would come up to the tree with her string of wires, and she would measure out with a stick like this. And that's where she would use these little spikes right here. She would do the same thing as what I'm doing now, but would hold the wires in the ground with the spikes. Follow me? Mm-hmm. And then she would measure across using one of the little sticks to where that would be where it would go back up. But I'm gonna just do it with the ring, since hopefully someday in the future we'll have it done the easy way. So basically, first thing you do is you probably want to just pull all your wires out long ways from the ground. Yeah, and sit here and unroll them. But you want to just come straight across to the one on the other side, loop it across.
You're off by one.
Yeah.
Okay, let her correct me.
Thank you.
And you're going to come back up with it. Come across to the one beside it. And you're just going to keep doing this all the way around. And you can build a tree in about 10 minutes. She builds them the old way in 15 minutes. I don't know, I think she's like bewitched. I go inside and come back out, she's got 15 trees built. She wiggles her nose or something.
Now, when you build your trees, when you put the stake in, now, if you have a slope, you don't have, it's not flat to the, you actually stake in the bottom and the top, so you may not have the top and the bottom of the tree.
Correct. And that's why I always use a standard level.
Yeah, the stake, yeah, because that's all that matters and everything else.
Right, it doesn't matter
Yeah, you want to make this
tree
pole as
looks
straight up
like
and down, or it does look kind
Post
of bad.
has to
Yeah.
be level.
Yeah.
If you're using black like this,
Yes.
it probably wouldn't matter at night. But we actually use white pipes that are wrapped with outdoor ribbon, every one of them.
So the back of the tree's got maybe less bulbs.
No.
In the front, more bulbs.
No.
So
That
if it's
tree-
lower.
In actuality, because every manufacturer's lights, and even within the manufacturer itself, the bulb spacing is different and the lights are not true.
Right.
I have had to do at times what I call cheater roofs, where the basic tree itself is completely round. But if I wind up with, 2 feet more bulbs,
All the way across on the ground first.
and you have to sort of eyeball, so your spacing sometimes is not always true all the way around.
Okay, they compensate for that.
You have to compensate.
See, he's got the idea.
You don't want
Not
to
right
make
side,
it all,
yeah.
light heavy on the front, because of
This-
the fact
this
that
is what you
you
gotta
get
work
to
out.
see
Yeah.
from different angles in my yard. And you don't want it to look like, oh my gosh, it's super getting string the back part of it. So you want to try to make it as true and as balanced as possible. And that's the whole secret, is if it's true and balanced, then it's not gonna look funny. Plus, if you have a line that burns out where you cheated, it's not gonna show.
If you don't have a welder, don't want to mess with metal, I did come up with a version of it used out of cheap, very cheap. You get 100 feet of this for $15 loads, 1/2-inch irrigation pipe. I've got a 1/2-inch fitting holding it together. This was like measured out 90 inches, cut it. I actually even took the 1/2-inch fitting and cut it in two. I used 2 screws to hold it together. The thing about this is, showed everybody earlier, probably, since this is flexible, I haven't actually tried it. I know it'll work. You don't want to put holes through here and put your spike through, because you're going to create a really weak spot in it. But if you take a little conduit clamp like that, one of them use a nail, hold it to the ground like that, but I would support it about 6 times all the way around, because when you go to lifting up on your, when you're pulling up on your lights, it's going to have a tendency to lift it. So there's a cheap method. All I did, 90-inch base. You really, if you different height trees, you want to figure out what the slope of your lights is. So I've got 4-foot trees, 3-foot trees, and 2-foot trees, and this diameter would change based on the height of the tree. And then you mark do a little bit of mathematics, mark your distance apart, what you want, and drill holes through it, take some 4-gauge wire, and buy in a roll 100 feet for $7-8 I think, and cut you about 4 inches off, pin your hook in it, stick it through, and wrap it around. And
That is really slick, because anybody can sit there without a lot of fancy tools and build one.
Yeah, that's cheap way. You probably don't even have a dollar's worth of materials in that right.
When you're pulling your lines, you have to be careful. You want them taut, but you don't want them too taut.
Well, if they're new lights, you gotta pull them tighter, or they'll sag on you
Yeah.
after they stretch out.
Yeah, new
If they've
lights
already been
will
used
do
before, then you probably don't have to pull them all that tight. New lights, you definitely have to pull them pretty tight, or they'll start sagging on you.
Yeah, you can ask Scott about that. I mean,
That was 2 things I wanted to show. I think I covered everything I brought with me. I did bring a piece of pitch pipe with me. What were you doing? I was just gonna slide one of those ribbon lights in there, because I haven't actually ever tried it before, see what it looks like. Curious to see what it looks like.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Yeah.
You guys want to mess around with that? While you're doing that, we'll double up on a couple things. I want to do a state of the business on TASL. We've been throwing in $30 per member, per family per year. And we had a call for members last fall, so to pay for 2015, and we have enough commit for 2015. I still have to hear Mike Purser. Let's see, Joe still said he would help us, James, and the wheel guns. So I still need to hear from you guys. Once we collect those, then then right now our account is $204. Our price went up almost 50% this year, so we're paying $160 per meeting now. But once I collect the balance of the committed dues, then we'll have enough of a balance. Dean and Jean, who've been driving up from over near Hickory, I think that's where, well, no, they're up in the mountain. Anyway, they threw in an extra $30, so we're gonna have a safety net of probably about $50 or $60. We're pretty much covered for this, for 2015 now, once I get the rest from everybody. And for those of you on the balance, we have enough to pay for the next meeting, so you don't really have to catch me until May. There's no point in putting it in the account, so you can spread it out a little while if you want. If you have it, fine, but if you don't worry about it. So that's the status of our money, and we do have May 2nd and August 22nd reserved. So those will be our next meetings. We'll be working on the agenda. Send any of us, or just post it on the site if you want to talk about things you want to have. Same with if we want to do workshops, propose an idea for a workshop, especially if you're willing to help. And we'll go from there. Oh, there we got it working inside there. I'd like to see that.
If you remember the Johnston family, he was in the Great Christmas Light Fight. He bought some high density stuff off the line. He said you can only get like 2 people. But from what I understand, they charge that rear for shipping. The fight itself don't cost anything, but you can buy it. But it looks like the fix would work pretty good.
And what's that called again?
Regular 8 3/4. This is the inch, I think.
The only problem is what happens at this end. You have to keep it at the back. Yeah. So I put it down against the back, so that, because now you see you see the lights showing.
And you're saying, yeah.
So you see how they shut, because they're up against it?
Right.
Instead of at the other end, or at the back.
Well, when
Further
you
reduce the weight of the
if you're making a leaking archway out of this type of pipe, then then that's gonna have a natural tendency to lay down on the bottom, so.
Yeah, and the guys that I've seen make them, they usually put a rubber band at each end and pull the tension on it.
Yeah.
To keep it.
Looks like a nice glow stick. It filters the light out nicely, I can tell you that. Yes.
Better than I expected.
And I'm running this off of absolutely no DMX universe. It's off of that one little, $20 green Uno. And run it off the software. Again, you know, it's not going to be for someone that has no programming experience, unless you want to know a bit about programming.
If somebody leaves, they tell them about 6 months of use, including shipping.
Up to me, what, clones are going in?
Well, yeah, Arduino?
Yeah, because there's a lot of clones out there.
Yeah, it's clone, but they say it's a little bit underpowered for learning purposes. So if you actually want to get into it?
Yeah, exactly. Then you download the software straight from your site, the development software. And right now I got a library called Fast LED loaded on it. And that's what it's doing right now. I'm just running one of the samples off of it. But there's so much you can do if you do know anything about programming. And you don't have, I mean, you know, it probably is limited to standalone type devices until you really got a little more advanced where you can actually put inputs in it and tell that whole controller what to do. But there's no DMX involved, and that Fast LED library is doing all the stuff for this particular 2811 chip.
Yeah, I like the diffused look. I think this blends, you can run full intensity then. I think it blends very nice with incandescent.
It definitely looks good at night. I mean, if you do it all LED, that would, might even work with incandescent.
Yeah, so where did you get the pipe? I mean, how long it is? Is it a 10 feet?
You can buy, this is a 5-foot section, you can buy a 10-foot section, you can buy a 100-foot section. 100 feet of this, because they've already got it all filled with the.
That's what I got, and I had a problem because so I had to hold it. I don't have a problem with the bending, it's over bending.
Yeah, but if you're making arches, you get that, you know, get the 25 foot, I think it comes in 25 foot length already bent up. You're doing arches, that's great, you don't have to worry about trying to bend it. Because this stuff
keeps twisting, I can tell you that, and so I had no problems with that.
Yeah.
But it's, I like the straight actually one, so vertically wide, the straight one is.
Low.
They sell them like after 10 feet or something.
They come with 5 foot, 6 foot, straight.
In lows.
And lows. This is $5. This, I bought this one at Lowe's on 70, because I was right on the street. All right, that's all I wanted to show. I'm glad everybody got an opportunity to see what I had.
Excellent, excellent.
Let's see. I'm gonna start trying to silently pack up all my food. But we're all at the house with me.
Oops, all the way. Take it.
Still running. Is there another outlet there?
Oh, there's one on top of.
Right there.
Well, there used to be a ground test something like that.
It is.
Still is.
So when I come back to y'all's house next year, I want to see at least 40 of these throughout the yard.
40 of these small trees?
Yeah.
I need a bigger yard.
Then buy the house that was
Don't
small.
make them all the same size. Think different size, 2 foot, 3 foot,
I don't have
4 foot.
Buy the house that
Sure
you
you
saw
do.
that, buy it.
I don't have any more room.
All right, 20 of these trees.
Unless I do it in the back. I could do it in the back and make the back.
Make them
on this side again?
Make them 3 colors: red, green, green, and white.
I would.
And make it look a lot like
I did this year.
Holman's lights.
How about this?
Like I
What
did this
this
year,
is,
everything was red, green, and.
we'll do, you just make the bases. So make the bases, make 40 of them.
What I needed to do is.
How many people are going to want to do the group buy? Have we actually prepared to do the group buy for today? Well, the group buy ends in a week, so somebody needs to be able to step up. Huh? You didn't see 9 different posts I kept posting with the link? Oh, okay, because I said, try to bring your list today for that site. This is Holiday Light Express. It's the lowest prices we've ever seen, and it's only a great deal if we spend $1,000. So I thought that there was going to be enough people that were going to step up. Sounds like maybe not. Are you think you're going to buy $1,000 worth?
So it's Holiday Light Express, cables,
No, the cables place ended. Yeah. The cables discount ended. We posted that too. About 3 weeks ago. It was, February 1st.
I posted a message on that, and they're like, just order it yourself, it's free shipping. I ordered a spool of SBT2, my males and females, spent about $330. Got free shipping, 15% off.
Yeah, that one would be 1,000. Inside a really good deal on there.
I had to go back and forth with him several times via email to get my discount, but I finally got it.